Hello, Val. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon, Ms. Lara. Yes, we hear you.
Oh, okay.
My apologies. I was trying to figure out how to get off mute. Am I coming through okay?
Loud and clear.
Okay,
Buenas
excellent.
tardes.
Thank you. I'm
Thank
going to go
you.
back on mute.
Perfect.
Tracy. Oh.
That was epic. Hello, Trustee Phillips. Nice to see you. We see you. Could we hear you also? Looks like you're muted, Trustee Phillips. Could you try unmuting?
Hi.
Hello. Good afternoon. We hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Okie doke. Going back on mute.
Okay. So while we're waiting for everyone to join, we'll just continue with our sound check. So I see that Ms. Cifelli has arrived. Ms. Cifelli, could you unmute and say hello? Okay, I'm going to move to the next person.
Okay, there you go.
There you are. Welcome.
Thanks.
Excellent. All right, thank you. You can go back on mute and I'll move on to the next. Mr. Lewis Fries, I see that you have arrived. Could you unmute and say hello?
Hello, everybody.
Hi, Lewis. You've got some feedback in the background, so I'm not sure if you have two devices on, but please make sure you are only using one for audio. All right, I see that Dr. Wald has arrived. Mr. Tony Wald, would you unmute and say hello, please?
Good evening, everyone.
Excellent. So it looks like we've got everyone here so far. Just wait a few more minutes.
Hey, Tracy, is that better? Nope.
No, not at all. Just as epic. All right, and I see that President Hernandez Jarvis has joined. Welcome. Could you please unmute? We're doing a sound check.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you loud and clear. Excellent.
Thank you.
All right, so I want to loop back to Lewis and Marcus. I have a feeling you might be in the same room, and that's why we're getting some feedback. Let's try your audio again. Oh, I see that Mr. Nick Berger has arrived. Nick, can you say hello so we can do a sound check?
Yes, hello. Nick Berger reporting for duty.
Welcome. Oh, wow.
Is this going to be a problem? Do I need to try to get a mirror?
No, well, does it say 158?
Yeah, I'm gonna start the clock.
Oh yeah, that works.
Can you see it normally? I see it as backwards.
We see it the right way.
Oh, that's very interesting. Okay, we're good to go.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. All right, I see that Marcy Williams has arrived. Marcy, could you please unmute yourself and say hello? We're doing a sound check.
Hello?
Hi, we hear you. Excellent. Thank you. Mr. Duffy has arrived. Please unmute and say hello.
Hello.
Hello, we hear you. You sound a little far away, but it's clear. It's just a little distant, FYI.
How about now?
Much better. Excellent. Thank you. So I want to go back and be sure we hear from Louis and Marcus because we had some feedback there. So Mr. Duffy, if you can mute yourself, and then Louis unmute, and let's hear from you. Okay, let's try Marcus. Are you there, Marcus? All right, they might be trying to work this out internally, so I'm going to leave it alone.
Well, actually, Tracy, can you hear me now?
Yes, much clearer. That's great.
Okay. We're going to try to use just the telephone. So hang on. We're going to try to.
I hear the telephone, yes, in the background.
Yes. Okay.
You have joined the meeting.
So Marcus and Louis, do you want to try to speak through the phone? Unmute yourselves.
Can you hear me now? 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 Can you hear me now?
There's still an echo.
Test. Test. Test.
Still in it.
Test. No.
Louis?
That's clear.
Well, that's me.
Oh,
Hello.
Louis.
Is that better?
That is better, but can you make sure that, how many devices do you have in that room? 2 laptops, I assume?
Yes.
Can you make sure one of them, the speakers are off?
Well, actually, we're gonna have both of them, the speakers off, because we have the telephone on. So all the speakers will be off.
Okay, that I guess that would work.
all right. Are we ready to get started? Okay, we have 4 of the 5 board members present. I know that Mr. Panas is getting into the Zoom right now, so we'll join as soon as he can. So I will go ahead and start sharing my screen, which will bring up the agenda, and then I'll turn it over to President Hernandez-Jarvis to get us started. All right, here's our agenda, starting with opening of closed session. So I'll turn it over to President Hernandez-Jarvis. President Hernandez-Jarvis, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Now we hear you. Yes, perfect.
Thank you. Thank you. So good evening, everybody. Welcome to our West Contra Costa Unified School District Board of Education meeting on April 1st, 2020. We are opening our meeting at 5:04 p.m. And I want to get us started today by thanking each of you for joining us tonight for the first ever West Contra Costa Unified School District Board meeting held exclusively online. We are in uncharted territory as we deal with the COVID-19 pandemic, And I would like to thank each of our employees, our families, and the entire WCCUSD community for how you have supported each other and come together during these unprecedented times. I would like to start with some of the basic instructions regarding how we are going to be using Zoom today and involving members of the public. All board members and the superintendent will be on video throughout the board meeting. Staff members also present and will be on video. Members of the public will not be on video and our public session to go into closed session, and then we're going to open up for public session again. Thank you. Do we have any public comments for closed session?
We do not.
Thank you, Mr. Walton. So no comment for closed session items. So then we adjourn to closed session at 5:06. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can people hear me? There's some echo. Not sure that's me. Oh, you know what? I think I need to close the Zoom, right?
Is there a way to share? I don't know if I closed mine or not.
So I think we're waiting just on one more board member and then we can get started. All right, so it looks like all board and cabinet members are present. So I'll turn it over to you, President Hernandez-Jarvis.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we are reconvening our open session now. We just finished closed session, so we're going to begin with our opening procedures. We're going to begin with our Pledge of Allegiance. Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I want to welcome everybody again to our meeting. We have different meeting procedures today because we're holding our first ever completely virtual West Contra Costa Unified School District meeting. And I want to thank our employees, our families, and the entire WCCUSD community for how you have supported each other and come together during these unprecedented times. I would like to start with some basic instructions regarding how we are going to be using Zoom today and involving members of the public. All board members and the superintendent will be on video throughout the board meeting. Staff members are also present and will be on video. Members of the public will not be on video and will be muted except during public comment. During public comment periods, any member of the public who wishes to speak needs to electronically raise their hand. And I'm also going to share some information phone. You can raise your hand by pressing by pressing *9. Mr. Walton will call each member of the public who has raised their hand either by name or, for those who have called in, by the last 3 digits of the phone number. Mr. Walton will then unmute the person, and that person may give public comment. After the time has elapsed, Mr. Walton will re-mute and move on to the next person. Thank you, everybody. Can we please have roll call?
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
President Hernandez-Jarvis,
Present.
Trustee Lara,
Present.
Trustee Phillips,
Present.
Trustee Cuevas,
Here.
Trustee Panis.
Present.
Great, that's everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy. Mr. Duffy, do we have a report out of closed session?
We do. It's just going to take me 1 second to bring that up. So bear with me for a quick second.
Thank you.
Tonight, the board voted to approve 5-0 settlement claims submitted by Lathrop Construction, which sought in excess of $5.9 million as additional compensation for extra services performed and delay damages related to Pinole Valley High's new campus project. The terms of the settlement include the district's agreement to pay Lathrop $2.5 million for all extra work undertaken by Lathrop on the project and any delay damages suffered by Lathrop, Lathrop's release of any rights to seek any additional sums or damages from the district, and the indemnity and additional insured obligations under the district's contracts with Lathrop remain intact. That was approved 5-0 with all board members present. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Duffy, for the report of closed session. And at this point in our agenda, we review the number of requests to address the board for comment on individual agenda items. Do we have a sense of the speakers that have raised their hands? Mr. Duffy or Mr. Walton?
Yes, President Hernandez-Jarvis. We have no way of knowing how many comments on individual agenda items there will be. So we're asking attendees to only raise their hands once we get to the item you wish to speak on. So what I will do at this point is I'm going to clear the queue of attendees who've raised their hands. And when we get to the items, I will at that point count the number of raised hands that there are.
Thank you for clarification, Mr. Walton. We're moving on to item 6, review and adoption. Trustees, if there's anything that you want us
From the agenda, please state your name and then state what you want us to, what you wish to change. Is there a motion by a trustee to adopt?
I wanted to pull C4.
Can you, is this Trustee Panas? Can you state your name?
Trustee Panis wanted to pull C4.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I think that's C3.
President Hernandez-Jarvis, this is Trustee Phillips. I would like to pull C1, C3, and C5.
Thank you. So to summarize, the items pulled are C1, C5 by Trustee Phillips and C3 as well. And I believe Trustee Panas clarified that the item that he wished to pull was also C3. Can you confirm, Trustee Panas?
Trustee Panis, C4.
C4. Thank you. So the items have been pulled C1, C4, C3, and C5. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda with those items pulled?
So moved.
So moved by Trustee Lara.
Trustee Panis,
Is
second.
there a second? Thank you, Trustee Panas. Seconded by Trustee Panas. Moved by Trustee Lara. And if you can state your name as you vote. All in favor? Trustee Hernandez Jarvis? Aye.
Laura, aye.
Panis, aye.
Phillips, aye.
Trustee Cuevas, aye.
Thank you, trustees. Motion to adopt the agenda with those mentioned changes passes unanimously.
President Hernandez, you're breaking up a little bit. So we may have one of our techs call you on your cell phone. We should keep going, but
Okay.
just in case a number comes up for you, or we'll have that person text you so you know that it's one of our techs, just
Okay.
so we can keep going.
I can search if that will be easier for you to hear me.
I didn't hear that, I'm sorry.
Next we have, you can hear me? Okay. Can I call in then? I'm going to have to call in if the audio is not working. Did you hear that or no?
I heard that. That was a little bit better.
Okay.
Maybe just
Okay.
make sure your volume's all the way up on your computer. And Marcus or Tracy, you can let me know also if what you're experiencing.
I haven't. Okay. If it's really hard to hear me, let me know and I'll switch over quickly. So now we have the approval of minutes for March 11th, 2020.
Trustee Panis, I had one change to the minutes for March 11. At the top of page 6, it says the motion was made by Tom Panis, motion seconded by Mr. Phillips. That doesn't agree with the text that's written just above it regarding the motion happening. And I believe that Trustee Phillips actually made the motion.
You are correct, Trustee Panis.
Thank you for the clarification, Trustee Panis. Any other changes?
Trustee Panis, I'll move. We approve the March 11 minutes as amended.
Second. Trustee Panis moved the approval of minutes as amended, and Trustee Lara seconded the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Trustee Jarvis?
Laura, aye.
Cuevas, aye.
Trustee Panis?
Panis, aye.
Thank you. Motion to approve minutes with the amendment passes unanimously. Next, we have the resolution number 68-1920, Cesar Chavez Day.
President Hernandez Jarvis, do you want me to read it or present the item, or would one of the board members be reading?
I think we had also
I
spoken
think
tonight
that
about
we
potentially.
can present the item. Mr. Duffy?
Sorry, I thought we had also spoken potentially about the 4 resolutions, potentially because of connection, just approving them this evening instead of reading each one.
I'm okay with
That
that.
sounds good with me. If you want to, just so the public knows to what each one is, I think it may be good to just There's the presentation, the title, and the comment section. That's in the crazy. Could you hear me?
Not very well.
Okay.
Can I just
Okay.
butt in for a moment? It's pretty bad. Maybe you can call in, and if not possible, then maybe Trustee Laura could chair the meeting because I think her speaker is fine.
Let me go. I'm gonna get out of this then, and I'm gonna call in. So Trustee Lara, if you can help me with the next items right now, and I'll jump back in. Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Sure. So we're on resolution 68-1920, is Cesar Chavez Day. And yeah, just to move things along, we're not going to read it. So at this point, Marcus, could you give us a summary?
Yes, Trustee Laura. The resolution is in recognition of Cesar Chavez for his great leadership in bringing social justice to California's migrant farm workers, providing a model of solving problems through nonviolent democratic actions and a life of service to others. Staff recommends approval of resolution number 68-1920, Cesar Chavez Day.
Thank you, Mr. Walton. And I just, well, let's see if we have any comments from any of the board members.
Yes, I would like to say this is very fitting to recognize him on this day, especially when we look at what has happened in our nation with certain people, especially undocumented persons, not being covered under the stimulus package, which includes people who are farm workers, which he worked to organize. So I think we need to remember our entire community as we go through this crisis, because we're all here together and we all have to flatten the curve together. And COVID, it doesn't recognize immigration status. And at this point, we shouldn't either.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips.
Madam Chair, this is Trustee Cuevas. I'd like to move approval of this resolution.
Thank you, Trustee
I'll second
Cuevas.
that.
Thank you, Trustee Panis. It's been first and seconded.
Is there any other discussion?
Any other discussion? Hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Trustee Cuevas, aye.
Trustee Lara, aye.
Phillips, aye.
Okay. And it passes. The next one is number 9, resolution number 76-1920, Bilingual Learner Advocacy Month. And do we have someone to give us a summary of this?
Sure. Trustee Laura, the month of April is National Bilingual Multilingual Learner Advocacy Month, and an opportunity to bring attention to the benefits of learning more than one language. Staff recommends approval of resolution number 76-1920, National Bilingual Multilingual Learner Advocacy Month.
Thank you. Do we have any comments?
So Trustee Panel, move resolution number 76-1920.
Trustee Cuevas, second.
Thank you, Trustee Panis, and second by Trustee Cuevas. All those in favor, say your name and your vote. Lara, aye.
Phillips, yes.
Yes, yes.
Cuevas, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes.
Okay. It passes then unanimously. And the next resolution is Resolution 7/8/1920, Public Schools Month. And Trustee Stephanie, I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm back.
Are you
Sorry.
back?
I
Okay.
am accessing the Zoom meeting, but can you hear me well without feedback?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
So I have the screen open. I joined the Zoom meeting, so I'm viewing what you're viewing right now. But I believe I'm muted on there, and I'm as a viewer, I'm not as a panelist, so I'm unmuted on the phone. So I'm going to be seeing the same thing, but I'm just not on camera.
Okay.
Let me know if there's any issues with feedback. Thank you so much, Trustee Laura, for leading the meeting right now.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, so now we're on to B10, resolution number 77/1920, School Library Month.
Yes,
Mr.
President
Walton?
Hernandez Jarvis. The month of April 2020 has been designated as School Library Month. We take this opportunity to recognize the importance of school libraries and their contributions to teacher librarians, library media specialists, and information and literacy assistants. Staff recommends the board approve resolution number 77/1920, School Library Month.
Thank you, Mr. Walton. Is there a motion for this resolution or any comments from the members of the board?
I have a comment. This is Trustee Laura.
Trustee Lara? Mm-hmm.
Yes, I just want to emphasize the importance of this month, our school libraries. We in this district have a pretty serious issue of literacy. I know at sometimes, at teaching middle school, I would get students who were reading at a 4th grade level, and the importance of the library to promote literacy, access to books, getting students to have the pleasure of reading for pleasure. So I just wanted to emphasize how important school libraries are. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Lara. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to
adopt this
move.
resolution? Moved by Trustee Cuevas.
Trustee
Seconded,
Panis, second.
Trustee Panas seconding as well. Okay, so moved by Trustee Cuevas, seconded by Trustee Panas. All in favor? Hernandez Jarvis, aye.
Panis, aye.
Laura, aye.
Cuevas, aye.
Phillips, yes.
Thank you, trustees. Resolution adopted unanimously, passes unanimously. Now we have item B10, resolution number 78/1920, Dolores Huerta Day.
I'm going to do this one. I think it's actually Public Schools Month, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. You're right.
So-
Resolution number 78/1920,
Yeah.
Public Schools Month. Thank
The
you,
board-
Mr. Duffy.
The Board of Ed wishes to acknowledge the integral role public schools play in the American democracy. And I think we've all dedicated our lives to this one. So this is a recommended approval of 78/1920, Public Schools Month.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy. Is there a motion for this resolution?
So moved.
I have a comment, excuse me.
Trustee Panas moved and Trustee Lara has a comment. Go ahead, Trustee Lara.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to, this brought up for me, the issue of public schools and what is a public school. And when I looked for a definition of what makes a school a public school, there were 3 items, and that is 1, that they are taxpayer funded. Secondly, that they are governed by elected officials. And 3rd, that they are schools that have open admissions to everyone within their district. So if you live in a district, you can, enroll in those schools, and you have the officials who are elected, and the funding is from taxpayers. The other thing I looked up was, this was some time ago, in our district bylaws, we have some governance standards, and standard number 2 says, each individual board member shall value, support, and advocate for public education. And I was very proud to see that, because that's
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Lara. Trustee Panas moved this resolution. Is there a second?
Second, Phillips.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. All in favor?
I'm sorry, I paused in and out for a minute. Can I make a quick comment before we vote?
Yes, Trustee Cuevas.
Just very quickly, I just want to echo Trustee Lara's comments in terms of the value of our public schools, and in particular during this time of pandemic, where we're recognizing just how much we miss the opportunity to convene in public schools. Public schools have a long history. We've come a long way from the sense of those one-room schoolhouses to a district like ours that now serves 30,000 students, with a very diverse set of students, and we're working hard every day to meet their needs. And it's every day like the state of our union and our democracy is perfected, to be more perfected. Our union becoming more perfected is something that we've been working on historically over this experiment. Our schools have been consistently trying to get better, and that's the value of public education. And I know that we're doing our best even during this current time now, but it's very apropos for me that this resolution is on the docket tonight. So I want to express again just how valuable our schools are in relation to them being accessible and open, and equal protection under the law as far as having access, everybody, no matter who you are, to our public education system. So I hope we recognize that, and next time it will help us recognize that there is a pandemic, that it's not necessarily needed for us to really support traditional public schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Cuevas, for your comments. I agree with that completely, and I think that it's very meaningful that this resolution is here, before us today. And I want to thank each of you for your comments and your support in this time. So this resolution has been moved by Trustee Panas and seconded by, was it seconded by Trustee Phillips?
Yes.
All in favor?
Phillips, yes.
Lara, aye.
Cuevas, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes. And Trustee Panas? I didn't hear you. I'm sure you said it, but I didn't hear. Trustee Panas?
Panas, aye.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Resolution passes unanimously. And our next item is B12, resolution number 81-1920, the Lourdes Huerta Day.
This resolution is in recognition of the Lourdes Huerta for her life as a powerful force for social justice and empowerment for all. And I know this resolution, both of our board leaders really took the time to get this on the agenda this time. So they may have some comments, as does the rest of the board.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy. Are there any comments from board members?
Yes, this was something that was brought to my attention by teachers in the district, and much like the comments that Trustee Phillips made about Cesar Chavez, it's often said that Dolores Huerta was really a really strong leader in the farm worker movement, and maybe not given as much acknowledgement, but so we're happy to see this here, and it's very close to, I believe her birthday is April the 10th. So yeah, we're very happy that this is on the docket today. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and Trustee Lara had brought this up to our attention to include it and celebrate this activist that's not only important, to Latinas, but to everybody that, is from California and has understood the efforts by the United Farm Workers to get a more rights and fair wages for workers who, like during this crisis, especially too, are toiling away to make sure that we have food. So I think that it again, everything is tied together. Schools do more than educate our children. And then Dolores Huerta too, she was one of the pioneers to make sure that people got fair wages and had living situations that were humane and that had dignity at the core too. Is there a motion for this resolution?
Trustee Panos, I'll move this.
Moved by Trustee Panas,
Second, Laura.
seconded by Trustee Lara. All in favor?
Panos, aye.
Lovas,
Laura.
aye.
Laura, aye.
Phillips, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, aye. Resolution passes unanimously. Our next item is public comment.
President Hernandez Jarvis, I received a message from the principal at Stewart requesting that she make public comment, and also that the AASAT is going to want to make comment when the standing meetings come up.
Thank you. I will note those down right now. So you said a principal from Stewart wanted to have public comment in B12, B13, I'm sorry, B13?
Yes.
Okay. And then standing reports for the asset committee.
Correct.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Panas. Mr. Walton?
Yes, President Hernandez Jarvis. I believe you have some language that you were scheduled to read at this point, or I can go over it.
Yes, yeah, I'll go over it right now. Thank you. And can you please note the comment by Trustee Panas on the speaker information as well?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. If you have joined via computer, you can raise your hand by clicking on the raise your hand feature. If you have joined via phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9. If Mr. Watson will call each member of the public who has raised their hand either by name or, for those who have called in, by the last 3 digits of their phone number. Mr. Walton will then unmute the person and that person may give public comment. After the time has elapsed, Mr. Walton will remute and move on to the next person. And depending on the number of speakers, we will have either 3 minutes, 2 minutes, or 1 minute. Thank you.
And so if I could get the principal at Stewart and our to identify herself, because I cannot recognize her phone number if she is called in at this point. The first speaker will be Matt Horton.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much. This is my second time in front of you guys. I came to the last board meeting where that we did in person to voice my support for our principal in Lupine Hills, Dr. Mirza. We had heard a rumor at the time that you guys were considering her removal. And I think you guys voted against that last time, or that it didn't come up and get agendized. One way or the other, we felt that she was okay. We've since learned that somebody at the district level requested her resignation. And I'm here to, one, strongly urge you guys to let us know who we can talk to. Nobody within the district has given us any indication why this is happening, who has decided that our leadership needs to be removed during this period of struggle and strife, for no other, for lack of a better word. We are, as parents, I know you guys are all receiving emails from us as parents. Every one of you has received them. We haven't heard anything back, Nobody is willing to pick up the phone. Nobody is willing to talk to us about this issue. And this is literally, we've been through this 5 times in 7 years. It's just not okay for us to have to be forced to go through new leadership every couple of years and not get any input from the district, not have an opportunity to talk to anybody on your guys' side to understand why these decisions are being made on our behalf. It's not okay. The parents are furious and we have no outlet for it. Even through all this that's going on, even after this woman has been asked to resign, she's continuing to come up with creative ways to connect our parents with the teachers in class and our kids, not only with the teachers, but also with her. She's still doing nightly story time with the kids over Zoom. She's organizing the teachers to go through and do not just direct communications with the parents, but also with the kids, and getting the kids an opportunity to speak to each other while they're stuck at home and not able to go to class anymore. You guys just mentioned how important public schools are, and you're making it impossible for us to continue to choose public schools. This school, Lupine Hills, has an opportunity to be a much better place, much more connected and better for our kids and our parents, and you're ruining that for us. And I don't understand why, and it's really very frustrating not to have any communication with you guys or anybody within the department, within the district. So please tell us who we can talk to. I'm asking directly, like, just please, anybody that we can talk to about this, who can help us to understand. You've got hundreds of parents trying to reach out to you to fix this situation before it's too late.
Thank you. The next speaker is Abigail Prather.
Before we move on to the speaker, could I ask, President, is it safe to assume we're doing 3 minutes during our public comment?
It is. I don't know if Mr. Watson can show, like, if he can tell by the number of people on the phone that have pressed *9 or that have raised their hands on the Zoom conference, how many speakers there are as of right now for this item.
Well,
that would give us a better understanding.
Well, during the last speaker, it rose from 10 to 20, now down to 18. So that's one of the decisions it's now up to 25. So it varies by the second.
Okay.
Well,
Being that we do have a lot of items on the agenda, I think that if we're fluctuating more than 15, we should start doing 2 minutes. And if it's beyond 15, actually, we are going to be doing 2 minutes.
Okay, 2 minutes. The next speaker is Abigail Prather.
Hello. Good evening, board. This is Abigail Prather, teacher at Ford Elementary. Staff at Ford Elementary was notified on Friday that DLI program would be eliminated this next upcoming school year. I would like to know more about this decision. Who made this decision? On what basis was this decision made? Why was this never discussed with staff nor with community? If this decision is based on enrollment, I think the most equitable thing to do would be to promote DLI at Ford outside of WCCUSD boundaries, just like the Mandarin School has been able to do. Another equitable thing would be to allow out-of-district transfers, just like the Mandarin School has been allowed to do. Another equitable thing would be to reach out to other WCCUSD schools to recruit students and promote DLI at Ford, just like the Mandarin School has been allowed to do. These things would be the most equitable things that should be done first before shutting DLI program at Ford. Ford community will be impacted negatively by this decision. Students will have to abruptly begin instruction in English because their parents will not be able to walk to other neighboring schools due to the fact that siblings will remain at Ford. Those few that are able to seek other neighboring schools that offer DLI may as well transfer siblings and our relatives, thus decreasing overall enrollment at Ford, which would destabilize our already marginalized community. If this is the end goal, well, this news would have been very terrible at any time, but especially now during this COVID-19 crisis. It makes it unbearable. In this crisis, it is so ironic to see how the marginalized are always the ones left without the ventilators. Let's be better than this and work together to bridge the inequities that exist and support all DLI programs equitably. I do not have anything against the Mandarin School. As a matter of fact, I consider sending my daughter there. Let's just allow them to all flourish. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you as well to our first speaker. I was reviewing the guidelines for the number of minutes per speaker, and I just realized that it is actually, if it's more than 15 speakers, it's going to be 1 minute. If it's less than 15 speakers, it's going to be 2 minutes. And if it's less than 10 speakers, then 3. But I'm assuming we're probably going to have more than 15 at this point. Mr. Walton, can you update me on the number?
The number is now at 19. So, well, now, yes, the number's now at 19.
Okay, thank you for that. And thank you for everybody's patience as we're working through this. We're going to do 1 minute then, if it's more than 15. So thank you, Mr. Walton. And thank you, Nick, too.
Okay, the next speaker is TJ Warfield.
Can you hear me?
Ms. Warfield, yes.
Yes.
I am also calling from Lupine Hills Elementary School about the forced resignation of our amazing principal. Our third grader used to beg to be homeschooled. Now with Dr. Mercer, even after breaks, the child is giddy to go back to school. We are just completely thrown by this, considering that this is our 5th principal in so many years that the district just doesn't seem to care about our school. The district came to ask what we wanted in a principal. We have a principal, and now you're not even asking us if this is the right choice. She's amazing. She's done so much for our school. Our kids want her. You've ignored petitions from students, parents, community members, teachers, and not responding to any communications, even a direct communication to Executive Director Gonzalez and Duffy. We've gotten no response. Who are we supposed to talk to about this? It's just ridiculous.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment.
The next speaker is Dr. Julia Schlatsky.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about the lack of any instruction for the last 3 weeks during this crisis, what the school district is about to do. I mean, everybody has been sitting on their hands as far as I can tell. I have 2 kids at Madera Elementary. They have learned nothing. Teachers don't respond to emails. Nobody checks in via Zoom or anything like that. We have from the California Department of Education clear guidance what to do in terms of remote instruction and also supervising childcare, emergency childcare on site. As far as I can tell, none of this has been done or even attempted. The principal, Allison Makala, just doesn't respond. I've spoken to Superintendent Duffy. It says several more weeks. I mean, how does it take so long? You can set up a Zoom call within a day. So what's the plan?
Thank you for your comment.
The next speaker is Dee Bates. Mr. or Miss Bates, you need to unmute yourself so that you're able to speak.
Marcus, let's come back. Let's keep going.
Hold on one moment.
Okay.
Can we take a 2-minute break so that we can, there's a technical issue on my end. Hold on.
Okay, board members, let's take a 2-minute break. We will resume at 7:22.
Ms. Hernandez-Jarvis?
Yes, Mr. Walton?
So when we come back, if I can make a quick announcement to the attendees who want to speak, there's something they must do on their end if they want to make a comment.
Yes. Are we ready to return?
I think so. Ladies and gentlemen who are attending, if you raise your hand and you are called to speak, a box will pop up on your screen that will ask if you want to unmute. You need to unmute yourself in order to make public comment. If you do not unmute yourself, you'll not be able to speak, and we'll move on to the next person in the queue. So at this point, Karen Flores.
Good evening, board members. Thank you for taking my my comment. My question is in regards to elementary students, particularly those of like lower grades, kindergarten, first grade. I would like to know what type of grading gauge. I'm not sure how to really put this into words, but my concern is for my child. She's just learning. She's a first grader, and I need to know what type of evaluations will be made for students like her in the coming year. And also, I have a concern for knowing about any programs for children that have learning disabilities, if that's available to children who have a need for that. So that's, I would like to know what the board is doing that, with what the school system is doing that for children of such a young age as her. That's my concern, and I'd like to know if there's anything that could be done for children at this time, if there's any resources available for children and learning. Thank you.
The next speaker is Dee Bates. Okay. We'll move on to Yin Ko.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you for letting me speak. I am a parent of a child at Wilson Elementary and also a parent of a teenager at El Cerrito High School. I first want to go ahead and commend the staff of both of those schools. Both of my kids are getting great packets and instructions, and I know that there is a plan to get my first grader a laptop this coming Friday. So I do want to thank the district for that. One of my concerns is the upcoming academic school year. I understand that this year there's not going to be physical facilities. I'm wondering if the board is looking into an alternative schedule for the following years, if there's a possibility of moving to a year-round schedule, so that way instances like this can not be so impacted on our children's education. Thank you.
The next speaker is Lupe Inlana.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, can you guys hear me? Okay, well, I think I am speaking today because I have many concerns, especially with the lesson plans that you guys are thinking of right now, where parents really have to be involved. I think there's been a lack of communication from the schools, on what's expected of parents to do at this time. And that is something that we really need to get a hold of. I know that UTR presented their plan to teachers, but when it comes to parents, we don't know what's expected of us, and how are you guys going to get that information out so we can support our students? Also, with this, it just popped into my head. How are we getting these board meetings translated? So I know it didn't give me an option to hear it in Spanish, and I don't think anything was even brought up when it came into regards of the board meeting being translated or having translators available for our Spanish speakers. And I think that's another concern of mine, but really focusing in on how we're going to use this time to get the data that we need. What are schools doing? How are they going to be able to navigate the distant learning plans? And I think there needs to be a base that every school has to follow when it comes to, how they're really directing their things with parents. How are they involving parents in this whole in this whole plan for distant learning? Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rose McGeegan.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hi. Thank you so much for taking my call. My name is Rose McGuigan, and I'm the PTA president at Lupine Hills. I just want to voice my concern, in addition to both Mr. Horton and Ms. Warfield, on the current situation at Lupine Hills. We have repeatedly requested for information surrounding our current principal, who has been amazing, not only in the beginning of the year, but particularly now during this issue of pandemic. And we have yet to hear back from any member, with the exception of Mr. Phillips, which thank you so much, sir, for emailing back in our responses. But we need to understand what is the status of our principal. She has been amazing. She has actually worked on virtual learning plans with our students and has provided us with more access to after-school programs and educational components than any other principal before. So we definitely need more answers from our board and our district surrounding our current administration. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Karina Soriano.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hi, I'm speaking about Lupine as well. The identity of Lupine is a full inclusion school, but since the principal arrived, there has been no effort to keep us in our identity and what makes us Lupine. We have over 20% of the population that is bused in, including my son, and that we are there that make up the special ed. She doesn't include the students in activities. She's not equitable with them when it comes to including them in anything. She also left my son's class unattended without a sub, and also the other special ed class unattended without a sub. She has threatened to kick out special ed kids without realizing that they have accommodations and IEPs. She doesn't know how the SPED department is run. She said it herself. She's asked teachers what they do. We really need a principal that is full inclusion, that it has a background in special ed. Thank you.
The next speaker is Olivia Ariza.
Hi, thank you for taking my comment. This is Olivia Araiza. I have children at Mira Vista and at Korematsu. And I also had questions about summer school, if that'll be offered to all children, and the next academic school year, fall semester going to change or not. I also just wanted to support and hear about support families that have commented so far about students with special needs, and wondering what the district is doing to make sure their rights to accommodation and IEPs are being followed during distant learning. Thank you.
The next speaker is Eric Burns.
Hi. Yes, I'm here. First, I just want to say I understand this is a tough time, and I think that the district has made some really extraordinary efforts on communication. I have a son in elementary school in El Cerrito.
Hi, my name's Calvin.
Hey, Calvin. And I just wanted to express that while I've very much appreciated the digital materials that have been provided for distance learning, that I'd like to request additional teacher time, sometimes one-on-one. I think that the teachers, as they move on to digital platforms like Zoom, I'd like to see them spending one-on-one time with the students as they would in the classroom. This is especially important for young kids, kindergarten through 5, who need that emotional support and that one-on-one that can help supplement the efforts of the parents. That's all. Thank you.
The next speaker is Bridget Kane. Bridget Kane.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi. I have a son that is expected to graduate from Hercules High. I don't know how we're going to move forward in regards to his graduation. Will he just receive something in the mail that his diploma in the mail that he's graduated? I know of course, it's just common sense. We won't have a problem. That's just common sense. But in regards to graduation, I need to know how is that going to be handled? Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The One other quick announcement. If you do not have a first and last name, we will not be able to accept your public comment. So if you can put a first to last name or at least a telephone number so that we have the last 3 digits to identify you by. Thank you. The next speaker will be Bruce Stevens. Bruce.
Hello,
yes.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I just wanted to say that my son at the elementary school has witnessed multiple circles, fuck niggers.
We'll be moving on to the next speaker, Marilyn Gwen Scott.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, my question is in regards of hotspots. I'm from Mira Vista, and we have several students that do not have hotspots, and I suspect that a lot of our kids in our districts do not have hotspots. Some of these families cannot afford even the basic cheap internet. So what are we doing for these kids that need their hotspots? And I know there's a huge backlog. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ruth Nunez. Ruth Nunez.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I just wanted to also, I was wondering about the training for parents. When do you guys plan to start that? If you guys plan to start that? And also, how are we going to ensure that our children do not get held back, or is there going to be like a summer school program for them to not be held back in their grades? Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mike Koch.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Mike L. Cook. I just wanted to say that's a pretty cool clock. Fuck California.
The next speaker is Gabriela Gonzalez.
Hello? Hello?
Yes,
Can you hear me? Hi, so I want to express a concern. I have a student in high school who he's an RSV student, and I've contacted his sped teacher about offering any services during this time, and she said that right now they're not required to give any special services to these students. So I would like to know what is going to be done with them, and also if the students that we're going to be tested for to see if they would qualify for any special needs. What's going to happen to the students? Will they have to wait until the following year to get tested, or what's going to happen to all of that? Thank you again for listening.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kay Merced.
Yes, hello. Yeah, I got a couple things to say. First of all, I'd like to know what the status is going to be for some of these students for summer school. Will there be a summer school? Also, what about the seniors who worked all these years and not to receive a diploma across the stage? Are they going to be available online? They get to print out like just anything, any normal documents? And also the governor made a suggestion to keep the schools closed. Didn't mandate it, but a suggestion. So my opinion, I think that each school in the district should make their own decision as to whether or not to open up certain schools to do it. Regardless if it's a high school and junior high, open those up, let the seniors graduate, and keep the K through 6 maybe home and let them be homeschooled. but opinion is open up the districts, let these students go back to school who want to go back, regardless of what's going on. Let the teachers do what they do best and teach these students. Otherwise, these kids aren't getting nothing but an extended summer vacation where a lot of their time isn't going to be utilized.
Thank you, sir. Your time has expired. The next speaker, that ends our public comment. The remaining speakers do not have a first and last name listed. President Hernandez-Jarvis. Board Member Lara?
Yes. I think, okay. So we're moving on to the consent items now. So I know that 3 of them.
I'm unmuted now. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Pulled 1, 3, 4, and 5.
Thank you. Sorry, I was muted and I was just unmuted now.
Madam President, this is Trustee Cuevas. I'd like to move approval of all the remaining consent items that were not pulled for later consideration.
Thank you, Trustee Cuevas. Thank you, Trustee Panis, for seconding that motion to move the consent items, to approve the consent items as they are with C1, C3, C4, C5 pulled. All in favor?
Trustee Cuevas, yes.
Panis, yes.
Hernandez-Jarvis, yes. Thank you, Board. That leads us to committee communication. And the first item is Superintendent's report.
Okay, can you hear me okay? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here with everybody in these very trying times. You'll see a picture of folks outside of Kennedy High School there who've been helping to serve food. We have a major update later around everything we're doing with school closures, from distance learning to food. So that'll be explained in much more detail later this evening. So my superintendent's report is not that robust this evening because we have the wider report on what we're doing. So we can scroll to the next page. So obviously the work we're doing is around making the best of the current school closures, planning and operations. You'll see this again later, but we're working in 4 areas: distance learning, food, care, and communications. We are going to move into a distance learning phase 2 plan, which is a much more structured and formalized plan with expectations for students and staff, and that begins when we come back April 13th after vacation. We've also asked, and we'll talk about this later as well, but we've also asked parent leaders from the district parent groups to help us craft the communication to parents and make sure it's parent friendly and has a parent lens on it. And that'll go out tomorrow, most likely. As I mentioned, we're continuing to work on food, care, and communications, and just a big thank you to everybody who's been out there every single day at our sites and our community locations and our central kitchen, really getting food to our most needy students. Our website is updated, fully updated, and it's a great place to go for resources for families And we even are now putting up information for seniors because we know they're the most affected group right now and facing the most anxiety about what's to happen with their future. And I'll talk a little bit about that later as well during our update as we continue to sort out questions that folks have asked, graduations, credits, grading, etc. And in the middle of all this, we're doing budget planning for the 2021 school year. So that is also ongoing. And I want to thank everybody who's been involved in that. Our principals have been doing tremendous amount of work, making sense of it all, as have everybody who's been involved. So sites are starting to get their budgets for next year, figure out what they can and can't afford, and we have continued work to do to see what else we can afford for next year. Go to the next slide. Upcoming, we have, we're going to continue to do our board meetings online until further notice. Next week, there are no distance learning classes. It's the spring break that we have always had planned. It got moved to this week, but then moved back to its original week next week. So families will not be officially receiving anything from teachers. It'll be a break week, and then we'll be back. The Monday we come back is a minimum day for teachers, as we're going to be doing training with all of our teachers that afternoon and other staff as well. And as I mentioned earlier, that phase 2 starts the 13th, really that week, with guidance for families coming. We're still finalizing decisions around grades, credits, graduation. As I mentioned, it looks like most likely we'll probably go to a pass, no pass system, as most districts are doing that around the state. And we're all continuing to learn in this new environment, and I thank our entire community for their patience as we work through this, and just everybody pulling together has been absolutely amazing to see. So thank you to everybody. We'll continue working on both all of the distance learning that we've got to get through over the next, month and a half, 2 months, and then getting ourselves as ready as we can for next school year and whenever we're allowed back in our buildings. That's my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Duffy. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. And now we move on to standing reports. And Trustee Panas had noted earlier that the ASAP committee will be giving a report, and Mr. Gosney had also emailed us to let the board know that he'll be giving a report, as well as Mr. Gonzalez from UTR.
Excuse me,
Mr. Watson.
President
Mr. Watson?
Hernandez-Jarvis, do we know who is giving the report from ASAP?
No, I do not. Mr. Panas, do you have that information?
It was Audra Williams.
Okay, we will. She is not signed in to the meeting as far as we can tell. So Ms. Williams, if you are there, please, never mind, I found you. We've got you.
Thank you, Mr. Watson.
So who do you want to start with, Ms. Hernandez-Jarvis?
We can begin with ASAT, and then with CBOC, and then with UTR, please. Thank you.
One moment.
Thank you.
And we'll have the clock running for 5 minutes for the standing report.
Okay, Ms. Williams. Ms. Williams, you can talk now. Ms. Williams? I guess we should move on to someone else, and then we'll come back.
Yes, that sounds good. Thank you.
So CBOC with Mr. Gosney. Okay, Mr. Gosney.
Okay, thank you. It was difficult to find the window to unmute myself. There was a previously scheduled meeting between the board and the Bond Oversight Committee scheduled for the 25th of March. Due to the need for social distancing and protecting the members of the CBOC, staff, the board, and the public, this meeting was rightfully canceled. The CBOC had a meeting scheduled for the 13th of April, but after polling the CBOC members and discussing this meeting with staff, we recommended that the meeting be canceled. We discussed with staff the option of hosting the meeting using Zoom or some other teleconferencing application, but Mr. Freeze pointed out that due to staff limitations, there would be very little that staff could provide in the way of the reports we would normally review. Even though we're all going through difficult times due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the bond program continues, so we need to stay on top of it as much as possible. The troubling times we live in, though, demand that we put the health and safety of everyone involved above the need for oversight. We expect the CBOC to resume its duties once the stay-home health orders have been relaxed. Sometimes when we hear someone tell us something over and over again, especially when it's something we never really wanted to listen to when it was first told to us, we simply tune them out. I fear that this is the case when I report at each board meeting about the need to fill the vacancies on the CBOC. Just last week, we received the resignation of Greg Vizinu from the CBOC. Greg was a valued member of the CBOC with something of an obsession for the oversight of the bond monies being spent. Greg believes, as do the rest of us, that if we go to the people and ask them to take food off of their families' tables, if we ask people to do without some of the luxuries they've grown used to, things like clothes for their kids, a night out at a restaurant, or maybe a movie at the local theater, we owe them the knowledge that their hardships are not being squandered. I use the word hardships because a great many of the people who are paying for these new schools and the repairs to the existing schools are living paycheck to paycheck. Every month they have to decide what they'll have to do without because of the extremely high property taxes they have to pay. We have many families in the district where the adults have decent jobs and may have the discretionary funds to pay for the 8 lines on their property tax bills that say WCCUSD. But many more of their neighbors don't have those good paying jobs. So when they vote to pass these bonds and parcel taxes that the board puts before them, sacrifices are being made. Greg is like many of the other CBOC members who have either resigned or chosen not to renew their participation in the CBOC, not because their passion or commitment has waned, but because they just grew weary of beating their heads against the wall, dealing with some staff members and the Board of Education that have worked so hard to stifle their efforts. We all have plenty of things that are more enjoyable than volunteering our time, serving on community committees. And these days we have to ask ourselves why we bother when we find ourselves fighting with other committee members or the staff members associated with the committees. We've all heard that old line, the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is that good men do nothing. When it comes to serving our community, the word evil isn't an appropriate word, but the point of the phrase still fits. Good people stop volunteering to serve their community because they're tired of having to fight all the time. I worked on the bond program for more than 22 years, and in recent months, I've given serious thoughts to just walking away because I just don't want to fight with people anymore. And that's when the other side wins, not because they're right, but because they're the only ones left. I'm making a point of bringing this up because senior staff and the board needs to give this serious consideration. Why have so many of the community-based committees walked away? Why is the district having such trouble finding volunteers willing to serve? Why are so many parents flocking to the charter schools? I'm reminded of one of the things you hear at almost all of the anonymous meetings, Alcoholics Anonymous, Gamblers Anonymous, and others, that if you don't first admit that there's a problem, then you're never going to be able to address the problem. The CBOC is down to only 7 members out of 17, and we expect to lose another member in just a few months. How many times have I come before you asking, begging for your help in getting the word out to solicit new CBOC members? That was a trick question because I've asked for your help at every time I've come before the board over the past 2 years, yet the response has been absent, except for the one time when I was told it wasn't your job. The County Elections Division has recently certified the results of Measure R, the new $575 million bond measure. This means that you'll be ramping up the bond program again. This also means that you'll need a new batch of community members to serve on the CBOC. But where will you find them? Considering the reaction of the CBOC members to the way they've been treated by staff and the board, why would anyone of any value want to serve on the CBOC? Let's not forget that only a very small percentage of past and present CBOC members supported Measure R, with 6 of the 8 signatures on the ballot statements against the measure being CBOCers. If you want to send a message that you value the commitment of the community to serve, start with working with us on the proposed amendments to the board policy covering the CBOC. Stop insulting us with the bogus legal opinions to keep us down, and join us as we work for the betterment of our community. I thank you very much.
Thank you.
President Hernandez Jarvis, this is Trustee
Yes.
Phillips. I just got notified that Yolanda Allen will be doing the asset report and that she's online now.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips.
And so we will get her, and Jose De Leon from WCCAA has requested to make a comment as well.
Thank you, Mr. Walton.
Ms. Allen,
Yes.
it's your turn to give your report.
Okay. I am being heard. Excellent.
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam President, and the West Contra Costa School Board trustees, superintendent, students, and families. We hope you are all well and are staying safe. Please know that you and other district leaders are in our thoughts and prayers as your leadership skills are being put to the test during these unprecedented times at the immense responsibilities and difficult decisions that are before us. As you determine essential services, please remember us. We are becoming increasingly alarmed the longer our students' learning environments are not fully supported. The digital divide often widens at the front doors of our African American families. The longer it takes for a clear and present plan to be put into place, the wider that gap becomes. Because of the urgency of our situation, we are submitting our report early, and we apologize it has not been translated. Tonight, we have 3 main areas to discuss, as well as several pressing issues. First, we want you to know that we have been meeting with the DLCAP and are working on our budget priorities for the 2021 school year. As we have agreed, these funds are to be spent on our students and not on our budget deficit. We will have our first draft budget for the $7.2 million for review soon. Right now, we need your urgent support. Because of COVID-19, we are concerned that our children may not gain access to the technology and services that they will need to succeed. We are thankful that the food distribution was broadened to include Black churches and other Black community organizations. We want the same thoughtful and directed support in our communities for internet access and direct services for our children with special needs. We recommend that the following services be put in place and that our current past budget unencumbered line items be reallocated to address these needs. We will submit a budget for these items by the end of the week. And as a note, this report, because on the urgency of it, we were not able to get it to you earlier, but they have been shared with you, and you will find them in your emails now. We want parent and student tutorials for online learning, particularly including Zoom meetings. How to navigate this platform is important so that everyone has equal access. We appreciate what the district has done so far. The student portal on the eLine learning site is very helpful. We want more information for our students, and particularly looking at things that will address the cultural divide that is happening, so that those things are accessible to our community. The internet connectivity, we need more hotspots And we need to make sure that the Chromebooks of our students are working well. We talked about at the parent meetings with the district, the idea of the Google buses, driving into particular communities so that free internet is available. We need that for within our communities as soon as possible. We talked about using perhaps the first student buses as mobile tech trucks, or repurposing some of the many utility trucks that the district already has. On that mobile tech truck, besides those computers and other technical support items, we can staff those with mental health professionals, use those to take our special needs students support teams out to their homes so that they can access those services. We need mentors, tutors who can provide online intervention immediately, as well as having supplemental online culturally competent programs that our children can access starting as soon as possible. And we're willing to look at that past budget for the 2019-20 year, those unencumbered line items, as I mentioned earlier, to support these items. Our last item is on the resolution implementation. You know, our goal is to build a collaborative relationship based on respect and valuing each other. To get to this, we need to engage in dialogue routinely with our superintendent, with the Director of African American Student Achievement, and with the Superintendent of Academic Achievement to establish the foundation of our work relationship and inform the work we do. We have recently sent an email to our superintendent with the intent of working collaboratively, yet have yet had a response, but we hope to hear from you soon, as there are several items that we want to gain your thoughts and input on. Our hope is that we will consider one another allies. The resolution, section A, line 6 states that the district shall develop and implement a process to partner with ASAT Executive Committee in making all decisions impacting African American and Black students consistent with this commitment. Our expectation is to be at the table for our students and participate in all discussions that make decisions for and that will affect our student population. We heard earlier from our superintendent that their budget discussions have been going on and are ongoing. We have not been included in those discussions. This is a problem for us. So we want to have a discussion, and we have outlined several items that we feel like we need to be included in, and want to know the district's thoughts on how we're going to institute these things immediately. The resolution section A, line 3 states that the African American student achievement, student access to high quality academic opportunities will serve as the key guiding criteria and all decisions the board makes. We need to know what you think are your top 3 priorities then. What services, programs, and curriculums do you have ready to provide that address the shortfalls of African American students? As of yet, we have not seen anything.
We are out of time. Could you please conclude your comment?
Certainly. Finally, we want our relationship with the Director of African American Student Achievement to be memorialized and to broaden that scope. We do not have a well-defined process, even though within the body of the resolution, section B, lines 1 through 3, 7, and 8, section 3 outlines that this is asset to be an integral part of those discussions. So we're working, we're excited about what we've done. We've managed to partner with some great folks that are increasing our capacity. We are ready to move this forward, and we are concerned that the district is not on the same page with us and ready to move in the same way. Thank you so much for your time today. We appreciate all that you are doing as we make this great transition happen for our students. That's it for me.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sierra Allen. Thank you.
Next is Jose De Leon. Wait, sorry, we've lost him now. Demetrio Gonzalez.
Good evening, school board members, Superintendent Duffy, and community. Can you guys hear me? I apologize.
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Demetrio Gonzalez. I'm the president of United Teachers of Richmond. Thank you for giving me this time to do a report. I wanted to briefly talk about the phase 2 of the digital learning plan. This was created in collaboration between UTR, Dr. Guerrero's department, superintendents and cabinet. And it was created with the feedback of about 570 educators. We sent out a survey about a week ago. And that's how we're able to continue to create this phase 2 plan that is supposed to go into effect, as Superintendent Duffy mentioned, on April 13th. But it wasn't just created with the feedback of our local educators. We also looked at best practices from other districts that are in what they were currently implementing. We looked at their MOUs, we looked at their plans, and we took the best parts of them and we put them into ours. We looked at over 40 plans throughout the state. We also looked at the state guidelines. We looked at county guidelines, and that's how we got to this point. Now, like every plan, it looks great in writing. It's going to take some flexibility and understanding, and it's going to take a little bit of leading through empathy, because as the digital plan continues and begins on April 13th, we have to be empathetic that teachers are also going through a lot at home, right? We have single parents that are having to take care of kids, teach their kids at home, and also teach kids through the digital platforms. And we're also learning, right? It's the first time, obviously, we're having to lead in this way. And I just want to make sure that families hear that teachers are really trying. I see my wife every night staying up till really late, trying to give students the best education she can give the following day. I see her talking to families, communicating, and I'm hearing that story happening everywhere. I'm being invited to Zoom meetings and Zoom teachings. I'm being invited to YouTube channels. Teachers are really thinking outside the box to provide kids with the best education they can. And we know that it's not happening everywhere. So we ask for some flexibility and time until we're able to really replicate this plan at all of our schools. And it's going to take a lot for us to continue to do so. So please, let's lead with flexibility, problem solving, and empathy, because we also know that we're going to have to probably change this plan as we get further guidance from the state, and if we have to close long term. I also wanted to thank the community for voting for Measure R, because we know there was a huge lift, and it passed. And like Mr. Gosney talked about, now we have to show them, and we have to show that they voted for something good, and show that we can rebuild a lot of our schools in the next few years. And lastly, I wanted to just end by thanking all of you for giving us the time to come up with these plans. And we hope that as time continues to go on, that we'll continue to provide the flexibility to educators and parents and students through this process. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
Mr. Jose De Leon would be next.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, board member, superintendent, and cabinet. Thank you for the work that you have helped us complete during this difficult time. I also like to thank the principals, the assistant principals, the vice principals, and how they're supporting their site teams They've been organizing through Zoom. They've been organizing through the phone to make sure that students get as much education as possible during this time, and to prepare for the April 13th quarter for high schools in the last trimester for the elementaries. Also, I'd like to thank the partnership that the district has set forth in creating the task force to look at how we're moving forward. Because I think it's really important that we continue the open conversations. The site leaders have a lot of knowledge on how to work their sites, and through the task force, we'll be able to continue working with teachers and site staff to give the students the best education going forward. One thing that I would like to suggest is that we don't say school closures, that we say that the school sites or the buildings will be closed, but education will continue till the end of the year. I think that would be a great message for the students that are hearing that school is over. I think that the message is the building is closed, but education will continue. Also, planning forward for next year. It's been difficult planning with the directions that have been set forth for next year, but we are asking the district to keep an open mind. Site administrators, with the help of teachers and staff, will always have the best interests of the sites. So please make sure keep an open mind when requests come in of how to better support the school going forward. I'd like to thank everybody. Please stay safe and take care of yourselves during this time. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. De Leon.
I believe that concludes the standing report. Do we have others?
Thank you. Thank you for everybody who gave their standing report right now. Up next, we have our discussion items and reports. Item E1, as is being set up right now in the presentation, is the updates on school operations during the COVID-19 closure.
Thank you. I'm going to kick this discussion item off, and most likely this will be an item that would be on probably every board meeting agenda going forward. We'll also have to talk about how it's posted because things change almost every single day, and last Friday feels like months ago. So we'll figure that out together. Tonight, we wanted to give you as much information as we have as district leaders around the school closures. And as Mr. De Leon said, really it's the closure of the physical plant, not the closure of school as we know it and learning. I'm going to share a little bit, and then I'm going to turn it over to different members of my team who are leading the different pieces of the work going forward. So we can go to the next slide. So as I've mentioned before, our district phase 2 learning will launch on April 13th. And as Mr. Gonzalez mentioned and others have mentioned, this is our next phase, our next effort to really get students everything that they need. We know we've asked everybody to do all that they could over these previous 2 weeks, and people have been absolutely amazing. Teachers have been fantastic, and we know it hasn't been consistent through the entire district. And that's what we aim to have starting when we get back, is more consistency. So the governor kind of announced school closures for the rest of the year, basically made that pretty clear today. And that's where we are going to go. We haven't made that announcement to the public. I'm waiting for a decision from our county The districts that really have done that after their county has made that call: Alameda County, Santa Clara County, and I know Contra Costa County, Marin, San Francisco are meeting tomorrow to discuss. But for all extensive purposes, I would be totally surprised if the buildings are not closed for the year. So I know there's folks who are waiting for absolute clarity for us, and you should get that tomorrow, trying to be respectful of our county leadership and all the districts in our county. We are, and this will be talked about a little bit later, looking to open school this Friday as another moment for students to be able to get any last bits of technology, other needed supplies, instruments, things like that. Teachers need some supplies. This won't be a time for a retiring teacher, for example, to go clean out their classroom. That we will have another opportunity for, and we'll figure that out. We just want to make sure for distance learning and an extended closure, students have what they need. We're working with our principals on it, and we'll be working with families, et cetera, to make sure we maintain all of the social distancing and really only people who have an absolute need come through. Let's go to our next slide. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Guerrero, who's going to talk a little bit about distance learning in collaboration with Tracy Logan. The two of them have really taken the lead on this work, obviously in conjunction with teachers and others, but these are the two members of our team who are really in charge of distance learning and how it's happening across our district.
Hi, good evening. I hope you can hear me. Certainly a lot of questions out there, and as time goes by, we get answers. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear what I said earlier or no?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll just pick it up right there. So being able to go forward as far as what has been going on, certainly out there a lot of answers, and I would certainly as a parent be having the same answers. And as we work through different things that come up with different updates from the county and the state, we are building this going forward, knowing that yes, our buildings may be closed, but all of our students need to be able to have some a consistency and continuation in learning. And to that, as was mentioned earlier, we really look forward to having a more structured set of expectations for all, for students, for teachers, for administrators, and also for parents, you know, as they kind of navigate and find a role in this new phase of home learning that we're doing. So as Demetrio, Mr. Gonzalez stated earlier, we really worked in a collaborative fashion to be able to outline this next phase 2. And I have embedded some links in there so that the board and the public, of course, can be able to look through those. Those are public documents that have been shared by the communications department in the updates that we give on a daily basis. The plan and the guidance includes just the roles that we have as far as time that teachers need to be on with students, the length of the lessons, what type of grading can we expect and not expect at this time, certainly acknowledging the fact that some of our students are pending having access. And then for that, we're asking both administrators and teachers to be able to work together and identify those needs. We're hoping that we're able to get the bulk of the resources that are needed for distance learning this Friday. Looking forward to doing that. And of course, being able to look at what is it that we are continuing to expect of our students, right? Not just necessarily busy work, but how can we really make this long distance learning really count? What is our silver lining in this, in the sense that we could really use the guiding questions in planning lessons as, what am I trying to get kids to learn? And then how in this new era of distance learning am I going to measure to see if they indeed have learned this? So certainly a new era for us, but I think an area that we can be able to not only learn from, but be able to thrive as well. In conjunction to that, we're offering online teacher training, and that link includes just it's a one pager of different things that are available throughout the day, throughout this next week, and for the duration of this time frame. Certainly looking at grades 2 through 12 that have one-on-one device access, and with a hybrid of paper packets for preschool all the way to first grade. We do have some schools that have been able to give and assign tablets for first graders as well. So some of our students who are in first grade do have that at home. And of course, in trying to meet the needs of English learners and special education students, certainly be able to provide those lessons in Spanish as much as possible, and have access to digital readers and digital resources for them as well. For special ed, certainly acknowledging the fact that this long distance really puts a limit on just the depth of needs that we're able to address with our special education students, but certainly being able to also use innovative ideas to be able to get the services through. I know that Mr. Berger has made an outreach, and his teachers are being able to contacting schools, and the parents rather, just to see what additional support we can be able to provide during this distance learning, acknowledging the limitations that we have, that we're not able to be able to provide the services that our students in special ed have been accustomed to, where they going to school on a daily basis. I'm not sure if Mr. Berger wants to add anything additional for special ed. We did include the special ed guidance for teachers as part of the expectations that we worked with in order to be able to communicate this to folks already. And I believe Tracy has some updates on different devices, but Nick, do you have anything in addition?
Yeah, I just appreciate it, and I think you said it very well. And this slide describes some of the different ways that we're reaching out and trying to support students with disabilities during this time. So I just wanted to talk through that. In addition to the modifications and accommodations to the traditional distance learning, we are setting up other types of supports for families to be able to reach out to our department when they need support. And our staff has been really working hard to provide training videos, work packets, and a lot of different other ways, because we do understand that not all of our students are going to be able to access the distance learning in the same way. So I just wanted to say that, and thank you, Dr. Guerrero, for including all of this in the master plan.
Thank you, Mr. Berger and Dr. Guerrero.
So good evening, Tracy. I just wanted to clarify a bit about access in terms of technology. I've certainly heard a lot of valid concerns about access to Chromebooks and access to home internet. We know that connectivity is key for distance learning that is digital. So in terms of where we are with Chromebook access, we are currently at 1-to-1 in grades 2 through 12 and 2-to-1 in TK, K, and First, with over half of our elementary schools actually at 1-to-1 in K and First. So As Dr. Guerrero shared, we are certainly encouraging all principals and site leaders to get any and all Chromebooks into the hands of students when we open schools on Friday for students to pick up any remaining distance learning materials. So that means Chromebooks going home with first graders, with kindergartners, as there are enough at the schools to allow for that. Our goal is to get to one-to-one at all grade levels so that all students can access distance learning in the same way. With that said, we're working with the Ed Fund around additional dollars. We're working to ensure that Chromebooks that were used for other programs could be repurposed. We're shuffling Chromebooks around. We're asking families, if you don't need to take a Chromebook home because you have technology already at home that your student could use, please don't check it out, and that Chromebook could be used for another student that needs it. So really appreciate the collective effort that community members, that site leaders, and that partners, community partners are exerting here, and we look forward to getting to one-to-one as quickly as possible. In terms of internet connectivity, we've distributed about 1,500 hotspots to students without home internet, and it's not enough. We have about 506 students on the wait list currently. We are working with families to make sure families know that there are available free internet options for home access, including Comcast Internet Essentials, free Xfinity Wi-Fi, using your phone as a hotspot, various offers, various opportunities that many families will qualify for and not all. So we're pursuing both short and long-term solutions. We've ordered additional hotspots. We're looking for to potentially order more. We're looking into a partnership with Comcast Internet where we could potentially pay for extended internet service for families that qualify. And then we're also looking to advocate at the state level because we're not alone in this. And as Ms. Allen said earlier, the digital divide is real, and we too are concerned about that divide widening through this process. So we're looking at long-term solutions, which potentially could look like turning our schools into hotspots for communities down the road. That is long-term, but in the meantime, we're pounding the pavement to do everything that we can, and really appreciative to all the partnerships out there, and look forward to increasing our access so that all of our students can access distance learning from their homes.
Good evening, this is Louis Freeze. I first want to start by thanking Barbara Jellison and her employees and volunteers that have been working tirelessly to bring in, to produce the food that's been going out to our community. The district has been serving 17,000 meals a day to 9 school sites, as well as our community partners at 8 additional sites. In addition to that, First Student, I want to thank them as well as the community volunteers that have made it possible for us to serve to the community. We're currently working with our unions to make sure that we can stay up with the demand and open additional food preparation sites in the future. We're continuing to maintain appropriate social distancing and preparing distribution of food and handing out, and staying compliant with the most recent mandate on social distancing. We're still exploring home delivery and central distribution options in partnership with our local partners in Buffalo UX office.
Thanks, Louis. One of the other pieces of the puzzle is childcare. And this one is still something that's really under review. And we're continue to wait for direction from the state on exactly what the expectation is. However, in our work with the county right now, the county has surveyed their health workers to determine who needs care. And they've actually seen a very low level of demand for that service right now, because most families, they don't want kids outside or exposed in large groups. So they're finding ways for care. We still have some demand, and Martine Blake is the lead on that, and she's been working on it. So we think it's going to come together at some point where we may open a building or we may partner with somebody for healthcare workers. But right now it's still a work in progress, and the demand hasn't spiked so high where it's become absolutely pressing. But I want to thank Martine and community partners and county partners. Care is, one thing to take care of kids physically, but there's also been a lot of questions about mental health and taking care of kids and families' mental health. So we have private mental health providers, partners that work with us, and we have providers through special education. So they're all reaching out to their clients, to our students and families, and trying to figure out how to provide counseling services during this time and how to best deliver those services. Some is about how to be reimbursed properly, some is how to be compliant, some is how to meet the requirements of the IEP, and how to do all that through video and phone is new. So we know that's happening. There's also a incredible community call that happens weekly with over 90 community-based organizations led by Rise and Martine Blake from our team. So there's a huge effort out in the community to make sure kids are getting what they need. So that's a little bit about the sort of the mental health work that's going on across the district. And I want to say one more thing, because I think the next slide goes to business. I also want to thank Jasmine Jones of the Ed Fund for putting together a fund specifically to support our students and families at this time. We've received some generous donations. I think we will outline who is given to us, but it's been pretty generous so far. I think we've seen over $200,000, $250,000 from private foundations. So that's going to be really powerful for us to be able to help our kids and community. So thanks for everybody looking out for our kids.
Good evening. The communications update for the district during this time. As you know, the information has been coming fast and furiously, and there's a lot of moving parts. So I first of all want to give a quick shout out to not only the communications team, but to the translation team in the district who works late and gets these messages prepared to go out to the community. We've been putting out daily messages and updates to families Monday through Friday, and these messages have been translated into Spanish and have gone out through multiple vehicles, phone notification, emails, text, social media, as well as the district website. The social media outreach has been there for our resources, especially the technology that's needed, food, mental health resources, as well as trying to promote the COVID-19 fund that has been promoted by the Ed Fund. We are using other web conferencing tools such as Zoom and Google Meet to connect with people both internally and externally. Our internal communications, we are reaching out to staff on a regular basis, both from the education services team as well as the superintendent and the communication staff. We are tracking and communicating state and local announcements regarding the latest orders from both the county and the governor, as well as the statements made by other officials such as the state superintendent of public instruction. Next slide.
So as Superintendent Duffy mentioned, there is new information on a daily basis. With that in mind, the district is working with the unions on defining the essential work that must continue and defining the parameters for that work. We are following the guidance provided by the state public health officer in accordance with the executive order issued by Governor Newsom on March 19th. And we are of course following the Contra Costa Health Department order that was issued yesterday. The overarching theme is that whenever possible, employees should be working from home, and we have been facilitating that with as much as possible. Where the nature of the essential work requires employees to come to a district site, we are following strict social distancing and safety precautions and keeping those in place. And then finally, employees that have specific health concerns or have child care issues are being presented with options in coordination with HR and their supervisor. We are also following the Families First Coronavirus Response Act and the additional leaves that are provided under that act. That information can be found on the website, and we will be updating with more detailed information daily. Thank you.
Excuse me, President Hernandez-Jarvis.
Yes, Trustee Pana.
It's about time for the emergency session if we want to do that at 8:30.
Yes, thank you for the reminder. So trustees, I think that we should adjourn this public meeting and pause it so that we can go into the emergency meeting at 8:30 because it's 8:34 now, and then we can come back to it and do public comment and then questions and comments from board members. Does that sound good?
President Hernandez-Jarvis, instead of
Yes,
adjourning,
Trustee Phillips.
do we recess?
Yes, you're right. We recess. We recess and then we open up for the emergency meeting. Thank you for the clarification.
We could, I mean,
So
we set it for 8:30, so, you know, I think it's just a quick, if folks think this item, people are gonna want a lot of discussion on this item, then we should probably come back and finish the item. If folks think we're gonna finish this item shortly, then maybe we just close it so we finish one item. Because I know there's a huge amount of things still waiting on this.
I think that board members wanted to have a chance to talk about with the information that was just presented. So I think that that's important to acknowledge and to do. We do have a lot of other items left to address. So I just want to hear from board members before making the decision to recess our current meeting into the next emergency meeting.
This is Trustee Panis. I have a number of questions and wonderings about the report.
Thank you, Trustee Panis, for sharing that.
I have a question. How much longer would it take to close this particular item?
I think we had one page of presentation, I believe. I couldn't see it, or I didn't know if we were finished.
And Trustee Lara, to clarify, the particular item that you referred to, the item that we are on right now, the updates, or the item on the emergency meeting?
No, the item that we're on right now, the updates.
Mr. Duffy, that was the end of the update, right, of the presentation?
Yeah, I couldn't see if we had one more slide left, but I think based on what I'm hearing, we should probably just go do the one item on the emergency meeting and come back.
And resume. Yeah, I think that we still have more discussion on the updates of the school operations and COVID-19 closure. So board members, I am calling us to recess our current public meeting and opening our emergency board meeting on April 1st, 2020 at 8:37. Okay, for opening procedures, and I'm going to wait until it's on the screen. Okay, so Mr. Duffy and board members, we're going to address one action item that we have in the emergency board meeting, and I just want to declare that we're in a state of emergency, so we're holding this emergency board meeting to address action item B1, resolution number 82-1920 of the West Contra Costa Unified School District designating public works projects as an essential governmental function. And the resolution is being opened and will be presented.
Yeah, I know we're moving fast here. I do believe that board members do need to vote, or we should vote for posterity that the board members state as a group or vote that there is a state of emergency, so that that's on record in order to officially be able to hold this emergency board meeting. There has to be a recognition of an emergency. We believe obviously the COVID-19 situation is an emergency, and there have been emergency procedures put out by the county, which is why we're immediately trying to follow those and pass this one resolution item. So if somebody would be kind enough to just make a motion that they confirm a current, or declare and confirm a current state of emergency. I just want to have that on the record for us.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Duffy, for that clarification.
This is Trustee Phillips. I move that the board declare a state of emergency due to the COVID-19 public health crisis.
Trustee Panis, I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye. Phillips.
Aura, aye.
Panis, aye.
Cuevas, aye.
Hernandez Jarvis, aye.
Okay,
Motion passes unanimously.
Yep, now we can actually go right to the resolution. And I can let Mr. Wold, if he's with us still, give a really brief intro on why this is needed, and then we can go.
Yes, thank you. Can you open the actual resolution? Thank you.
If not, Mr. Wold, I can also ask Mr. Freeze. And if neither are available, I can just share. We have new regulations from the county stating that we must declare what's essential and must declare what's essential work projects. So that's really what this resolution does. And it also serves to name the Obama School project and the Richmond High School project as essential projects, allowing the work on those projects to continue.
That is correct. And without this resolution, we would be ordered to shut down our construction projects until such time as the order is lifted.
Thank you. Before we address any questions from the board or comments, is there public comment for this item? And I will just read while Mr. Watson gathers this information, the public comment script. So if you have joined via computer, you can raise your hand by clicking on the raise your hand feature. If you have joined via phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9. Mr. Walton will call each member of the public who has raised their hand either by name or, for those who have called in, by the last 3 digits of the phone number. Mr. Walton will then unmute the person, and that person may give public comment. At the end, after the time has elapsed, Mr. Walton will remute and move on to the next person.
Okay, President Hernandez-Jarvis, we have a total of 6 hands raised at the moment, but I will remind our attendees that if you do not have a real first and last name, you will not be called. This is for the special meeting item on the emergency resolution. So if you do not want to speak on that item, please lower your hands.
Madam President, can I ask a point of clarification from presentation before we move into public comment? This is Trustee Cueva.
Yes, Trustee Cueva. Yes.
Superintendent, Mr. Freeze, can you clarify that this resolution pertains only to the bond-related construction work for both of these 2 sites?
So this work pertains to the bond-related work for these 2 sites. In addition to that, we have some projects that are closing out that are non-bond projects or underway that are non-bond projects, such as the Fairmont project for the installation of the portables. While some of the projects are mostly done, this would mean we would have to shut down and not be able to finish those projects out and or have inspections done at this time.
And if these sites open up, another point of clarification, will the county safety public health recommendations be adhered to in terms of social distancing and some of the other precautions that we've taken?
Yes, so the contractors are required to post, train, and follow up with their subcontractors on site. In addition to that, the district will be issuing a letter to all the contractors stating what the responsibilities are while during this shelter-in-place order.
And then last thing, what is the consequence of not moving these projects forward if we have a hiatus?
So we would incur the cost of the shutdown, extended overhead. It would be force majeure where the contractor would be forced to shut down, and we would incur all those costs and the delays that would be associated with that. Not to mention the fact that some of these projects would not open on time as we had planned in the fall, such as Richmond High and Michelle Obama Elementary.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the clarification. Thank you for that, Madam Chair.
Can I clarify one more item, and I want to bring Mr. Wold into this. So there is provisions within this resolution that do speak to other employees. So it does cover the construction projects, but it has some implications for other employees, and I'll let Mr. Wold speak to that.
Yes, good evening. As part of the ordinance, we still are deemed an essential service. As we talked about in the previous presentations, it deals with food service and safety and the delivery of distance learning. So several provisions within the ordinance are up in the whereases that ensure that our employees are deemed as essential. On Friday, in addition to noticing all of our contractors to follow the safety protocols and the social distancing protocols, we'll be providing those guidelines to every employee in the district, as well as documentation of them being essential so that when they do need to come into the district office areas or sites, they will have documentation that allow them to do that essential work and fix anything that is focused on health or safety within the guidelines of the ordinance.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wolf. So if that concludes that presentation and explanation, I would like for us to have public comment before we have a further discussion from the board. Could we have the public speaker information?
Yes, we have, at this point, it looks like we have 4 members of the public who wish to speak on this item. The first is Ariel Gold.
Thank you. And we'll have 3 minutes each.
Thank you.
Ms. Gold? Well, the next person will be Yov Patash. Mr. Patash?
Could we have the next speaker?
We'll move on to.
Please, can you hear me, please? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, who is this? Is this Mr. Patash?
This is Mr. Potash. I have been waiting hours to speak. I'm assuming you can hear me now. Yes?
Yes, we can.
Thank God. Okay, first of all, with regard to the digital divide, this wasn't what I was planning to speak on originally, but I have to jump over to this because I'm a college-educated parent, and I obviously have access to Zoom and to a computer. And during your prior call-in period, I was not able to speak because for whatever reason, you could not see my last name. So if someone like me, who, like I said, has access to technology, has a college education, and for whatever reason, my last name wasn't appearing and you're not going to allow me to speak, you really have no hope of reaching people who are truly on the other side of the digital divide. So that's just common sense, and was a very frustrating experience. The issue that I actually wanted to speak on earlier has to do with your response to this whole COVID-19 situation. I recognize you are trying to do distance learning and have all the schools work hard on that. There is no substitute for real schooling in the school. And it is my strong belief that your energy should really be focused on what is going to happen this summer. And to use that time and to be making plans now for children to be in school in the summer to make up for the lost time. Probably a lot of you are familiar with the term summer learning loss. That happens every summer where students backslide. And what you are going to have, and what the whole school district and all of us parents are going to have, is COVID learning loss as a result of this situation. The Zoom meetings that are happening now and the distance learning, it does not cut it. It's not real education. It's a Band-Aid on a gaping wound. And you can work really, really hard on it. But I think in the end, it's spinning your wheels compared to looking at the time available. And summer is the prime time available to make up for the lost time. And I'm a little bit surprised to hear so little being discussed in this entire meeting about summer and reallocating resources towards summer and making the plans to have teachers be able to teach and schools to be open in the summer.
Thank you for your comment.
The next speaker is Jennifer Hudson. Ms. Hudson? Okay, then
Hi, I'm here. Sorry. I have a couple of questions. I'm an aide for the district. I've been an aide for 5 years, and I wanted to know when are we going to find out if we're going to be working during this time, or if we're going to get paid or not, or if we should file for unemployment? I'm a permanent employee, so I'm just a little bit confused on what I'm supposed to be doing. Hello? Hello?
Hi, we're not allowed to respond to your public comment legally, but we will make sure we get you the right information.
Will I get an email from the union or from the district, or at least tell me that much?
We will make sure you're contacted. We've worked to contact every employee so far so they know what's happening. We'll make sure you get information from us.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much.
The next speaker is Dr. Julia Schalsky.
Ugh.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I want to elaborate on the thoughtful comment the other person has made about maybe using summer. I think that's a great idea to catch students up on learning. I think we've heard a lot today about the commitment to making sure students actually do the learning that's needed to succeed and not fall back too much for next year. We've also heard about the racial and other disparities that are cemented by a lack of learning, as exemplified by the lack of learning that's happening every year during summer break, and the achievement gap that has been measured in several studies. So I think that's an excellent idea that requires consideration, because the situation so far is that students don't learn much, as I've said before in my 1 minute kind of hurried comments. And in my case, I have 2 children in elementary school who haven't received any significant remote instruction. And it's not because the teachers don't know how to do it or they're not trained. They know the technology. One teacher had a full plan worked out on the first day of this crisis, and I was very excited. And then this horrible message came from the superintendent saying that it's all optional and nothing is mandatory. And with that, she wrote an email to all the kids saying it's not mandatory and I will stop doing any of what I suggested and I'll just see you whenever, right? And nothing happened. There's no responsiveness by email. Some teachers, have been pointed out, do a good job, but they do it out of the kindness of their own heart. How can we tolerate that we pay with a $50 million deficit in the school district? We pay full salaries for people and we let them choose if they want to lift their finger this morning or not. That is absolutely beyond me, and I hold you all accountable for letting this happen on your watch. I don't know what the deal is with the union, but no union can ask for paid vacation for people if nobody's supposed to do anything. And these are very educated people. These are teachers. They can figure this out. They don't from the top painstakingly implement it. They know their class, they know what's needed, but they need some strong guidance saying that they all actually have to go to work and do something during the day. And in my case, I've seen 2 teachers in my school alone, and the principal supporting this behavior, that actually they're totally aware of the technology, they've used it successfully, but they don't want to because it's not mandatory and because the superintendent has told them that there is no obligation to teach at this time. And this message has also been conveyed to the children, which is horrible on another level, because I invite you to try telling your kids while you're working from home that they should do a worksheet. And the teachers have told them everything is not mandatory and they can just drop it if they want to. So I really think there's extremely poor leadership in this measure.
Dr. Schalsky, your time has expired. Can you complete your comments?
That was my last comment. It's poor leadership. It has to change, and it has to change now.
The next public comment is Mitzi Perez-Caro.
Hello. I just want to follow up on that comment really quickly. That's not my plan for my original public comment, but I wanted to remind people that this issue is happening worldwide. It's not just here, it's not just in California, it's not just in the US. And I do realize that the 3 weeks that students did not receive mandatory instruction is not equitable for all students, especially because not all students have tablets. So we want to get there first, and I'm not speaking for the district. I am a teacher at Kennedy, but I just want to remind folks of that. And I do also want to ask the district what the plan for all tech is. So I am a technology teacher, and I want to know if programs like Adobe or other services can be available and downloadable to these tablets that have been issued. I want to also ask that those students who have not yet received tablets, what is the plan to actually implement and make sure that each of those students get those one-on-one services? And what are we going to do about the hotspot, since not every student has a hotspot available at home or Wi-Fi at home? There are some services like Comcast, yeah, they're providing these free services, but families might have outstanding debt with them, which means that they're not available to them. So what can the district do to provide that for them? Thank you.
The next speaker on this item is Maxine DiMolanta.
Hello, hi. Thank you, all for allowing me to speak. I wanted to build off of that comment. I do agree, this is something that's happening worldwide, and while the 3 weeks of, non-mandatory education, like Mitzi said, is happening and it's unequitable, a lot of people are taking that into consideration, including the UC system. As many of you, I'm sure, have seen, they have gotten rid of the SAT and minimum grade requirement for the applications for the coming next 2 years. So I think, while you all are doing, what you can in this unprecedented situation, it is something to consider that, like you said, it's all happening worldwide. And, as long as we are trying our best to serve our students, that's all we can do. I also think that, summer vacation, and while having, school during summer vacation may be helpful, it also might be tough for a lot of, especially high school students or students who have to work during the summer, to either help their families and kind of bring in income to pay rent or for bills, but also saving for college and trying to figure out their next steps. This is a time of real stress, and mental health, I think, like the district is trying to do, is very important to stress and to take into consideration mental health of not only the students, but also the teachers and the educators that are doing their best. Thank you very much.
That concludes the public comment on this item.
Okay, so let's try to come back to this resolution that's on the table, because I think there's a lot of energy to talk about what we're doing right now, which is the agenda item that we left.
Okay, where are we now?
I have a questions.
Yeah. Do we still have President Hernandez Jarvis on with us? She said she sent me a note. She was accidentally muted, so let's try to get her back. But why don't Miss Laura, if you want to just
There.
Okay.
I'm unmuted now. Thank you. Okay. Thank you to all the members of the public who participated and shared their comments with us right now. Now, if we can have questions or comments from the board, and please make sure that you state your name as you begin your comment. And we're going to go into order with Trustee Phillips, Trustee Panas, Trustee Cuevas, and Trustee Lara, and then myself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Quick question, are all of our projects, construction projects, included on this list?
No, not all projects are included on the list.
Which projects are not included?
There are some small maintenance projects that we were looking to release, some of the paving projects that we were trying to get accomplished over the break, but they were deemed essential, so we removed those for now.
You said they were not deemed essential?
No, they were not.
So excluding those smaller projects, everything is on the list?
Yes.
Okay. I've gotten some calls and emails from different folks who work in the district, and they've asked questions about being sent back to work. We're all talking about the teachers right now, and I think that conversation will resume when we go back to the meeting that we've recessed from. But I want to talk right now for a moment about our security personnel and the janitors, our custodians as well. What are the plans around them? Because I've heard things anecdotally and I've gotten calls from employees. And before I talk about any of that, I just want to get the take of the staff.
Sure, I can say a couple of words about that, and both Marcy and Tony have been working on that as well. So we're trying to get to a new set of memorandums of understanding with all 4 union groups about what work in this new environment looks like, and who we need to come in to work to do certain essential functions, such as running payroll, helping us process bills, those types of things, so they don't stack up on us. And we've been in negotiations, and also things continue to change from the state level. So we are working around our custodians and when would we be able to get them back in, so that we knew schools are at least clean for when we open, but now schools may not be opening. So we haven't finalized anything with the Teamsters around work. We are at this point still in a complete voluntary mode until we sign an agreement, which we're hoping to do soon, about who would come in when. And I'll turn it over to Tony and Marcy, who've been in a lot of those conversations, working through that. So it's both a general expectation, but it's also, that we have lots of different classifications of people. So we're working through those individually as well.
So this is Tony Wold. We are indeed working directly with the Teamsters. We had worked on back to work plans based on a restarting of May 3rd. We will now be adjusting those plans based upon the fact that we may not be opening school till next school year, which may change some of the days that we need custodial. We know that we need custodial to support food services and to ensure that we maintain clean and safe environments where we are bringing in folks from payroll and places like that. We had planned a training for our security officers Friday. We've adjusted that based on the new ordinance, and we're revisiting, and we're going to form, as Mr. De Leon spoke, we've been forming multiple task forces, which include our employee groups, the unions, and our management, to go through and define what are the critical and essential work pieces that must be done. And then if the work cannot be done from home and it must be an employee coming in, how can we ensure their safety? So we are indeed working with them. We anticipate that we will have all of these finalized at the end of spring break, and those critical functions will be operational beginning the 13th of April, with a very limited number of people that do have to come in periodically to address critical infrastructure and critical health and safety issues to ensure that we meet the required services from all of the ordinances and shelters in place. But we're working very collaboratively with the unions, and I want to thank all 4 unions. They've been extremely open and communicative and cooperative in defining how we will support all of the needs of our students to ensure that we're moving forward.
How did the school resource officers fit into security?
So the big piece there was we were utilizing them to support when we were going to have staff on sites to make sure that social distancing was focused in on. Also, we don't have anybody at sites to be able to monitor. Do we have any vandalism? Do we have break-ins? Do we have other issues that could create safety issues? So we were looking at using them for some of that role. We're revisiting what the critical needs are depending on how much a site may be utilized. And so that's why we're going to be doing a task force with the security officers to determine what is the final need and how they can support that.
Well, the question that I just asked was about not CSOs, campus security officers, the school resource officers, the police departments that we are contracting with.
So they currently are not, they've been reassigned to their own patrols.
Are we still paying for that?
Yes.
Yeah, at this point, we need to have a conversation with the cities about that service. We have not had it yet.
And I think that's a whole separate discussion, but it goes to all of the contracts we have in place and who we still pay and who we don't pay. That is a huge piece of work right now that our business services and purchasing team has to do, and what contracts we honor and what we don't. So we haven't had a lot of conversation with the police at this point. We know there are a lot of police at home. They've kept a lot of folks at home right now. So we have not been in any real discussion with them about expectations at the present moment. I think you're muted. I think you're muted, Mr. Phillips. I think you're muted, Mr. Phillips.
But our district is broke. And if we are paying out on contracts right now for services that we are not receiving, I would hope that staff would see to that quickly, because we don't have money to pay for services that we're not getting. And that doesn't, that's not specific to the police department. That's anything. That's an after-school program, and we don't have after-school anymore. I know I might sound like Scrooge right now, but we just don't have the money to pay out for services that are not actually being used.
Correct. This is Dr. Wold again. We are indeed analyzing those. Several of those services are mandated that we continue paying. For example, the after-school program is still fully funded by the state, and they gave us direction on how to address it. Other contracts, I sent a letter today regarding one contract that, working with legal counsel, that we are not going to pay. And we're analyzing each and all of our services based on guidelines from both the state and federal government on what we can or cannot pay. For example, in the ordinances, the home to school transportation contract is mandated that we continue to pay that contract. They're in the stipulations of school funding continuing, but First Student has been doing deliveries for our nutrition services program because we still have them under contract, and they're providing additional and other services for us. And so we are analyzing each of the contracts as you're requesting, and those that are not providing a service and are not mandated, we are discontinuing payments to them. And so we are making those analyses based on what has been required by law. And those that are shades of gray, I'm personally analyzing and working with cabinet to make the right determination. So we are indeed doing what you're asking.
Thank you. That concludes my comments.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. And thank you, Dr. Wold and Mr. Duffy. Trustee Panas?
Thank you. A couple questions just about the project list. So I'm just wondering what the time frame of this is, because there's things that will be happening later on in this year, perhaps work at the Mandarin School at the Adams site, perhaps work at Pinole Valley High, or I don't know if all the work at Fairmont is actually included in that list or not. So I guess my real question here is, like, what's the time frame that we're passing this resolution to cover?
The current time frame would cover the period of time that the ordinance is in effect, and I believe that's to May 4th at this time.
Okay, fine. That's my only question. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Panas. Trustee Cuevas?
I'm going to support this resolution only because I think for the public, I hope they understand that this is unprecedented moment we are in. We are both experiencing an existential threat to life, and at the same time trying to hold on to everything that is normal, that we've built around that life. And so we've got to walk that fine line. And even the question about, well, who can come back, who couldn't, I just want to make sure one thing. We're ensuring safety as a priority when we absolutely have to, unless it's an essential service. And even then, that essential service list is being pared down, but also we're held by certain rules around how we can dictate. It sounds like, just by what you said, Mr. Wold, that depends on what the service is and whether it's been deemed by the state as an essential service, as well as how does that relate to essential function for the district under a pandemic, right? So I just want to make sure that we know we don't intend purposefully to put anybody's life in danger in any capacity. And I want that guarantee from our staff publicly, because I do believe that that's where you're operating from. But I want you to let the public know that. They also know that there's a whole set of folks during this pandemic who I'm sure would like to stay home right now as well, and they can't. Truck drivers, people working in the field for food, nurses and doctors, they can't stay home. So we know that there's a set of folks that have been deemed essential. We are trying to figure that out for our district in this pandemic. And that's why I'm okay with this list. I would ask Mr. Freeze to make sure to monitor it daily, that it's only the things that are truly related to having to get done in an essential capacity, or it doesn't happen. But I hope folks understand that it's not business as usual. It's not assumptions as usual. Oh, well, of course, common sense, go to work, do this, do that. I'd like folks to take a step back and realize, if you've ever experienced anything like this, let me know. Because as far as I know, in my lifetime, and unless you were probably around in 1918, when life was quite different for normal, I don't think anybody has. So I hope that we find that balance and that folks give each other grace to do that. And remember, the biggest priority is human life for me. I would prefer for all of us to stay home right now. But sustaining human life in some capacity also means people have to go out and make sure our grocery stores are open, that our food services areas where we're packing lunches for kids every day is clean. It doesn't mean we'll have every cafeteria open. It means we're making choices about what's essential and what's not. So I just want to ask the public to please state your opinion, give us what you're thinking, but please know in this capacity, in this moment, I don't know anybody. And if they are, trust me, I would tell you, this is my sense of them, who's on this dais, who's in this staff right now, saying, let's just take a big break and vacation, and let's put people's lives in danger. If you haven't figured out that this is like the most serious thing facing us right now, then I would ask you to wonder, why is it so hard to be at home? Why is everybody at home right now? And people have opinions that, I shouldn't have to, I should make the choice not to. Well, this is where our social contract comes in. We're making choices that we think is good to preserve life. So I will be supporting this, and I ask the staff to please state your intention about that fine balance, and for people to really look and assume good intention around there are other rules related to this. Yes, why would we be paying police? You all know I don't want to pay police unless we need them. Anyway, I don't even know sometimes if we do. But I do know in an emergency, those police are still serving a function for the communities around our schools, even if they're not specifically stepping foot on our campuses right now. So we, I think, need to figure out in that King Solomon capacity, where's that balance? And I just hope that we keep that in mind as we work through this together. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Cuevas, for your comments. Trustee Lara?
Yes, I too, I'm going to support this resolution. And thank you, Trustee Cuevas. You said a lot of things that I had written down. This is not business as usual. we really have one major thing we need to all be thinking about, and that's to stop the spread of this virus. And we're in a life and death situation. So it's not this district business as usual. But at the same time, like, you know, things do have to move. And my understanding about construction is that they're allowing construction on hospitals, housing, and you know, schools need to be right there too, because those are about our children as well as our families, and then the those that are ill. So we need this. We need this to move forward, and that's uppermost in everybody's mind. We don't want to continue this. You know, we want to stop the spread of this, and we do not want to put our employees or anyone at risk for losing, you know, to getting a virus. So things.
Trustee Lara, I couldn't tell if you completed your comment or if it cut off.
That's some of the things I'm hearing. Here we are in this pandemic, and I'm hearing some things that sound just like before, and it puzzles me. So I'm going to support this, and again, I agree. We need to make sure we make a commitment about the protection of employees and the contract people that we're doing business with as well. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Lara. I agree with what has been shared by some of my colleagues on the board. I think that based on the executive summary of the new shelter order issued yesterday by Contra Costa Health Services, I think it's clear that the construction of schools that are necessary, you know, for the next school year that we want to plan ahead to be ready to operate on the timeline that they're needed, like we are going to have to make choices and say, you know, decide which are the fully essential projects. And I think that for me personally, I would like to make sure that the board is receiving updates about how things are going, so that we're knowing that we're not putting anybody's health in danger, but we are, you know, proactive about staying updated about what's going on with the projects, as well as making sure that the people who are going to be working at these construction sites have their personal protective equipment needed for their duties. And I think my question, or I guess clarification on this was, what is the communication around that in regards to construction projects? How is the personal safety of the workers that will be at the sites going to be monitored and ensured? Is there an understanding of that as of now?
Yes, and the responsibility is both on the district and on the contractor to ensure that employee safety is held at the highest standard. So there will be daily checks by the contractor to make sure they are following the order and the distance.
Thank you. So in a sense, I just want to clarify, you know, what you're saying is that there will be communication between the employer and then the district staff in charge of this?
Absolutely.
Daily check-ins? Okay, thank you for that. So unless any other board members have another comment, I think we're ready to vote.
Excuse me, President Hernandez Jarvis, our student board member, Dawit Vasquez Samala is here and wants to speak.
Great, thank you. Welcome, Student Representative Trustee Vasquez Samala.
Give him one moment. He is, we're trying to allow him to speak.
For sure, thank you.
You're still muted.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello, I just like to say thank you guys for everything you've done. This is a new challenge, and I think you guys are doing a great job of it. So thank you guys for taking this head on. One question that I had right now was, so with the 50 million deficit, how is this affecting us? And like, or with like the pink slips, and like how much money that we thought we would have now if this didn't happen. Where are we exactly with the money and all that? If that makes sense.
So I'll respond real quick. This is Dr. Wold again. I'll be talking about it a little in the second interim. The state is funding our operations right now. So there are some new expenses, but at this point, those expenses are being covered by Senate Bill 117. It's not extending our deficit as of today there. So we're continuing to focus on that outside of these actions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Walden. Thank you, Student Trustee Dr. Sumala. Did you have any further comments?
I'd like to move Resolution 82-1920, the West Contra Costa Unified School District designating public works rep projects as essential government function.
Second. Laura.
Resolution moved by Trustee Pana, seconded by Trustee Lara. Can we do a voice vote, please?
Cuevas, yes.
All in favor?
Yes. Cuevas, yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Laura, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes. Resolution number 82-1920 of the West Contra Costa Unified School District designating public works projects as an essential government function passes unanimously.
Thank you, everybody. And we will make sure safety is the absolute top priority. And I just want to make that clear. We're not going to put anybody in harm's way. So thank you very much. Turn to the previous agenda and agenda item.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy, and thank you, board, and our student trustee as well. Now we are adjourning our emergency board meeting at 9:24, and we are resuming our regularly scheduled board meeting. And I believe we had just finished the presentation. For discussion item E1, updates on school operations during the COVID-19 closure. Do we have public comment?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Do you want me to read the script again to remind folks how to engage?
Yes, please.
Okay. So if you have joined via computer, you can raise your hand by clicking on the raise your hand feature. If you have joined via phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9. Mr. Walton will call each member of the public who has raised their hand either by name or, for those who have called in, by the last 3 digits of their phone number. Mr. Walton will then unmute the person, and that person may give public comment. After the time has elapsed, Mr. Walton will remute and move on to the next person.
We have 2 public comments at this moment. First is Roxanne Garza.
Thank you. And we get 3 minutes for those 2 speakers.
Ms. Garza.
Hi, this is Roxanne Carrillo Garza. Good evening, board members, superintendent, and community. The only comment that I had was related to the distance learning plan and guidance that Demetrio Gonzalez spoke of. And I had a question about how you can build in a feedback loop from students and families on that plan. So I understood sort of how the plan was going to be constructed and the thought put into that. But how can students and families actually provide feedback on the plans for providing continued education? And in support of ASAT's report tonight, can we have, is there a way to create some metrics around ensuring that equity gaps for students who currently experience equity gaps won't widen further? And then how can existing engagement structures like the advisory committees and SSEs be leveraged as communication networks and thought partners to the school and district leaders. So, I think in addition to having plans how to create, very clear feedback loops and how to present metrics to families so that they better understand kind of how the district is dealing with reducing inequities. And that completes my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. The next
Thank
speaker,
you.
sorry, is Will McGee.
Thank you, board. Good evening to the board and staff and the community. Just wanting to give a few shout outs and appreciation for the discussion on the distance learning. When we had to open the sites, I think it was last week, it was very, very great to see the number of people that came. Thank you to maintenance and operations. Pedro came and opened our site. He was very helpful. Technology, Tracy Logan, Mark Terrell were able to deliver some chargers we needed that went out to our families. The EDs have been very helpful, Ann and Julio, Ruben with scheduling, and HR as a whole, speaking with Sylvia and Sarah during this process has been helpful. So our staff and faculty in the community-based organizations at Dejan, we held a virtual staff meeting, and I'm proud to say that we had over 40 people participate in it. And so one of the things that has happened is that we are trying to get the distance learning going. Teachers currently are doing lessons. Our teachers are actually contacting families, getting email addresses. And so we're doing personal phone calls and then also noting whose number might be disconnected. And then also people have been volunteering to serve meals. So hats off to Barbara and the food services staff and all the volunteers that have been happening. And just another shout out about the hotspots and tablets. We're still in need of a few. And so Mark Terrell is bringing us some, but that is something that I would implore you guys to really look at is how we can continue that influx of tablets and chargers coming in, especially at this time as we're trying to reach out to the families. And then I'll conclude my comments with, thank you for the love that we're receiving from the families. And they've contacted me to tell me how appreciative they are of our staff doing the work they're doing right now while caring for themselves. And then also our staff in our meeting did say that they were thankful that they did not have to report to the sites because they themselves are concerned, just as I am and as some of the trustees have mentioned, just about being out right now, being around other people while we are trying to curtail this. So I do appreciate your time and I appreciate what you guys are doing, and best of luck and health to everybody. Thank you, guys.
The next speaker is Lupe Inlatna.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, board. Okay, well, I'm back on. I think a concern about distant learning will be, how would it be conducted? How will we present the information to parents? How there needs to be a baseline on how parents will be contacted and how teachers will need to be flexible and use as many as the different ways as text, email, phone calls. How will the district ensure that the plan is being followed? We have to really have a game plan and make sure that parents are involved in the process of what our role is and how to support our children. We cannot afford our children get behind or even fall more because of the lack of communication. Just like the teachers have received a detailed plan, we need one for our parents. What are our rights during this time? What can we expect? And having a plan based on the big district recommended one, but site-based, so then we can use to evaluate and also to hold our schools accountable for. We can use this time to really put our engagement to the test and best practices. But let's not let this be the time that we see some schools will fully support and engage the process and others are left behind, because this failing is not going to be on the parents for you guys to use as an excuse, but on the leadership and its processes. So we have to be really thoughtful of the way that we're setting up these processes. You know, how are we going to use the data received from the different schools? You know, what's working, what's not working. And I think that you know, when we have a baseline of what is to be expected, I think then we can move forward with it. You guys are really going to be having to be involved and overseeing that our schools are not left even more behind. At this point, you know, we really have to involve the parents. Like I keep saying, you know, my part is for you guys to recognize that parent involvement is going to be really essential, because in order for me to, my son to get on the tablet, he's going to have to depend on me being able to, you know, support him on that. And if I don't know what I'm supporting, then there's going to be no way that this is going to be successful. So I think just really having a baseline and, you know, something that we as parents know on what to expect and the communication that's going to be happening back and forth, like we can't lack that. I think, you know, we are at a new place where we're experimenting, and I really appreciate all the work that UTR is doing, that the district is doing, but let's communicate. You know, at the end of the day, this is going to be that team effort I'm always pushing for, and let's get it done, because we're in a good place right now where, you know, it's gonna show, and it's gonna either fail and we're gonna see it next school year, or we're gonna, you know, rise to the occasion and get it done, and, you know, be in a better place for, you know, next year to come. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Shakira Reynolds.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. I would like to raise the needs of students with IEPs and in special education during this time. We did receive, some of us, the prior written notice from Mr. Berger, and I know it was published on the website, but I feel strongly that it should have been emailed to the special education families in the district. Also, I myself have a student who's in the preschool program. In 2 weeks, we didn't receive a packet. We have no technology, none of the above. And so I just want to really raise I won't say sound the alarm, it's very early in this process, but really raise the needs of special education students and make sure that they're at the forefront, and really just wondering how, obviously new things have to be invented in terms of the way that we provide services, but wanting to know about occupational therapy, speech therapy, things that parents, a packet or distance learning, a tablet is not really going to teach parents to provide for their students. And since school is most likely going to be closed for the rest of the school year, the school buildings, then I'm anxious about just how those services are going to be provided and how we're making sure that parents are clear about that, especially parents who don't speak English, that, you know, participating in Zoom and lots of other things are much harder for children that are TK and preschool age, children who have special needs. And I just want to make sure that all of those families are getting what they need. And I'm really anxious about what the plan is going to be and receiving more timely information. One of my sons has a great teacher and she's been wonderful. I hear from her daily, but I want the continuity as much as possible. And so perhaps that should be handled at the district level so that all special needs families are getting as much as they can in the midst of all of this. And I too would like to say thank you for the things that have been done so far, and for speaking for myself and what I have gotten from my son's second grade teacher. She has been amazing through this process. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Alicia Carmona, followed by Carlos Lemos and Cindy Gergis, and that will end our public comment on this item. So if we can have Alicia Carmona.
Okay, hello everybody. So pretty much I'm listening to all the conversations, all the comments that families are making and the concerns about the kids not getting, you know, like academic work through the distance learner. And I just wanted, you know, like the district to kind of transmit a message through the families that you guys are doing an amazing job working and like giving us information about what's going on. but people not really realizing that COVID-19 is an epidemic that is affecting the whole world around. And we don't want the same thing that happened like in Italy and Spain, where people's been locked down for like months in their houses. So I think as a parent, our job is to educate and support the district. And we can educate our kids not only through like packages, through technology. I mean, we can have our kids helping us like to cook, to clean the house, especially teaching the kids manners, because, you know, not everything is about learning academics, but I just feel like our families in our district are being forgetting about how to teach their kids manner and respect. And those are things that kids doesn't need to be learning from a teacher. They can be learning from pretty much their families. And this is like a really time for us to come together as a community and to support each of us and support the teachers, because we were not ready to receive this thing. We were not ready to teach from home. We were not ready to be teachers. Like me, I'm learning to teach my 5th grade daughter. But then there's so many things that we can do in our house. And pretty much I just wanted to say thank you to the WCC and this, Mr. Duffy, because pretty much the messages that you're giving us and the information, and I know that you guys on your side are working really hard, but I just want, you know, messages for the families to understand that we were not ready for this, you guys were not ready for this, and we just need to learn how to teach our kids at home, which whatever things we have. So this pretty much ends my message.
Thank
Okay.
you.
And then the next speaker is Carlos Limas.
Hi, everybody. I know it's late. I'll get straight to the point. First off, echoing everyone's gratitude for everyone working during this pandemic, and echoing everyone's questions and concerns during this time. And really, I just wanted to also uplift the community that came together to expand the lunch sites pickups, and saying that, you know, that's a perfect example of when the district and the community work together towards the same causes. And so that being said, Healthy Richmond is here to help with anything you need, whether it's getting the word out and resources out to people. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Okay, cool. And then also thinking how to, because we know we're also working on other advocacy such as rent, housing, healthcare, the undocumented population, things like that. So we also are putting together resources that are accessible and understandable. And so we have ideas about, you know, if people are going to the pickup sites for lunch, that can be a one pickup site destination for resources and things like that. And so we are also putting together meetings and working with a lot of parent leaders to not only provide information and resources as much as we can to help them during this time, but also continuing a lot of the work, whether it be about the budget cuts or LCAP. A lot of parents are still interested, especially now, and how all that has changed. And so, you know, just saying that we need a high level of transparency with a lot of these things, and a basic, I'm not saying that there isn't, but, you know, you know, in the next few weeks, we're going to need more and more. And so Healthy Richmond is here to help get the word out. And so just, you know, give us a call or email and whatnot. I think y'all have our contacts. So yeah, have a good night, everyone. Leave it there. Yield my time.
Thank you. And our final public comment is Cindy Gergis.
Good evening, Superintendent Duffy and board members. Cindy Gergis with Public Advocates. We understand that the district is flooded with unanticipated responsibilities and is doing its best to support the community in these uncertain times. However, as the district and school leaders move forward, it remains critical that the district exercises effective local control in consultation with community. Additionally, we would like to know what plan development will look like to ensure that equity gaps for students don't widen further. And along the same lines, we'd like to know how the district will be ensuring that English learners are progressing with their English language proficiency and have equal access to the curriculum during this time. And lastly, for those students who are not currently able to participate in online learning, how is the district planning to deliver comparable educational content to them pursuant to the CDE guidelines? Thank you.
And that
Thank you.
concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Walton, and thank you to all the members of the public who spoke on this item. Board members, we're going to begin with Trustee Phillips. If you have any questions or comments.
I do want to start with some comments. Several of you, meaning board members and members of the public, have talked about how we are in new times, uncharted times, different times, and it's not going to be business as usual. In line with it not being business as usual, we are allowed, and staff in particular, but we are allowed to briefly respond to public comments. It's not accurate that legally we cannot respond. I think that this is one of those times where we don't do business as usual. We have a lot of parents, a lot of guardians, a lot of community members who are out there, and they're asking questions. And for every question that one person has asked, I'm sure there's 50 other folks with the exact same question. So my request, I have my own questions, but my request is that we do staff, Mr. Duffy or whoever the appropriate staff member is, actually spend some time answering these folks' questions, because this is where they come to get their information, and rightfully so. There's only so much that can be communicated during in an email. Now that said, I understand that we may not have all of the answers. And I definitely don't want us to pretend that we do or to make anything up. But the things that we do know, I think that the people deserve responses to their questions.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. Mr. Duffy, did you want to follow up on that?
I think we're trying to answer everybody's questions as fast as we can and trying to be respectful of board agenda and Brown Act, and certainly not trying to be evasive in any way. We can give the right information, we absolutely will. This is a situation causing a lot of anxiety and need for incredible communication constantly. So I'm open to figuring out any additional way to get folks the information they need. I mean, you can't see me, but I have my notebook here and taking copious notes on what each person says, as we do during the regular board meetings, and who's spoken and what their question is and who do we need to route them to and which staff member they need to speak to. So we're hoping to capture all of those questions and get answers out to people as best we can.
I just want to read something very briefly. This is from the California League of Cities, and it's a primer on the Brown Act. And it reads, quote, "While the Brown Act does not allow discussion or action on items not on the agenda, it does allow members of the legislative body or its staff to briefly respond to comments or questions from members of the public, provide a reference to staff or other resources, factual information, or direct staff to place the issue on a future agenda." So again, I understand what we do regularly, but this again is not regular. And it is very clear that the Brown Act does allow brief responses to things that come up in public comment. I can't, reach through the phone or the internet and make anybody say anything. But to the extent that the answers are there, I think that they should be responded to. That said, there are a few things about this agenda item in particular that I wanted to bring up that were of interest to myself and others as well. I do agree that we should move to a pass or fail for grades this semester. I think it is unfair in multiple ways for staff and for students for us to try to figure out traditional letter grades in this environment. I would like to know, as we move to this new space for online learning, what we're doing to help our youth who are on the fence. And what I mean by that is we have a segment of children who are not necessarily doing well in the regular academic environment, where they may have had much more structure. So for the child who does not have the structure now in this new setting, who may have great difficulty getting work done or even getting the work for that matter, how are we going to serve or help the child who, again, was struggling in the traditional space where he or she had more structure, and that structure may not be there right now. I want to also ask a question about tutors. I know that we are talking about bringing our teachers back and moving to this second phase of digital learning. But a parent brought it up, and I know I was reached out to by one of our tutors, Ms. Tarvett. There are some folks who are interested in providing tutoring services in this new virtual world, and is that possible, and how do we actually do it? That still leaves questions around graduation credits and whatnot that other people have brought up during this conversation. And then finally, in the agenda packet, there were talk about assessments and how do we do assessments in this environment as well. One of the local businesses that we have is Let's Go Learn. It's something that you've all heard me talk about over a period of time. This is something that they do. They are a local outfit, and I really think that it's time for us to bring them in and to work with them. I don't think that we have to have a wasted second half of the year. I know people are talking about the summer. Me personally, I would be surprised if we have summer school, or at least a version of summer school that we all recognize. I think that, honestly, we're going to be at home, hunker down for quite some time. And so I think we really need to, figure this out. And I think Let's Go Learn could be a great partner. The last thing that I want to talk about is something that I've been talking about for over a year now, and that is online school. I think that we are at a very new place right now, and I think that the world is in a new place, frankly. And I think what's going to happen is that there's this race that's about to start, and there are districts all around who are going to be running in this race. I know that there's some work that has been done to kind of begin to move us in this direction, so we're not starting at jump. But there is this race, and I think the school district that runs this race and figures out how to do online digital learning right and first, or close to first anyway, I think that district is going to see an influx of students, not just from its own area, but from other areas as well, because parents want their kids to be learning in this environment. And I think that that's the balance that we have to figure out. We want to keep everyone safe. We want to honor everyone. And at the same time, the essential service of learning is one that has to continue. So figuring out how to do it in this space is an important one. One of the things that came up around online learning, and I know several people have said it, is what do we do around these hotspots and lack of connectivity for some families. I had a conversation yesterday with a friend of mine. His name's Ken Maxey. He is in government relations for Comcast. I know Ms. Logan was talking about some of this a little earlier. It's true that they have this program where you're able to get 2 months free. And then after that, it's $9.95. But what he was saying was that there are actually school districts who are essentially footing the bill for some families to be able to have connectivity throughout the rest of the year. So Comcast is essentially offering for $10 a month throughout the rest of the year this service, and allowing school districts to actually purchase this service. So it would essentially be like buying a hotspot for $10 a month for as many students as you wanted to, but they would have the service in their home. I talked to him yesterday. He said he said that he communicated with Ms. Logan as well. So I think that there are some options. Those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. Trustee Pana?
So I'd like to thank the staff for the presentation. They've put together a lot of different documents. It was very interesting to read them. It's so appropriate that we had item B11 today, which was Public Schools Month, because I really think schools are going to be more important to their communities than ever during this time. And as long as we're in this state, and I'm not really clear on how long we're going to be in this state, we have to be kind of reimagining what the service is that we're delivering, and not think so much about the place where we're used to deliver it. But I just think we need to have really powerful leadership and innovative leadership, you know, from school leaders and everybody in the district office. And I know that everyone's working to get there right now. I had a couple questions about the distance learning instructional plan and expectations phase 2. Mr. Duffy, are those for you or are they for somebody else?
Why don't you ask them and we can see if
Okay. I was
they-
literally trying to look at the minutes in the elementary to second grade instruction section, and how many minutes the kids were going to be learning each day under the phase 2 plan. And I didn't understand how when I look at the top, in the middle of page 3 of the plan, it says total instructional time is 3 hours and 30 minutes daily for 2nd to 6th graders. Is that the student instructional time, or is that how much time that our teachers are expected to be working with students during the day? Because
I
can answer them.
Yeah, Miss.
Can you hear that?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
So the total time that you see there, and you're referring to the 5 hours, 30 minutes, Mr. Panas?
Oh, I'm actually referring not so much to the 5 hours, I'm referring to the 3 hours and 30 minutes. And when I add up all the time on the next page that students are literally expected to be doing something, I only get a little bit over 1 hour a day when you average a week.
So if you also look at the third column, it's 2 times weekly.
Right.
So that's not it's not just for one day.
Well, I understand that, but like if I look at reading, it's 30 minutes twice a week. So that's 60 hours, 60 minutes a week. And the next writing is 30 hours a day, twice a week. That's another 60. We have, 3 lines that basically say twice a week for 30 minutes. So that's like 5 hours a week, plus there's 1 line for another 60 minutes. So that over a whole week, that averages out to 1 hour a week. And that's not what I'm hearing people say what I should be expecting to see. And I'm trying to understand what the disconnect is there.
So what the 30 minutes that you see there is referring to that could be just for the direct instruction, but you also see, like, for instance, the expectations for teachers are to be able to provide feedback and assist students when needed. We wanted to be able to allow some time for intervention to happen and not necessarily just lesson delivery. So in talking with teachers and also with UTR, we were able to arrive that on a daily basis, it would be feasible to be able to expect that a dedicated time to students will be around that time that you see total there. Certainly, you know, I can personally be able to attest how tired my eyesight is just by being able to look at the screen for so long now. And if you think of 2nd through 6th grade students, you're talking about kids who are 7 years old to say 11 years old. And so as far as the total instructional time, that also includes the intervention time and the feedback loop as well.
I wasn't thinking about it so much from the teacher perspective. I was thinking about it from the student perspective.
Correct.
So are you saying each student should be expecting to be taught for, a teacher should be instructing students for 3.5 hours a day?
No, the chart that shows the half an hour for each content area, those are the expectations for the amount of days that you see there. That is the screen time, the reading time, but we wanted to be able to embed some time in there that will be also included in the 3 hours and 30 minutes to be able to be allowed for kids to also do any work assignments that the teacher would have asked them to do, to be able to provide that feedback, to be able to measure the progress, which is total engagement time as opposed to total face-to-face, quote unquote, time with the teachers on a daily basis.
Okay, so just for example, looking at reading EL, students work on reading assignments for 30 minutes. Teachers provide feedback. So the students are actually working on reading for more than 30 minutes twice a week?
Essentially, yes. They have face-to-face time or direct instruction for the 30 minutes 2 times per week. But essentially, that could be more depending on any assignments that they're working on or any interventions that they're working on as well, or feedback that they are getting from the teacher.
Okay, so I guess I just hear parents saying they don't see, they're concerned. They haven't, I don't know that parents have looked that carefully at this stuff. They're concerned that their students aren't being given enough work, but you're telling me there's actually more work the students are doing than is on, for a 2nd to 6th grade student is on the sheet here.
Right. What's specified in the 2nd column with the time aspect, that is the interaction that they're having with the teacher. So this is a teacher-facing instrument, a tool for them to be able to gauge their engagement and interaction with the students, not necessarily the total time on a daily basis that we expect kids to be able to be engaged.
What's our expectation for how much time we expect kids to be engaged every day?
If you look at the total time there, it's a time that you had, it's 3 hours and 30 minutes daily, which could involve reading, could involve face-to-face on the time that the teachers have lessons, which will involve doing work, which could involve being able to do an assignment that the teacher says.
Okay, I think it would be nice if the next iteration of this included exactly how much time we're expecting the students to be engaged every day. So thank you very much for that answer. I wanted to ask, so I'm wondering literally what are our learning goals for students? Are we looking for them right now to be maintaining their current level of learning? Are we looking for them to be learning new content? Or is there some other goal that's driving our plans?
It's a combination of both of the scenarios. We definitely want to be able to acknowledge that there has been some downtime and that the students may need some review of different skills that have been taught before and have not been mastered, but also knowing that the year is going to start in August in a brand new grade level. We acknowledge that we need to be able to teach the standards that we would have been teaching at this particular time. So engagement in new learning is also happening.
Okay, and do we have any specific culture and connectedness goals for students, and any plans for thoughts how we're keeping our students feeling safe and connected to their school community?
So part of our resources that are online have a social emotional aspect to it as well, and we're building and adding to those categories of resources as we go.
Okay. I realize that nobody knows the question of like whether schools will be open so we could have summer school. A little bit of conversation about summer school. Has there been any serious conversation about having more than our normal summer school, or are we not there yet, or where do we stand in terms of planning for summer school? Are we just like, we don't have enough bandwidth to be thinking about that right now?
Well, I mean, as far as summer school, one of the things that we're doing and taking advantage of and being able to see as a silver lining for high school students, the summer school was going to be centered around credit recovery, and that is done in a hybrid type of model online and also with teacher feedback and assistance and intervention as well. And so we are taking inventory of kids who are behind in credits or may have been participants over the summer, and we're actually engaging them in those types of scenarios and in scheduling so that they can be able to engage in new learning and review just as anyone else, but can also have the opportunity to be able to recover some credits right now as well, which would decrease the need that we would have had for summer school. Then as far as summer school, I mean, it all depends on when we're able to get back into schools in a safe way, if anything, to be able to plan accordingly. And as you know, with all the different things that are happening and the updates, different moving parts, we don't know when that even that is going to happen. So we wanted to be able to at least attempt to recover some of the credits that our kids are lacking and be able to maximize this time for that at the minimum.
Okay.
I wanted to offer a clarification in that the plan that you're reading really is a plan that's tailored for teachers, administrators, and staff. So
okay.
We haven't rolled something out that's specifically for parents, that's in very parent-friendly, parent-simple language. And we've asked some of our parent leaders, as I mentioned before, from the newly formed PACLAC group, which is the group that is made up of MDAC, ASSET, DLCAP leaders, to help us think about how this would look for parents and what it is they need to know, just like the questions you're asking, exactly this kind of time. We're trying to get a set of guidelines out to teachers to help them digest what's the consistency we're looking for, what's the expectation we're looking for. So just wanted to make that clear that a more parent-facing document is coming based on the feedback we get from some of our parent leaders.
Thank you very much for that clarification. And are we actually actively soliciting student input in that same kind of process right now, the way we are with PACLAC?
We
Not
haven't yet.
Much, but I am meeting with a group of students tomorrow. Gracie can chime in. I'm doing a FaceTime with students from different high schools to check in with them and see how they're doing, and get some of their feedback on what they need.
Okay. I'm wondering, do we have, and maybe this is a question for Mr. Berger, do we have any thoughts right now? You know, there's some number of our students who have special education requirements, and some of them are pretty independent, and some of them normally had an aide in a classroom. And I'm just wondering, are we anticipating that we're going to be asking parents or other caregivers to help provide some of the assistance to our students with IEPs who might otherwise have an aide assigned to them?
Yes. My first question is, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not sure if my screen is showing, but as long as you can hear me. Our plan right now, and we're really, following the news and following what the regulations are, but at this point, we are not going into homes and serving kids in that fashion. We're providing the same type of distance learning. We don't know we don't know how this is going to play out, and we do know that we're planning for kind of every different scenario based on what we're able to do and how much we're able to be in contact with students. We do know that this is going to, start off without having any contact, and eventually we're going to probably move into more small groups and eventually move in a different way. But right now, what we're trying to do is provide as much support to the parents and the students so they can continue with the skills that they were gaining and practicing. And it's a lot through right now parent training and just trying to provide supports like schedules. Our teams have been working on a lot of training videos. And then the other piece that I talked a little bit about is just our helplines. We're really trying to make different staff available for mental health or for medical or for assistive technology or for behavior. So for each of these categories or each of these specialties, we're going to have a team ready there to reach it for when parents do need the help, to reach out and wrap around them as much as we can.
Okay, great. Is there any thought about comp ed for any of our kids who have special education needs?
A lot of folks have been asking about how are we going to make up these services. And, right now our goal is to provide services within our means to the best of our ability and to try to keep kids going. We know there's some kids that we're going to be able to do this well, and we know there's some kids that we're not even going to be able to contact for months. So I think we're going to take each individually. We're going to log the work we've done with the students, and we're going to have to meet individually and talk with each family about what we were able to do, what we weren't able to do, and how much regression or hopefully not regression we're looking at. So it's really going to have to be done individually, case by case.
Okay, I have a question about the Chromebooks. Do we literally know how many Chromebooks it looks like we're short? And do we have a guess as to how many Chromebooks we're going to end up short?
Is that a question for special education or?
No, I think that's a question for Mr. Duffy or for Ms. Logan.
Okay.
Yep. So we are on paper about 1,300 Chromebooks short. We have identified 300 within the system that we can distribute. So that brings us down to 1,000 of those. Not all families will need them. So I'd say that probably brings us down a couple hundred. And then on top of that, there are other Chromebooks that are in schools that were not distributed because the families have technology at home that can be redistributed. So my best guess at this moment, in terms of getting Chromebooks in all kids' hands, is probably around 600 short. I'll be able to give you a more definitive answer after Friday's distribution.
Okay, that would be great. I mean, my only comment there is I would think that this is in a sense a large equity issue, and most of the students who don't have Chromebooks or don't have something else they can use at home are some of our students from the most challenged environments, and I really want to see them served. And I don't know how much money we're actually Ed Fund, Mr. Duffy mentioned that I think $250,000. I don't know if that's all for Chromebooks, but you know, we need to be finding a way to finance those, whether it's from the Ed Fund or whether it's from bond funds or somewhere else that doesn't, you know, mean we're taking money away from our teachers or other employees. So thank you guys very much for your report here. And I think we just need to be, you're doing the work, and I appreciate the work you're doing.
Thank you, Trustee Panas. Trustee Cuevas?
Just very quickly, thank you, staff, for your work thus far. I'm going to be pretty quick in terms of my thoughts and comments and reactions. One, just like getting everybody to understand we are in pandemic, there's a model there. You get some folks out, you stick to the facts, you tell them what is, you tell them what we're working on, and you stay consistent, and you make that as broadly available as possible. And I think that's the plan we need to figure out how to implement for our teachers, our staff, our parents. You've done, as evidence, a good job on the staff side. On the teacher side, maybe even there's some parts of staff beef it up, but we definitely are hearing our parents need to have that consistency. Now, part of that consistency also means we need to be clear about what we tell and what we share when people ask us questions, because people are listening, and we cannot afford to not have clarity put out there. We cannot afford to have misinformation put out there based on what I might have limited access to knowledge about. So I'm hopeful that you all can determine how are we going to have those briefings that are facts, and here's what we're working on. And be clear with folks. Folks want a sense, I know, of security. You want to come back to school. I know. I cannot tell you when. I cannot tell you if school will ever be the same again. We can do our best, and we can try to make sure you have accurate information. So superintendent and staff, please focus on the accurate. Because yes, I have a free right to respond to anything, but my responsibility from my perspective as a public servant is to make sure I'm putting out accurate information that is something that is in fact widely factual and accepted as fact. And also be honest when I'm saying this is my opinion and this is fact. We both know that we can in fact choose to say anything we want. We are human beings, we have free will. Somebody comes up to a microphone, you have as an individual the right to say anything you want. I choose not to. I choose not to because one, there's other dynamics that people might not be aware of. When we're talking about personnel issues, I know that I draw a line because there's liability issues there, and there's also privacy issues there. So I am always taking the stance, I will listen, I will hear, and I know people want answers right now, but I can't give you the answers sometimes, not because I don't want to, but because there are other dynamics in play. And if you don't believe that that's what governance is about, then I suggest you think about how you run your households and what you choose and the mechanisms and the methods you choose to run your households and how you choose to respond and when you respond. There is a season and a time and a place for everything, and so I'm hopeful that we will focus on facts. And I think what I hear parents want, they want the facts about the plan, and we got to be clear. And staff, I need you to know that like the back of your hand, so you can tell anybody who has a question at any moment, when you're able to capture and answer them with fact, they are taken care of. Because that's also what we're going to have to make sure we provide to folks looking for answers. But we also have to be honest with folks in terms of understanding what is it that people really are seeking. I think our governor has provided an excellent example. Maybe people disagree. That this is the facts, this is where we're at, this is what we know, it's changing, okay? We know for a fact that distance learning cannot be implemented overnight to meet the satisfaction of absolutely every person in West Contra Costa Unified School District. You might not agree, maybe you might think that's my opinion, I take it as fact because we haven't rolled that out. I don't have proof yet that it meets everybody's needs. We can listen, we can state our intention, and we can get there. But if we start from the fact that we have to know where the gaps are, but we're also remembering there are school systems for years that have these gaps that have existed pre-COVID-19. So for us, I hope that we focus on what is our intention and how we are getting everybody informed to play their role. For example, at some point, we will have to teach students and parents and families school starts at this time.
school will look like this. You will get it this way. Our systems are in place that now I have a staff who maybe did this at a school site before, but now they are calling to document attendance if that's what we need to do. We are developing those things right now. And I think that's important for us to keep in mind. And what is the flip side of that? Yes, children will fall behind. We are doing our best to address it, as long as we know that. Do you want me to guarantee your children will not fall behind? I couldn't even guarantee that as we were trying to perfect the system pre-COVID-19. So for me, it's important, superintendent and staff, that we focus on bringing our communities with our teachers and being honest with each other. And you all know that I will always be frank about what my ultimate priority and perspective is, and that is human life. It's why I don't support instances where I feel human life is at stake. It's why I think I push us to be clear about what the expectations are, but also be realistic, because misinformation can be deadly. And it can, in fact, be critically important to and hard to undo if we're not clear about what that information is. So I ask for discipline right now, too, because that's what's going to help us move together under this existential threat. And I know everybody wants school. We want it too. I have family members who are teachers, and they cry because they miss you and your children. They do. And they also have a 5-year-old and a 3-year-old, and they're trying to teach their children too. And remember, this is not like an emergency, like an earthquake. Okay, it stopped. Now let's recover. We are still in the middle of the emergency right now. So I'm hoping that we will continue to focus. What are the milestones? What are the goals? What are the outcomes we want to focus on? But I make a guarantee to you, superintendent, to community, I have no intention of micromanaging our response, because it's greater than me. It's us together, and we also need to be honest and frank with each other, and let us do our best, hold each other accountable, but give grace to each other right now. We can do that. We can control that. If it means, God forbid, there used to be one-room schoolrooms, and you weren't integrated by your age. You went by your learning, and sometimes you were 16 years old and you were learning at your pace. Well, maybe that might be some of what comes back. I don't know. But let's not forget what's vitally important right now. Decisions are being made to preserve life. And I hope that we keep that in mind. I'm not saying we forget about how we need to continually strive for what our goals are, but we just need to be clear about them. We need to articulate them clearly, and we need to think about, am I in fact helping to do that or not in this instance? And we do need to over-communicate, superintendent. So those official awareness communication needs to happen, and the empathy that we need for our communities is how much clarity can we give them? There's not enough right now, but how much can we humanly give them right now? Because that'll help them understand how they can respond and be partners with us in this instance. But beyond that, I know we are doing the best we can. I absolutely believe it. Can we do better? Always. Continuous improvement is something I know we can always do. But I do think it's important for us. It's important for us to recognize that it's not lip service. It is not unprecedented because it's a word that I get to pick out of the dictionary and use. It is unknown. It is uncertain. There are stages in the same way that we might have had practice with Mr. Wold on stages of grief. We're going through that as a community as well. We know there's some loss, and we're trying to catch up, and we're doing our best. But let's not forget that we can only develop solutions with some clear strategies that work. And I'm here to be as supportive as I can with that. And I do know communication is key. So superintendent and staff, I think you've heard, you've listened. Now the responsibility is to respond with those strategies as mechanisms to get that information out. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Cuevas. Trustee Lara?
Yes. The economic impact that this pandemic is going to it's going to be extremely severe. We already have 72% of our students are free of reduced lunch, who are already living in poverty. That's probably going to increase. We'll have even more high need students and families. Getting resources out to our community is going to be really important, and I like that one suggestion of the caller who said the drop-off sites might be a good place for that, to talk about other resources that may be in, like maybe the cities where those drop-off sites are might want to come up and have signs or whatever of information that they would like to share in their community also about food, about housing, about health, about other resources. So that might be a good place, a good spot, because people are going to still be coming for food, and that's probably going to increase. And that's one of the things I hope we know what's coming. We know it's going to get more severe, and we need to be ahead of that. And that's the part I'm really concerned about, our children, our families who are really struggling economically, and try to do the best we can and reach out to them. Okay, so that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Lara. Thank you to all the board members who spoke on this item already and shared their thoughts as well as asked their questions. As a teacher, I'm going through this as well as a parent, and I am experiencing a lot of I think the changes that are unprecedented and are happening across a lot of homes in our school district, cities, and throughout the Bay Area, California, and our country. I have a few kind of pointers for what I would really like to see. But first, I want to say, thank you to all the staff who's working on this tirelessly. I know that there's an occasion to really rise to here and to keep everybody protected and everybody fed and everybody safe. And I want to really just say thank you to all of the staff, nutrition services, technology, special education, teaching and learning, everybody who's coming together to do this work and to really help us guide all of our kids through this pandemic. And I think that, I cannot remember this being done in modern times. And definitely when I was running for public office to be on this board, I would have never imagined in a million years that I would be focusing on how to get distance learning going and how to get, meals for kids during a pandemic. Like, that did not cross my mind at all. But here we are, and I think that we just need to stay connected and united and make sure that we're keeping the values of our district at the forefront of everything that we do, and keeping safety and educational equity and the connections, that the classrooms make for our kids and their families with the larger community. We need to keep those going from a distance as well. And I separated my comments into different sections. So I have comments specifically for teaching and learning, and comments for communications, and comments as well for family services and community services. And I'm just going to say, thank you to the communications department for the updates. I know I had given some feedback to Mr. Duffy, and we were in communication with other board members and with the community as soon as the closures began. And I appreciate that communication, and I think that we need to keep that going in English and in Spanish and in any language that we can reach our community. Because I think communication and the right information is very, very crucial at this moment and always. And if Mr. Duffy, if you can just chime in really quickly about why we didn't have interpreters today. I know that there were some technological reasons, and that we're aiming to have them at the next board meeting. But if you can just let the public know that very briefly, that would be great.
Sure, and I'll also defer to Mr. Walton and anybody who can support some of the technological areas here. So we're not able to do translation, live translation, because we would, my understanding is we haven't figured out how to do that in real time without potentially doubling the time of the meeting in terms of public comment that's made to the board. The whole meeting is being translated in Spanish out to the community. So everything that I'm saying, everything that's being presented, public speakers, that's all being translated in Spanish out to the community. The struggle we were having is figuring out if somebody clicked to raise their hand and spoke, how do we translate that in real time, especially if we don't have access to potentially written materials, et cetera. So I think that's the piece that we're still trying to figure out through this technology, through Zoom, how to do that appropriately. And the other districts that have done these digital board meetings haven't figured that piece out. So we're trying to learn that together. It also might mean we just decide we are going to do something that may not be time efficient. It may, mean it takes a lot more time, but we're willing to do that. We're trying to figure out a solution that is effective for time, and make sure people have access. So that's not a great answer. I think we're learning the technology and trying to figure it out along the way.
And Mr. Duffy.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy. Yes, Mr. Walton.
If I could add to that, we are using a new technology, Zoom, and there's not a tool or a resource that will allow us to translate at this moment. We are using a workaround right now. We are translating the entire meeting on Facebook Live in Spanish by utilizing a camera that's pointed at a large TV screen in our Emergency Operations Center. And we do have 2 translators here to do that. If we were to, and Mr. Duffy is correct, we are the only district in our area that is even doing that much translation at this point in time. We are trying our best to figure out a way to get the public comments section portion of it, allow the interpreters to translate the public comment. If someone wants to comment in Spanish, how we do that live. But as Mr. Duffy said, the other option would be to just invite the interpreters into this meeting on Zoom and pretty much double the time of the meeting by translating every word and of the meeting contemporaneously as it's going on. We are looking into other technological solutions, but it's our hope that by the next meeting, we are able to not only translate the entirety of the meeting, it will probably still be on Facebook Live, but figure out a way to allow people to comment in Spanish and have those public comments translated in real time in the Zoom meeting. So we will continue to work on that. And like everything else, this is something that's new to a lot of people. It's not only this meeting that we're looking at, but I know that our community engagement team is also looking on how to do that with our other community meetings and advisory boards, how we can get the translation to happen within the tools that we currently have.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. So my next comments are for specifically distance learning and what I think, I would really like to see. I know that, districts are operating similarly and also with some differences depending on the needs of specific districts. So I was thinking about how useful it would be to have a parent handbook and a district handbook, for this time for parents as they navigate what the expectation, what the resources and what the support is for them as they support their kids now that are shifting to fully learning at home. And I just think that having that would really help to have a mutual understanding of where we are at right now and where we are heading. And I support having a pass, no pass grading, especially, for high school seniors and juniors at this time. And with a UC and CSU, the college advisory saying that, they don't want to penalize students for they're not meeting, their A through G requirements or getting a certain grade at this time, or through winter, spring, or summer terms. I think it's important to consider that. And I think that as we craft, what this long-term, not long-term, but long-distance learning plan is going to look like, we need to think about the way that we can streamline classes and information for students, for parents, and for teachers. And I was wondering, if our cabinet teams and our admins are going to consider having grade level teams or teacher leaders, or what that could look like, so that we can make sure that teachers are able to individualize learning for their kids, so that they're also having time, to have office hours without having additional duties, as they also have to care for their own families, but in a way that is also responsive to the needs of their students and the families that they're supporting during this time. So I was wondering, if there's going to be any kind of exploration on that, on forming grade level teams across the district to have regular meetings and to kind of curate activities to then send out to school sites.
Yes.
Because I think that would be very helpful, and I just wanted to get your input and see if that's going to be explored.
Yeah, so definitely different things are going on as far as collaboration to be able to formulate this plan. Every day at 10 o'clock, since schools closed, we have an office hours type of support for teachers to be able to call in with any question that they may need. Additionally, at 1 o'clock, for the last 2 weeks, we have had a committee, a task force, if you would, made up of different teachers and also bargaining units, principals, TOSAs, teaching, leading, and learning. It actually got to be quite a large group, and we're having to kind of rethink that to see how to best maximize everyone's input. So yes, definitely. And I think now with in this day and age with Zoom and with virtual meetings, we're able to maximize on top of that to be able to have different folks not have to drive up or be able to meet after hours for them to be able to do that. So that's happening. It's mostly impacted at the site level where they're able to have those conversations. I think also we wanted to be very mindful, and I know that I've had this conversation with Mr. Gonzalez about the requirements and expectations that we'll have of, teachers still being able to serve on the ILTs, on teachers still being able to serve on the SSCs and so forth. And, while at the same time, spring semester has always been the most challenging one because we're ending a year and want to end it well, and we are planning for the next year to come. This year we have, in addition to that, be able to plan for distance learning and for schools being closed and different needs being met. I also have to acknowledge that teachers, they are, at home, and as you can understand, President Jarvis, they have their own kids to be able to kind of deal with and teach, and them themselves are being anxious. Perhaps some unemployment is there on a significant other, and yet we're still asking them because it's our moral dilemma, right? Or compromise that we have to be able to do. How much do we spend being able to do this two things at the same time? So definitely, to Ms. Cueva's point, how can we be able to balance some grace into all these expectations? And I have been very much amazed and surprised by just how much people have given and gone above and beyond in being able to form informal groups. I mean, even when we said that we couldn't really require anything to be mandatory, teachers kept teaching. administrators kept leading, that didn't stop them from doing that. And while at the district level, we are structuring different task forces to be able to help us problem solve, a lot of that is organically happening at the site level as well.
Great. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for that update. I think that I guess my question is more toward like wanting to see this, in the next few days or in the next week, what the expectations are going to be, in terms of that mutual support from parents, teachers, administrators, students, just because I think that we need to have clarity around the roles and what we're going to each be responsible for, so that we can have some kind of routine. And I know that a lot of teachers have been working on this already. So I just wanted to make sure that there's a system in place that's going to help to continue to guide this work. And I would love to have, a further update via email if possible as well.
Yeah, if you take a look at that, at the document, there's the beginning of those parameters. There's some expectations set for students, for parents, for teachers, for administrators, even for prep teachers that are outlined according to the different levels of grades.
Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess I also want to know, like if we're going to be thinking about the summer months, I know it's a little bit ahead, but I think that before we know it, it's already going to be summer break. And essentially, I think summer break is going to be very different for all of our kids at this time, because whereas kids can be out playing during that time, there are going to be a lot of mobility restrictions because of the COVID-19. And I was wondering if our district, and I know that right now it's late and we have to move on, but I wanted to make sure that I say this aloud so that we keep it on the radar and that the board can have follow-up feedback on this. So I wanted to know if we're looking into subscriptions for each child to support their reading and their math development, such as Reading A through Z, Kids A through Z, RAS Kids, or iExcel, because if we're going to be making sure that each kid has their Chromebook or their tablet at home, we have to make sure that we have the right software and programs to go along with that, and that also give progress monitoring to parents and to teachers. And I know that those programs do, and that's really helpful during this time as we figure things out. And I also wanted to get the board to have follow-up on the tablet situation. I know that Ms. Logan had spoken about the amount of hotspots and tablets that have gone out, and I just wanted to get that updated information on Friday, if the sites will be open, for students to pick up their devices, and what that's going to look like, and when we can get the hotspots for the students next. I also wanted us to keep on the conversation. I know Mr. Duffy had been speaking about this last week as well and the week before about mobile meals, and seeing how we can potentially use our first student buses to drop off meals or groceries, and to continue the work that Ms. Martine Blake is doing to connect families with meals and resources in the community. And I wanted to thank her as well for her work, and the executive director of the Ed Fund, Jasmine Jones, as well, for her work setting up the relief fund. And I really want us to think about how we can continue to support students in the DLI programs too, and resources in Spanish, and what our ELD instructional minutes are going to look like, and what that expectation is going to be to support that linguistic development for our kids during this time that they may not be having interactions in the target language as well. And one of my I have two more comments really quick. So for special education students, I wanted to get more information too via email for the board about what special education instructional assistants and aides are going to be doing, like how are we going to be requesting their services, and what the small group and interventions and one-to-one Zoom meetings may look like as we roll out this program. And I think that all of this work is important, and I think that all of the board members and all of our staff want to make sure they reach every single student, and I know I definitely want to do that. And with that being said, I think that we have to take into consideration that we need to look at families who are the most vulnerable right now. We know that single parents, we know that students with underlying health conditions. We know that students with parents who have to go to work every single day are facing a lot of hardship right now, additional hardship. And I wanted to propose to the board that we look into creating a family relief fund, specifically also for undocumented families that have been left out of the federal relief package, the federal relief aid package, because I think that there's a population within our school district that I think is largely disenfranchised. And so I think that I wanted to get this to the board members. I had been in communication with a couple of people today, and I had read that a county supervisor from the actual county of San Francisco passed legislation yesterday about actually creating this fund. And the SF teachers, I believe their union was pushing for this too. So I think that we should look into doing that and creating a family relief fund specifically for undocumented families and their students that we need to fully serve, which are not being served right now at all in any kind of formal way by any, government service right now by our federal government. So, and they can also, not apply to unemployment. So it's like a double hardship with that. So I just wanted the board members to consider that, and I want us to look into that as well. That completes my comments. I don't know if any other board members want to chime in to support starting to push to create that family relief fund, or to just give, any directive to Mr. Duffy to.
This trustee Panis is a great idea. They have started in a couple places, and I think we need to be really responsive to our community. And I really appreciate you bringing that up.
Could I say some stuff also at the end before we're done?
Thank you, Trustee Panis. Yes, Trustee Fellows.
That was actually our student trustee, Dawit.
Oh, yes. Sorry about that. Please, student
That's
trustee.
good. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to say a few things real quickly. I just got one comment, and then I was going to ask a few questions. They're really short, so it shouldn't take up that much time. First of all, I'd just like to start with saying that, me personally, this definitely does not feel like a vacation, and I think for a lot of my friends also, I'm a junior, by the way, and the teachers have taken their time to give us homework, even though they didn't have to. They've been giving us assignments and homeworks to do now, so that we could stay on track. So I think some people believe that this is kind of like a vacation, that we're not really doing work. I think some people definitely think of it like that, and some students are taking advantage of that. But I think there are lots of people also that are actually working and that are actually working hard right now, even though we don't technically have to. Not only that, but we also have we've been preparing for the AP tests and SATs. So I just want to keep that in mind, that this isn't really a vacation for everybody right now. This is not like an early summer for all of us. I had a few questions on what time. I think before I had the impression that school was going to start at 9 o'clock and everything was going to be pushed back an hour. I want to know if that's still a thing or if I'm mistaken. And I want to know. And then my teacher also, she said that she would teach us, and we would be in class once in a while, maybe 2 or 3 times a week, but not every day. I want to know if we're supposed to be doing online classes every day with each teacher, like normal class. And then then I had one more comment after that, but if that's something that you guys could answer for me, that'd be great.
Sure. You had a question about a start time, and then the requirement for daily. You're supposed to be engaged daily, right? So
yeah, are they gonna take attendance, and that's how they'll know if we've been there every day? Yeah.
Right. So as far as being able to take attendance the regular way, I mean, and everybody has kind of said, this is not your regular kind of occurrence, right? Ultimately, we don't necessarily know how the state would require that we have attendance. However, teachers are asked to be able to engage their students and be able to gauge their participation. We will have internal conversations as to how that translates into attendance. I know that before the closure, we had given guidance to teachers to be able to take attendance every day, especially for those students that they could be able to engage with digitally. So more information to come on that. That's one of the things that we haven't yet documented as far as how we're going to proceed. As far as the hours are concerned, we ask that the teachers kind of look at their own schedule and see what their student needs are to be able to set their own schedule. I don't think that the expectation is that you replicate the exact start time and ending time that you would normally do at school, because it's a little bit more flexible as well. So that just depends on the teacher. You know, you may have your hardcore teachers who are there pushing you and, you know, giving you all this work and assignments, and then you may have others that are a little more flexible and giving you some leeway. So it just depends on them as well.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you very much.
Let me just add, Dr. Guerrero, sorry, I was reading something, so in case I missed this. We are expecting that you'll have at least a 30-minute class per period. So for each of your classes.
And
so
every day?
Yes.
Okay.
Am I wrong about that? So as we finalize all that for you, that right now is the current expectation. So if you're taking 5 classes, you'd have 5 30-minute classes a day. If you have 3 classes, 3 30-minute classes a day.
Okay.
So that would all roll out the week of the 13th for you. And as Dr. Guerrero said, no explicit starting time. We're going to let the teachers schedule that out as best they can.
Okay. Thank you. I had just one more thing to add really quickly. So, like I said, I'm a junior, and it was I figured out a few years ago, but so I go to Ulster High School, and the African American community there, and the graduation rates, not just the graduation rates, but like, I forget exactly what it was, but basically it's not looking too good for African Americans after high school. And so with all that in mind, and then with this in place, I think that this will just make a bigger divide within just races and within the school, because I think a lot of African Americans right now in my school, I'll just use my school because I go to my school, but are not really motivated. And so when they're not motivated in school, I think they're going to find it really hard to stay motivated, to stay working at home. So is there anything that I know there's going to be something like that's hard to do, but is there any way that could somehow be addressed? Because I think this is going to not work. I don't know. I just think it's going to hurt the African Americans in our community a lot, that they're stuck at home and now they have to self-motivate a lot, and they don't have the resources that they would at school. The teacher's not there if they have questions, and it's just going to make it harder. And again, I use African American because I'm African American, and I know that it's my community that's struggling a lot. So that's why I bring up African Americans specifically.
Thank you. It's a great point, and it was brought up earlier.
Oh, sorry, I came in late, so that's my bad.
No. I think you're just echoing a sentiment that a number of folks have brought up, and it was brought up through our African American Site Advisory team. So we've got to continue to find ways to put extra effort into supporting African American community, make sure the digital divide doesn't grow further, and make sure the connections that students make in school that keeps them motivated, we can continue, because that is something we know is really important. Relationships matter deeply to students, and it's one of the things we're losing quickly in this world, and so that's some work we've got to do. So I really appreciate your comments.
No, of course. Thank you, guys. That's all I have. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Student Trustee Vasquez Humala. Board, it is 10:51, and we have a lot of time-sensitive items still on our agenda. I wanted to ask that we limit ourselves with our speaking time to less than 5 minutes. And Mr. Duffy,
Yes.
As I understand that all of these items need to be addressed today. Do you have any input?
Well, you know, the action items are all for your acceptance. We have presentations. We actually have presenters who are lined up. We don't have to do any of those. The board could simply choose to accept the action items, accept the audits, accept the second interim. We do need to open the public hearing for the Manzanita charter. That has a deadline that we've been pushing back, so we need to hit that as well. So that's my best thinking right now. There's special ed policy items that can just be accepted as well, briefly. So I think those are some of the options we have before us, either to go through all of the presentations with all of the guests, or potentially accept some of them without the presentations. And then I know we have a couple of consent items to get back to.
Board members, can I have your feedback on this?
President Hernandez-Jarvis, I actually had a few questions on the item that we're currently on. I could ask them pretty quickly. But I think, you know, we canceled, there's a lot going on right now, and we canceled 2 board meetings. So I think that this is expected, that this meeting is going to be a long meeting. I mean, we canceled 2 meetings. We're trying to shoehorn 3 meetings into one. It's not going to be short.
Thank you for your feedback, Trustee Phillips. So board,
President Hernandez-Jarvis, I have some significant thoughts on a number of those items. And also I'm wondering if we just want to schedule a follow-up meeting like next Wednesday or some other time. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Trustee Panas. Mr. Duffy, can you explain if that will be doable for a couple of these items or for a few of these items, when the deadlines are for these?
I will have to defer to staff on the different ones. They each have different staff members who oversee them, but in discussing them with staff, we need them to get to go, but I'll let staff.
Matt, this is Tony.
Yep.
So we have until April 10th to approve the audit. We have, I believe, the statutory deadline for a couple of them was April 1st. We might be able to push to the 15th. I believe the audits were April 1st. They're the second interim we can do April 10th. So we could potentially move everything to the 8th, and I think we'd still be within our pieces if we wanted to bring the audits back. We do still have all the presenters. They can go fairly quickly. The one I would say we want to move on for sure is the bond, because it is a timing of the market there as we go forward. And then the MOUs we would like to get approved at some point because they play into our budget, but those are quick votes, hopefully. So the audits, if you have significant questions and you want a detailed presentation, I believe we could move them to the 8th. Lewis will chime in on his to make sure that's correct.
Thank you, Dr. Wolf. Mr. Freed?
Yes, I believe we could move ours as well if we needed to the 8th.
Okay, so what I understood is that F4, Dr. Wolf said that one would be best to do today.
Yes, F4, the bond one. And then the
And
MOUs.
the MOUs, which are 7, 6, and 7, and 8. 6, 7, and 8. Okay.
Nick Berger, can number 9 wait a week?
F9 is kind of important. My local plan is still going to be due in June, and I do have to vet the local plan through the CAC before I bring it back to your group. And the board policy revisions are pretty important for that process to be done today, if we can get to that today.
Okay, thank you.
And then President Hernandez Jarvis, the recommendation, if we do another meeting next week, maybe we can do it during the day.
Thank you for that. Is that Trustee Pana?
No, that was Dr. Wold.
We don't have a meeting scheduled next week, so we'll have to schedule a special meeting.
Okay. So is that Trustee Pana? Oh, Trustee Cuevas, yes?
Can I just comment that it'd be very difficult for myself and other folks to schedule during the day unless I start identifying where we're going to be able to do that, because I'm still working full time from home right now. So I just want to, and so are lots of other folks. I just want to keep that as part of our conversation if we're going to reschedule. The other thing is, I would hope that whatever we move to another meeting, that we start with that at the top of the agenda first.
Yes.
And maybe that's something we need to start thinking about for these meetings if they're going to be online. What do we pare down and just have as action and discussion, and the discussion includes updates. So we just got to figure out, and I'm going to leave it to Trustee Laura, Clerk Laura, and Board President, Mr. Duffy, to figure that out.
Thank you, Trustee Cuevas. So board, I think that it would make sense to call for a special meeting for next week to go over items that are on the agenda that can be deferred, and to get the other ones that are time sensitive done today. So doing E2, the public hearing for Manzanita Middle School charter renewal, F4, F6, F7, F8, and F9. And we would have the 4 items from the consent agenda that were pulled.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move that agenda adjustment and intention to reschedule what remains for another special meeting.
Thank you, Trustee
Trustee
Cuevas, for
Panis,
moving.
I'll second that.
Trustee Panis seconded Trustee Cuevas' motion. All in favor?
Laura, aye.
Cuevas, yeah, aye.
Phillips, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes. And Trustee Panis? I didn't hear you.
Yes. Trustee Panis, yes.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously to move the items not mentioned for the motion to the next meeting. So, Mr. Phillips, if you, we are finishing up E1, and I know you mentioned that you had a very brief comment to make. Is there any way you can make it in 1 minute, and then we can move on to the next one?
Well, there are a couple of questions, and they just weren't answered. So I'll just ask them quickly again. So what are we doing?
Thank you.
What are we doing to help the kids who are, I'll just say, at risk or borderline, who had more structure and were struggling and now don't have structure? What are we doing to help them through the online learning process?
I can speak to probably the larger group of the students that are in that category. You know, we're approaching it from 2 angles. There's really the academic support piece, where we do have our resource specialists and our school psychologists helping the teachers to meet the needs of the kids, you know, kind of looking through 2 lenses. There's that academic drive, and then there's the other piece about what do the students need. And then our mental health workers are certainly a big part of that as well. And again, it's not just special education that the mental health is addressing. It's really in collaboration with our department and Martine's department to really, kind of look at the community's needs. So we're trying to, give them lots of options for ways to reach out to support. And at this point, we're just trying to identify who needs support and directly talk with them about what do they need from us.
So just really quickly, I know this includes special ed students, but I'm not just talking about special ed students. So I am talking about the child who is not in special ed, who has been struggling. Maybe he or she cuts class, maybe he or she doesn't come to school regularly, but the child, and we have a lot of kids like this. I'm talking about those kids who were already kind of falling between the cracks, and now they have responsibility for making sure that they're learning at home. Those kids, what are we doing for them?
Yes, Mr. Phillips, I can answer some of those things as far as what we know is already going on, and things that we also encourage. And in all honesty, it's already a challenge to be able to meet those needs with the kids being with us every single day. So this distance learning and the kids learning at home and not in the same spot as where the teacher is really does create this and makes it a bigger challenge than it already was, right? So what we're asking set administrators, and a lot of them are already doing that, and the teachers are doing, is for those kids that they know that have had some of those issues that you mentioned, Mr. Phillips, as far as, those who have been absent, or maybe are not the most attentive ones, or maybe, have different things, that those are a priority for the teachers to be able to ensure that they make contact with, so that we can know what additional needs they may have had. I think short of being able to go into their living room and just seeing what's going on, I think that there's some outreach that can be made, and of course it doesn't just impact our special ed students. I mean, we're also talking about our kids who are learning English. We're talking about our kids who are homeless. We're talking about our kids who are foster kids that already had a lot of things piled against them, right? So definitely making a personal connection from the teachers more than before, and our administrators being able to create and generate lists so they can make sure that they reach out to those students. And then also being able to see what outside resources we may have as well. Mr. Berger mentioned Martine being able to look at and collaborate with the Rice Center, for instance. She has a weekly meeting to be able to establish and continue the contact with those resources that can be able to give us additional support as we navigate this with the kids. I think we'll have a little bit more of concrete direction as this goes on, just because we can be able to perhaps cross kids off our list because we have made contact and we know that they're engaging, but yet we have others that have come into our radar. So we'll definitely be keeping this at the forefront, because ultimately those are the kids that are going to be most impacted by this situation. Other kids who are high achievers, are already doing well, will continue to do well. So definitely, and that, to be honest, is something that keeps me up at night, because I know that this is really a crisis for those kids already.
Thank you very much for making sure that there is a focus on those kids as well, because those kids really can be lost if we don't get this right. Mr. Duffy, this question is for you. The fund that the donation fund that the Ed Fund is doing, because I heard different things in this conversation, but that fund is for families in our district who are struggling, right?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Not necessarily. That fund, the Ed Fund put out an ask letter to help us support our work in 4 main areas. One was around distance learning, Chromebooks, technology access. The other was around food. There are a couple other areas in there. I don't have the ask letter in front of me. So it wasn't like direct support to families, but I mean, ultimately it helps us help families, whether we're helping to feed them or helping to get them a Chromebook. So, at the end of the day, it's going to be for our most needy kids. It may, like I said, help us buy technology. It may help us pay back some nutrition workers who put in some extra time to do extra meal service. And the big donors who've made donations haven't earmarked anything and said specifically what we want it for this. I think Ms. Hernandez's idea is something a little bit different that's very much targeted, like literally, I think she could probably explain more, but I think it meant like literally resources, money, food, like direct in their hands.
So thanks for the clarification. I thought that fund was to support families in the district that are in need. President Hernandez Jarvis's idea around creating a fund, I kind of thought we had one. We don't. But what I would like to see is a fund in line with what Ms. Hernandez Jarvis is saying, but a fund that basically is for our families, students, right? And their families. That's what I'm talking about. That does not take into consideration immigration status. So if there are families that are in need that are citizens, then they could be helped. But if there are families that are in need that are not citizens, that they are able to be helped as well. I just would like to see something like that does not take into consideration immigration status. So there is a level of support for everyone to the extent that we can provide it. And I know that we're not a city and county like San Francisco, so this would be something that we would have to be taking donations for to do.
Yep, absolutely.
And Mr. Phillips, if I may add, I was involved in being able to craft the document to be able to present to possible donors as far as our needs. And one of the items on there was to be able to set up a mini grant for families who had specific needs as well. And of course, the donors can choose to be able to give their funding to different things, but that was an ask on the document as well.
Thank you very much. I think that is fantastic. And Trustee Hernandez Jarvis, thank you for bringing that up. The last thing that I wanted to ask about was the 30 minutes per day with each teacher. 2 questions, one around the scheduling. If we're trying to create routines for the kids so things are as regular as they possibly can be, is it the best idea that the teachers are kind of starting whenever they can or want? So that's the first thing. And then 2, if you're in high school, for example, and you have 6 classes, one of the ways that works is that all of the classes are coordinated time-wise. So, you go from this class to this class to this class. What happens if you're in high school and you have 2 teachers who decide to start at the same time? So I think that there does need to be some more thought perhaps around the structuring of when these classes are to start and when they're not to start. So that's a comment. And then the question is, how did we land on 30 minutes? Because periods are usually longer than 30 minutes. So why 30 minutes? So
the thought behind that was that, and again, with with the thinking that this is not your normal time, right? And as you know, as much as I would love to be able to say, you know, kids were in 1 hour class and then they would go to another, I would love to be able to have that consistency. I think that we have to be able to work with the elements that are at play. And in this case, there is not necessarily a structure in teachers' homes. So we definitely needed to be able to take that into account, right? You know, some may have kids there that they have to be able to also like get on track to do their own learning, and then have to be able to teach as well. So that element in. Another element is that, especially at the high school level, I have heard some stories, you know, from different kids and parents that I talk to, is that some kids have had to go to work now, you know, with their parents. So if that happens in the daytime and then they're only able to access different things in the evening, then that's an equity access already as well. So I guess I'm saying all this to say that just like our lives are not the same, our kids' lives are not the same right now. And I think it would be, although extremely great and structured to be able to continue that, I think that it really sets us up to fail if we have that, you know, and believe me, I'm a very structured person. I would love for that to happen. And I think that I just have to be real and pragmatic as we ask folks to do different things in the situation that we're in. But definitely we want to be able to continue to get feedback from students, from parents, and from teachers, so that we can be able to adjust, and if we're able to fine tune so that a good structure can be set in place, then I'm all for that.
Last thing, they're talking about the possibility of this coming back around in the fall or in the winter. So basically, you know, we could, you know, flatten the curve that there may be a second wave after summer.
Mm-hmm.
If that is the case, you know, that means that we can be doing this, you know, for the next 9 months.
Yeah.
And so when we're talking about phases, I know we're going to the second phase now, but if we're doing this in August, then we're really going to have to think about, or we're doing this in August, we're really going to have to think about how we have classes that are longer than 30 minutes, because we can't go through a whole year with only 30-minute classes. And then expect our kids to learn what they need to learn.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips, and thank you, Dr. Guerrero. Trustees, it's 11:14, so we need to extend the meeting before we open up the public hearing for Manzanita Middle School Charter renewal.
Trustee Panis, I'd like to move we extend the meeting to 12:15.
Is there a second to extend the meeting to 12:15? I second that motion.
Just on the question, and I'm not going to spend a whole bunch more time talking, but usually when we limit the meetings, the big reason is that, and this is different, this is something that's very special, but a big reason is that the TV is going to go off and the camera's going to go off. The camera's not going to go off today. There is no camera. We're all online, so we don't have to do the hard 12:15 that we do because of the camera. So just want to put that out there.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. So motion was made to extend the meeting to 12:15 by Trustee Panas. I seconded that motion. Trustee Hernandez-Jarvis, is all in favor?
Yes, of us.
Phillips,
Hernandez-Jarvis, yes.
Laura, yes.
Okay, and Trustee Cuevas, that was a yes as well?
That was a yes, but I do have to an early start in the morning because I am still working. So I'm going to give an hour, and then I'll let you all continue the meeting after that if necessary.
Great, thank you for that clarification. Thank you. Vote passes unanimously to extend the meeting till 12:15.
I do.
So with that, we wrap up.
Can I add? I'm sorry. I just want to remind our board members, we do have staff at the FOC. And I think we want to be mindful of how late they stay. So I know we're going to 12:15, but we have, we have translators there. We have people doing the Facebook Live thing. So just remember, there's a bunch of people who are not in their homes.
Thank you. Thank you for that reminder. And I will ask board members to please limit themselves to 5 minutes or less for comments and questions for the remainder of the evening. So with that, we finish item E1, and we have item E2, public hearing for Manzanita Middle School charter renewal. So we're opening up public hearing right now.
Yes, we're supposed to have some folks on to be able to present their presentation. Marcus, I'm not sure if you see anything
Yes.
on there yet. Okay, so.
Ms. Caldwell, you're
Okay.
up.
Perfect. Thank you.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, board members and Superintendent Duffy and everybody else who has hung in there. Just to let you know, we did ask our parent to write letters, so I'll be sending those in instead of taking up a bunch of time after this. There might be a couple people on, but I believe that we handled that in a different way. So I first wanted just to say thank you to Linda Delgado for her support through this, and then also through to Linda and Trustee Laura for taking the time to come visit our school twice this year. It meant a lot to us that knowing how busy everybody is. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. And on the next slide, you'll see that I wait for it to go back. Well, yeah, okay, there we go. I just wanted to really say thank you to the district. Sincerely, I know anybody who knows me knows that I work closely with them. In 2014, I began working closely with 6 of the district middle schools and Manzanita Charter, which is how I got involved with Manzanita through a federal special ed grant. And during that time, I built a lot of relationships and just got to see how hardworking and competent administrators and teachers are in this district. And watching them before I was a staff member at Manzanita actually support at a district level and school level, offering training and resources and such to this charter school. And I'm still working with Crespi and Helms and Pinole at this time through another grant, also for OSEP, for Office of Special Education at a federal level through CDE. And they're still offering support, and it's so wonderful. Just to give you some quick examples, Helms, Rebecca and Jessica and Mike have been so great in including our staff in their training. I went to a week-long training with them, or with Jessica and Rebecca and their team, to Standards Institute for an equity training over the summer. My math teacher, since we only have one, our school is really, really small, she is able to participate in monthly department meetings. So we're still getting this. I can also call just having taken on this role at Manzanita and being the only administrator, period, at that school. I'm able to call on, I call the 3 administrators I just mentioned, but also I can talk to Debbie at Crespi, or I talk to Athena quite often since we're so close. And I just want to say it's just been really great working with them. So next, and if you have any questions about that, please ask. I could spend a lot of time saying all of the ways that I've been supported, but I need to move on. So hopefully by the end of this, and in the big binders, sorry for overwhelming everybody with those, but I'm a very thorough person. And in answering your questions, that you can see that we've more than met the criteria to renew our charter. So for those of you who don't know, we are the first charter in the district. We've been here for 20 years, and we have a maximum capacity of 150 students. So we're very, very small. Our class sizes average about 22 students per teacher. And I'm the only administrator, so it's about, right now we're roughly at 123 students, I believe. And so it's 1 to 123. When I first started supporting that campus, my first impression, I had never been to a charter school before. And it's different. And I felt that right away when I got there. And you could just see just a different culture. You could see the students and the parents and everybody just seemed like a family. And if you look at our mission and that we're, you know, fostering this family feel, this safe, secure environment, focusing on academics, that's exactly what I felt through my first impression. And I just think it's very empowering and for families and students. And so as I began to work closely, and you'll see this here, the 4 along the top, I started to see why I was feeling these things. Like, one, obviously the mission that they're living this, but the unique factors, the unique elements of the school. We have a parent-run board. So we have our parent board is comprised of parents with currently enrolled students, and then parents with currently enrolled students elect them each year. So they have this vested interest. They're involved at every aspect of the education, all the decision making, the learning environment. Again, it's really, really small. It's really just a family feel. It's very inclusive, very safe. Kids are able to let their guard down and be vulnerable and just focus on their academics. It's really amazing to see. We have a strong data culture because we're so small. I think we're able to, I even get to look in all of the files, and I'm able to look at all the test data, and we have a lot of data meetings. And then our academic program, which is very flexible and inclusive. So for example, we have our special ed is a learning center. So students that would normally be self-contained are actually mainstreamed, and they get the support throughout the day, and they do well. And anybody who needs the resources, they all go to learning center as needed. And we just keep an eye on the data and just shift it as needed. So it's just really on personalizing to foster equity for all of our students. Next slide here. This is a quick one we can look at. The format changed a little bit due to changing to, I think it was, had to be put on Google Slides. But the reason that this one's on here is because I want to be clear why we chose Helms and Dijon to compare ourselves to, because I have a lot of respect for the teachers and administrators at both of those schools. They work, a lot of the things that we do at our school, we've implemented them coming out of collaborating with Dijon and Helms administrators and teachers. So we just have a small school and we can change things really quickly. So I just want to make it very clear that we have similar demographics and that 90% of our students would be at these two schools, and that's why these are the schools I'm using to compare for meeting criteria. Next slide, please. Okay, this slide shows our safety indicators. So we have our priority 5 and 6, our engagement and safety. They pretty much go hand in hand, and you can't. It's really hard to see on here. I can give you the page numbers in the renewal, but anyhow, we have, just looking at the safety indicator, you can see that compared to the state and the district and both schools, that we have significantly less suspensions. And this doesn't mean that we don't have any problems. We just handle things a lot differently since we have this community. We really work on civic responsibility and accountability and integrity, and what can we learn from our decisions that we've made. And you know, when you make a decision, there's good and bad consequences, and how can we fix this? Just we just grow. So it's not that we don't have problems, it's that we usually are able to intervene before anything gets too big. So we just build these relationships. And even though you can see on our chronic absenteeism that we're doing really well compared to other schools, we still have a lot of work to do in that area as well. Next slide, please. This is a quick one. Just I often get asked about are our kids come as angels, and this is not something I would normally even dig into, but I did just for this renewal process, and just looking at of the students who I had data. So we have kids that come from other countries or from private schools. So of the ones I did have the data, 15% of them from elementary school have suspensions with a cumulative suspensions of 45, and these are just the codes that are in there. This came off of CalPads. And I just want to be clear that these same kids aren't getting suspended at our school. They're not having these issues. They're actually gaining academically and socially and just thriving. And as somebody who's been in public education since 2001, to me, this is just unique. It's just amazing to see. And it's why my heart is in the school right now. Next slide, please. This is for these two show what you would see on the dashboard. And the yellow is Manzanita, and the left side shows our ELA scores for the last 3 years, and then the right side shows the math. And just to show in comparison that this is for meeting, you can't see it you can actually, meeting and exceeding grade level proficiency. So it's still not, we realize that we still have a lot of work to do as well. But just in the renewal criteria that we're doing as well or better than these schools that we're comparing ourselves to. Next slide, please. And these graphs totally did not transfer over. Mine looks much different, but the charts show the boxes filled. But anyhow, this is showing the subgroups. So of those, just to show that our subgroups, and you'll have to excuse my writing on here, but I know it's really hard, and anybody who's looking that doesn't have this wouldn't be able to see, but that is how our subgroups look for the same data here on the CASP, on the SBAC. So where our subgroups are doing significantly better than the same subgroups at the nearby schools. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is one of my favorite ones. Everybody who knows me knows I'm a data dork, but since we have such a small group, I have to dig in to get groups that aren't considered significant for the state dashboard. But on here, this is our cohort from 1 year to the next. So longitudinal growth or cohort to cohort, whatever you want to, whichever term you're familiar with. And the little chart on the bottom there is what it takes, how many points it takes to get from the minimum level of proficiency in one grade level, according to the CASP, to the next one. So you would need to gain 23 points in English from 5th to 6th to get from the minimum level of proficiency. And so the reason I included this is just to show that in a year that we're almost everybody in the 6th grades on the next one, but it's a little bit different. You'll see that with our subgroups, and this is the same one, that our subgroups, as it's broken into, they're doing at least a year, almost all of them at least a year of growth. We do have 2 that you see are in the negative. I included those because to me they're important areas for me to consider as administrator and just in growing our team. I can't tell you how many students are in those groups without, I think it just, because there are so few, it would it might be too identifying. So, but we realize that it's not perfect, but I'm really proud of the hard work that they've done. And then if you go to the next slide, you'll see the 6th grade group, which we had, I think, less than 20 last year. Last year was a small group. But the difference in this one is that there were no English only students in this. So the color coordinating, and I wrote down the page number in case anybody, and on page 52 in our renewal petition, you'll be able to find this. But the orange is for indicate students with disabilities, and the green is students that have been reclassified. So they're in the other 2 charts. The green and the orange were for something else. That's why I put this on this, but I don't on this second slide. For some reason, the legend's not on there though. So again, you can see that our students are showing lots of growth. So our kids might come to us really low. We just meet them where they are, and just, to me, if we're not showing progress, that's a huge problem. So this, to me, is something that's really significant. And the next slide is one of my favorite slides. So something, this to me is just a really good indication of how we're working with our language learners. So the first one there, that bar graph there, you can see this is our reclassified students, those students that are designated compared to Dijon and Helms. And so it's significantly higher. And you can also see in the top right that 50% of our students made progress according to the LPAC. And they have a new indicator on there, and that's what I use, but 50%. And it's still frustrating because we know that 50% didn't make the progress, but compared to the state overall, the district, and our 2 comparison schools, that I wanted to show that we are really working hard. Our students are working really hard. Our families are working really hard. And then if you look at this bottom part here, you'll see the point gains from one year to the next. And that is on page 50 in the renewal petition. You'll be able to see the numbers, but just to give you an idea, from 6th to 7th, you need to gain 9 points, 7th to 8th, 14, and then it jumps to 10th grade, 9th and 10th combined, to be 16 points. So we're doing, I feel like academically we have a solid program. It's flexible, it's inclusive, our kids feel safe, they're able to really focus on academics, we really build relationships. It's as somebody who comes, I used to actually be a union rep at one of my schools where I was teaching. So to come from, like, I love public schools and public education, and I love the schools in the district. And I just think that for some students, that this small school that won't grow, that is run by parents, and just, it's a family feel. I know everybody's name. I know every student's name, and everybody knows everybody. So it's just so different. And I'm sure anybody who, I know Trustee Laura and Linda Delgado have been there, so they might be able to tell you their impression of when they stepped on our campus, but it's very obvious when you come on our campus. And that concludes. I tried to get through it quickly. I know everybody's tired, but if you have any questions, I will be happy to answer them.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Do we have any public comment for this item?
We do not.
Thank you, Mr. Walton. Board members, I would like to request again that you stick to the 5-minute time limit for questions and comments. Trustee Phillips?
Thank you very much for your presentation. I know that your school has been around for quite some time, and that a lot of the parents are very passionate about your school. I noticed that you made some comparisons, and you made some comparisons with Dijon and with Helms. What I've seen in a lot of these presentations is comparisons with more than 2 schools. So for example, when we did, the last one we did was John Henry High School. They compared themselves to pretty much, I think, every high school in the district. When I look at your numbers for math and for ELA, I noticed that you are, and when I say you, I don't mean you specifically, and excuse me if I'm not looking here because I'm actually looking at two screens. But when I compare your numbers in math and English language arts, Manzanita's numbers are what I would say is significantly behind the district averages in both of those. Can you speak to that for a moment? And the reason that I'm asking is because what I've been told in these charter renewals is that we are supposed to, we're really supposed to look at academics, and you guys appear to be trailing the district in English language arts and mathematics.
Yes, I can. So going off of the renewal criteria, I was trying to look up so I could look at the actual law, but we're supposed to look at the schools where our students would be going and that are demographically similar. And for our school, we're 2 blocks down from Dijon. Most people have don't even know where we're located. It's really small. But I think with the larger charter schools, they have students from so many areas. And for us, it really, 75% of our kids would be going to Dijon. So it really is just in that community. It's so small and so unknown. And everybody, I mean, everybody I've talked to at the district that came, I mean, even for special ed, we go through the district SELPA. They've never been to our school. They've just never been there. It's tiny, and I guess we don't make much noise. But as far as the scores go, I think that what I look at is the growth of what these students come in. So just to give you an example of my current group of 6th graders that came in, over 50% of them didn't even qualify to be at 3rd grade level for math. I'm starting really low when they come to me. I want to see them grow at least a full year, if not 2 years. We're really big on multi-tiered systems of support. So we have, everybody has a support class, whether it be an advanced leadership class. We integrate arts and everything. We have our students have STEAM class, they have music, they have access to all this broad range of courses, and we try to just every possible way that we can, we try to reach them. So we just are constantly looking at data, and to me, I want to see growth. So we really we have to start with where they are. We can't make up for all the years that they're behind when they get to us, but I do expect us to make progress with them during the years that they're with us. But the schools were chosen based on the legal criteria for renewal.
So just a quick point, I know where Manzanita is, and I know that physically the school is close to Dijon, but it's not, where the school is not necessarily the issue, right? So the issue is, where are all of the children? Where do they literally live? Because you can live anywhere and go to a school. So I just wanted to point that out. I would like to see something that actually shows where the kids live, because it's not what is the proximity between your school and Dijon. It's really about where the kids live. I know you guys were not always at that spot, for example, you were somewhere else. And I am concerned because the performance of the school is significantly, in my opinion, trailing the district average, which has not been the case with the other renewals that have come before me anyway.
So I want to say I used your district address, the locator. I went through every single student and tracked where they would be. And I actually screenshot the maps. I didn't include them in this, but 75% of them are designated to go to Dijon, 15% to Helms. It was 90% total, and then 10% others. So we have like one that would go to Horomatsu. We have a one that would go to Crespi, one that some that are kind of unknown due to not having an address. And so not just the proximity, not just being 2 blocks, but our actual students, according to the district school finder that you guys have, I personally did the address searches to check that's where our students would be going.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. Trustee Panas?
Thank you very much for your comments here. I had a few questions for you. As I was going through your petition, it looked like you had enrollment in 2016-17 of 135. It went down to 99, and then back up to 121. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, I was supporting the school at the time, but as what was just said about us moving locations, we were up by Hilltop where Now Making Waves is, and I believe that that is the year that they moved, and so a lot of students, you know, for location wise, for attendance, getting there, a lot of our students walked to school. A lot of students fell off for that year, and then some came back. I still have parents that come saying they didn't even know we moved, that they thought our school was gone, that had other siblings there. So I think that that was primarily due to relocating.
Okay. Do you have a specific SEL curriculum that you use? I mean, you mentioned SEL a lot throughout your document.
Yeah.
It's actually a curriculum you use.
Mm-hmm. That's a good question. It's something that's really significant. So what we're using has the SEL integrated into it, and I provided all the research and the documentation and the appendices for that. And actually, because I partner with Helms so much, we switched our ELA and math curriculum this year to be the same as theirs. And that—
I noticed that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not just saying, I love their admin team. When we get in a room, it just talk. We have this, you know, our focus and passions are the same. So it's really fun to talk with them. But the SEL is integrated within the curriculum. And I'm also looking at other programs. But the thing is like, I look at, you know, these standalone programs, and it's not a standalone issue. I mean, we want to incorporate this into life, these lessons. And that's kind of, you know, when kids come to me as administrator, they know that I'm not here to judge them. That's not my job. My job is to, let's learn from this. Let's make this a lesson. What can we learn? And maybe they need to learn how to recognize their triggers, or they need to learn how to pause or count before they respond, or maybe they need some counseling, or, you know, so we're really trying to, we have to change, because our school's so small, our programs change quickly or frequently from year to year, but our SEL is integrated throughout the day. It's not a actual standalone program.
Okay, thank you. Have you joined the CORE data consortium?
No, I have not, but someone was telling me about that.
Okay, I was just curious. It's okay. So how many of your kids end up going to middle college? No?
I think a lot of our kids go to middle college in leadership. So I just sent in, I would say, about 20 recommendation letters for middle college, and we have 51 eighth graders. at least 20 I had to fill out. So we have a lot of students that end up at middle college and at leadership. And then we have some that really like El Cerrito, some that look at Kennedy. They're, you know, we have them look at everything. We're not part of the enrolled WCC. So we don't, we're just small and really for the community. So we don't promote ourselves anywhere. It's kind of, you know, we feel like we're part of the district, and then we just let kids know of the different programs at different schools. So yeah, we do have quite a few kids that go to middle college. I would have, if you want the exact number, I can.
No. I was just trying to understand kind of roughly where they go. I noticed looking at your CASP scores across the 3 years that you presented on page 43 of the petition, there's been a big drop over the last 3 years in your ELA scores. It's been, I won't say it's not as big of a drop, but a significant drop in your math scores. So can you talk about that a little bit?
Yes, let me get to this page. Okay, so the year we get this question, I got it from the Charter Association, everything. It comes up quite often because it dropped. And that year was the year where we had, I think we had 99 students or something that took the test. It was the move, and there was a different population. But I would say that I was just supporting the school as an outside consultant at that time. But from what I understand from the former administrator is a lot of these drops came because of the move. And we're working on getting them back up. But I think overall, our kids are coming each year, like our new cohort of students is lower than our last year's cohort of students. So they're enrolling in our school even lower than the year before. So we're starting, it depends on where we start. That's why I really care about the longitudinal growth, is to see from year to year how we're progressing them at our school. So if you, I mean, this shows the CASP scores going down, but let me find the right one I'm looking for here.
Well,
so if you look on pages, back to this one, 51 and 52, this is where you can see the growth that has happened in a year at our school. So it's not that, even though the dashboard looks lower than the year before, look at our ELA scores and how much students improved from the previous year. I guess that's what I'm trying to say is we are showing growth, and it might not show, just like some of the schools I partner with, they have them for a couple of years and they come in low and they're trying to make progress with them. I mean, Helms is a huge school. They've done some amazing work there.
Okay, one last question for you here. Maybe I missed it in the documents. I hadn't realized about the move, and so I wasn't really paying attention to the numbers with that in mind. Could you round up for us and maybe send us? I'd be interested to know like what your demographic breakdown has been for the last 5 years.
Hi, sorry to interrupt. This is Jessie Manning Jarvis. I just want to say that it's been, I think it's going on the 7th minute now. Just to be mindful of time.
I'm done. Last.
If you want anything else, just email me and I'll send it, but I wrote that down.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Trustee Cuevas.
Madam Chair, Madam President, I don't have any questions. I'd like to honor our limited time together. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Lara. Trustee Lara. Trustee Lara, can you hear me?
There we go. Sorry, I forgot to unmute myself. So, Chantel, hello.
Hi.
And I'm really glad to see you. I just think this is an awesome school. I really, I enjoyed it because, number one, you have a governing board that's all parents elected by parents. That to me is so impressive. I mean, it's just awesome. And you have open admissions, people that come, you accept them, right? You, and I know you don't want to grow. You're not interested in getting really big or anything. So you're not trying to recruit. People come because they want to be there. They've heard about it. And I did feel that family sense that you're talking about. And I don't know, just all your priorities, like your ELD reclassification rate, your emphasis on mental health. I know you partner with Familias Unidas. Everybody, you know, your trauma-informed practices that you use and the teacher coaching model. I mean, there's just so much here that's very, I think, special and unique. And I do have a question about teachers. How many you have? Are they credentialed? How much turnover you have? Do you use like TFAs? So can you tell me about your teachers?
Yeah, absolutely. So we, I believe, and Martin, he said he'll follow up with any of the questions. He's listening, but not on to speak. I believe he said the last 5 years it's been, I should look at, because he said that this question might come up. He said that, I can find it, was 80%. I think it was 80 to 100% that we retain the last 5 years. That our teachers generally have credentials. I know that for our charter, the laws have changed, but in the past, like PE or our electives didn't need them. But we met all the criteria. We have had TFA teachers. We really work on building up our teachers. And so of course they get snatched up quickly. And it's hard when you're new and you want to grow and there's only one teacher for each subject. So we have one teacher for every subject in 7th and 8th grade, and then we have a self-contained 6th grade class. So we have 8 teachers total. It's really, really small. And no, we're not looking to grow at all. We want to keep this family feel. It's what makes it unique and special, and it would lose that if and you've been to our building, there is no room to grow.
Yeah, it's a very humble building, that's for sure. And yeah, I was able to talk to students. You had English learners who don't, you know, level 1s. You had, I also talked to some parents that just said it was a unique atmosphere. They wouldn't have their child go anywhere else. And I was wondering well, there's a couple of things that I just want to kind of throw out there as a vision that I see, because it's so unique as a middle school, that maybe the possibility of going 6 to 12, 6th grade through 12th grade. And then also, there's this thing called affiliated charter, where you become a part of the district, because I think it would be very unique and a place for our teachers to go and see and observe. And I know you do a lot of collaboration. This is just a special place, a special charter school. I am very enthusiastic about it, and I'm, of course, definitely want to approve the petition. And I'm so glad you're part of I've always said our district has all these little hidden gems.
Yes.
And you are definitely, your school is definitely one of them. So thank you.
Thank you. And I have to say, it's a lot of hard work from the years before I was there, and I feel fortunate to have found it myself. I just think that's what I say, it's a gem. And it's the same gem for, you know, when students come and families come and they're seeking out this unique opportunity where their kid is a person and they know that their kid's going to be safe and their kid wants to come to school. It's what I have 3 kids. It's what I want for my kids. It's like, it feels like a private school. It's very, very unique. And I mean, I think that the 6th through 12th, I mean, we don't have the capacity to grow at our school, but it is unique. And I invite any of the board members to come by and see our campus. But, and I collaborate a lot with the, you know that, because I've talked to you before about it, with the district. I just think there's some incredible teachers in the district, and I think there's incredible administrators in the district, and I learn a lot from them. And I just have, you know, all these ideas that we throw back and forth. I have this small school in this unique situation where we can implement things quickly. So.
Yes, and I do have one more question. What are you doing with your students during this, the pandemic?
Good question. So what we're doing is we, because we're small, so we were able, you know, just getting so many teachers on board, we were able to plan ahead. So we still have a few, I think 3 kids that don't have the Chromebooks that I'm working with their parents. They all have my personal number, so I'm trying to work with them to get them the Chromebooks. So we sent packets and Chromebooks home. We did a poll to see who needed internet. So far, from what we're seeing, everybody's able to communicate with their teachers. They have a check-in time. We're tapping into resources. They've done virtual field trips. That's another thing that's big at our school is field trips, overnight camping trips and things like that. So we're actually, our 6th grade teachers just did a virtual field trip with her class. And we're finding actually what's pretty amazing, and just having listened about structure and things like that, that the students that we had trouble getting to do work are doing some of the most work right now, that they need this consistency, they need this connection. And so we're seeing some kids really step up, and I'm getting emails from kids too myself. So we're really just trying to keep it going, and just trying to, you know, a lot of our teachers have kids, and I mean, myself, my parents, I'm, you know, trying to make them stay home, so I have to shop for them, and I have my 3 kids, all with different, you know, 2 teenagers with different classes, and my young one. It's hard to balance everything. And, you know, we're just getting hit in this area, and I'm, you know, right now my focus, since my teachers are doing actually really great with this, my focus is thinking of grief counseling when we go back, because you know, just thinking ahead of not, you know, I don't want to say it, but just that with the death rate, and just not everybody's gonna make it through, and how are you gonna support, even if we're back in school, this is gonna be a hard time for everybody. So I'm just trying to think ahead now of how to support emotionally our families too. And I do like that fund coming up. That's something that I want to look into as well for our family. We have families that could probably benefit from that too. And
okay, well, thank you, Chelsea. Thank you very much. I appreciate all of you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll talk again.
Yes,
thank you. Yeah, I just want to say thank you for the presentation. I appreciate all of the information that you shared, and I appreciate all of the questions that the trustees asked as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we are closing our public hearing for Manzanita Middle School charter renewal. Thank you, everyone. It's 12 o'clock. We have to address item F4. F6, F7, F8, F9, and then the 4 consent items that were pulled, C1, C3, C4, and C5. So can we get to F4? Action item F4, resolution number 75/1920, authorizing the issuance and sale of its 2020 general obligation refunding bonds, federally taxable, C bonds, in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $255 million, and approving certain other matters relating to said bond.
Yes, good evening, trustees. Dr. Wold here, and Blake Bohm from KNN will be coming in a moment. We'll bring up the PowerPoint presentation real quickly. and I believe Blake will come online there. We have identified with the current market rates, and you can go to the next slide, that there is an opportunity for us to potentially refund several of our outstanding bonds there and save the taxpayers a significant amount of money. Blake, are you online yet?
I am.
Okay, so I'm going to pass it to Blake, who's going to very quickly brief the board on why the time is right to do this and how this is a significant benefit to our taxpayers. Go ahead, Blake.
Trustee Hernandez Jarvis, I need to interrupt for just a sec. I need to recuse myself on this item.
Yes, thank you, Trustee Bonas.
I'll quickly go through the slides here. Really just looking at the district's existing measures. What we're going to talk about today is a potential refinancing opportunity of some of the outstanding bonds associated with some of these outstanding measures. What this table does not identify is the district's recently passed March 2020 Measure R. Congratulations to the district on passing that measure. Obviously, that's not one that is in the mix for refinancing as it was just approved. We can move to the next slide. Before we get into the specifics of the refunding, just to recap, back in 2013, the district board approved a refunding and restructuring policy, which really lays out guidelines and objectives for which future refinancings are considered. Those guidelines have really shaped a very successful history of refunding transactions, which you can see down here at the bottom, starting from 2009 all the way up until 2018. The district has refinanced a number of outstanding bonds, saving taxpayers over $74 million. Next slide. So one of the things that Dr. Wold had asked me to talk about was why now? Refinancings are sensitive to market rates. There's no obligation to do refinancings. It's really when the opportunities present themselves, it's a chance for the district to look at refinancing at lower interest rates, thereby saving taxpayers money. Rewinding back to the beginning of March, we were at historically low levels in both the municipal bond market and treasuries. And that really prompted the district staff and financing team efforts to really take a deep dive into some of the outstanding bonds that were sitting at higher rates than what were available in the market. And that's what we did. Fast forward from that point at the beginning of March, not too much fast forward with really kind of the COVID-19 impacts. Just like it's affected, individuals' day-to-day lives. We've heard a lot throughout the board meeting tonight in all aspects of that. It's also affected the financial markets. And, really the weeks that followed in March, rates shot up last week in anticipation of federal stimulus through the U.S. CARES Act. Rates dropped back down, back to the levels that we were at roughly at the beginning of March. And so in this week, in general, the market right now continues to be a bit volatile. It was not anticipated as we took our deep dive into the refunding, but we still think it's a prudent move for the district to position itself to let the market stabilize and still take advantage of what we think will be low market rates to save taxpayers money.
And so Blake, can you explain that we're going to be monitoring it weekly with the passing of this resolution, and how we'll be able to time it the right way to issue?
Of course. Really the strategy that we're taking here in light of just the vast amount of potential taxpayer savings that could be on the table is to be ready to go. And so that's really premised off of taking the resolution and corresponding refinancing documents to the board this evening. We have had conversations with the rating agencies who have affirmed the district's strong ratings of AA3 and AA-. And should the board approve the resolution this evening, we would post the POS this Friday. The POS, our preliminary official statement, is, for all intents and purposes, the prospectus of the district's bonds. What that would allow for is investors to see that West Contra Costa Unified is planning for this refinancing. And really it allows Dr. Wold and KNN and the rest of the financing team to monitor the market day by day, really trying to identify when there's enough stability and an opportunity to go out and lock in rates by pricing these bonds. It may be the middle of April, it could be the end of April, and it could carry us into May. We don't know what the day-to-day is going to look like, but we would at least be positioned to be on a standby basis and with the hopes of locking in some significant taxpayer savings.
So keep going to the next slide so they can see.
So this really outlines in this table what we're talking about. Through our deep dive, we identified 5 series of outstanding bonds that would generate significant debt service savings and comply with the refunding and restructuring policy guidelines. This refinancing has the potential to generate more taxpayer savings than any of the district's prior refunding transactions. You can see highlighted in this yellow bar at the table, the cumulative taxpayer savings is estimated, it could be over $39 million through this single transaction. Now, of course, this is based on rates that took place in early March. This is before about 2 weeks of upheaval with the COVID-19 impacts. But we do think that the market will stabilize. We just don't know when, and we want to be positioned to take advantage of the market when it does. Moving to the next slide. So this is really the last slide and really highlights the game plan, much of which has been discussed verbally already. Again, should the board approve the resolution this evening, this Friday we would post the preliminary official statement. And then we would be on a holding pattern with a TBD for both bond pricing and closing, which we're hopeful would take place at some point in April, and the closing potentially in May.
And so the board is aware, may be aware that this was initially going to be on the board meeting that was canceled on the 18th there. And we do have a recommendation to utilize 2 firms as our underwriters. Blake, you want to talk about that recommendation as well?
Yeah, for this refinancing, we're talking about doing a negotiated sale in which we bring on banks ahead of time, as opposed to a competitive sale where we let anyone and everyone under the sun bid on the district's bonds. In 2018, the last bond financing that the district did, we had kind of a dual path. We had a refinancing that did a negotiated sale, and a new money issuance that we went competitive. Both issuances were very successful back in 2018. However, for 2020, we've put a lot of thought into it, given the backdrop of the district's fiscal situation, given market conditions. We believe a negotiated sale would be a prudent move for this financing. And in doing so, the banks that we're recommending bringing on would be JP Morgan Chase and Raymond James, 2 of the top candidates from the district's 2017 RFP process.
And we're eliminating the underwriter we discussed previously regarding the Wall Street Journal. We've removed them from doing business with the district. We've made it very clear the parameters for the underwriters on a negotiated sale, that we don't want to see them churning the bonds as we go forward, as we've discussed with the board. And the reason for negotiated is because, again, of our rating, we found that working with the rating agencies, we had to invest a lot of time discussing the current financial situation in California. And because of the volatility of the market, it's really important to be able to lock in the tightest possible spreads when we take these out to market. And these 2 firms have a good reputation and a good track record of being able to deliver on that, which will allow us to meet the board's requirements. And our goal is not to go out until we stay well over that double-digit savings for taxpayers. With that, I believe that's the last slide, correct, Blake?
That's correct.
So we'll take any questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Do any board members have any quick comments or questions? It is 12:11 right now.
Madam President, is there any public comment?
Oh, yes, thank you. Trustee Cuevas, is there public comment for this item?
There is no public comment.
Okay. Madam
Thank you.
President, I'd like to, before we discuss, move approval of this item.
Thank you, Trustee Cuevas, for moving approval of this item.
I second that.
Trustee Lara seconds the motion Trustee Cuevas made to approve this item. And before we have the roll call vote, do any board members have any questions or clarifying questions or comments?
This is Trustee Phillips. I just wanted to say thank you for eliminating the firm that did the churning in the past. We spoke about this the last time you were before us, and that caused concern in the community, but it was also, a national thing because of the coverage that it got. So I am glad that they are out of the picture, and thank you for that.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. Do any other board members have any comments? Okay, and Trustee Panas recused himself before we began discussion. So we have the item was moved by Trustee Cuevas, seconded by Trustee Lara. Can we please have a roll call vote?
Trustee Cuevas, yes.
Trustee Lara, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes. Motion passes 4 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention from Trustee, or 1 recusal, sorry, from Trustee Panas, and 0 absences.
I just want to add just a quick thanks to Tony and Blake for moving pretty quickly on this stuff and staying in line with the market. It'll be tremendous, if it's pulled off, tremendous savings for this community. So thank you both.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. And the next item that we have now is item F6, which is the ratification of MOU with United Teachers of Richmond for 2020-2021 budget reductions.
So thank you very much, President Hernandez Jarvis. We have been negotiating with all of our unions to meet the target towards the $47.8 million for reductions next year. We have completed negotiations at this point with the United Teachers of Richmond and come to an agreement that reduced our class size liabilities, included several other settlements that brings us more than $13.4 million in negotiated reductions for next year. And we're asking for the board to ratify this agreement.
Thank you, Dr. Wolk. Is there any public comment for this item?
There is no public comment for this item.
Thank you, Mr. Walton. Do any board members have any clarifying questions or comments?
No questions, Madam President, but I'd like to move approval of this item to begin discussion.
Thank you, Trustee Cuevas. Approval of the item was made by Trustee Cuevas. Is there a second? I second that motion by Trustee Cuevas. Do any board members have any clarifying questions or comments?
This is Trustee Phillips. Is it accurate that the negotiations are not actually completed?
We are still continuing to look at additional possible reductions. So this MOU was the result of quite a bit of work, and we're going to continue to look for other possible reductions beyond this with UTR.
So when you say additional possible reductions, does that mean that there may not be any more reductions with UTR?
UTR will still be responsible, if not this year, next year, because we're doing this over a 2-year period of meeting their negotiated reduction target. And they're aware of that. So we're working on any and all options that we can get ratified by their membership as well as the board. So we're continuing that process, working together.
Okay. I just want to say I appreciate the fact that UTR and staff have been working closely together. And you guys have been working with all of the bargaining units. And I think the only way we're going to get through this productively and be able to fulfill our mission is for us to continue to work together. Me personally, I would feel more comfortable voting on an MOU once the negotiations are actually done. We are in crazy times right now. And if something were to happen where the negotiations weren't completed by June, that would be an issue for me. So me personally, I'm going to abstain on this one just because I know you guys are going to get there, but I prefer to vote when you actually get there.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. Are there any other comments from board members? Okay, thank you, board. So the motion was made by Trustee Cuevas to approve this item, and it was seconded by myself, Trustee Hernandez-Jarvis. Can we please have a roll call vote?
Cuevas, yes.
Laura, yes.
Hernandez-Jarvis, yes. Trustee Panas? Trustee Panas or Trustee Phillips?
Trustee Phillips is abstaining.
I'm sorry. I thought I hit the unmute. I apologize. I abstained on this vote.
Thank you. And Trustee Panas, I don't know if anybody heard.
Madam President, does he know that we were done with the last item that he had recused himself from?
I am not 100% sure. Mr. Duffy, can you check
I'll send him
with him right now? Because I don't see the screen. Thank you. Mr. Duffy?
Yes, I'm sorry. I sent him a text and I'm waiting to hear back from him.
I sent him a message as well right now, and he answered, but I don't know if you can see it, if you can see him on the screen trying to unmute or not.
I can't see him on the screen.
Okay, I'm back. So we're doing the UTR.
Yes. And yeah, so we actually I didn't check with you, to make sure that you came back. So I apologize for that. We had a motion and it was seconded, and we just were voting on it, and that's when I realized when I called on you that you weren't there.
Okay, I'll do that. Did anything unexpected come up in our conversation? I'm okay with this item, but did anything unexpected come up as we discussed it?
Not particularly.
Okay, I'm a yes on that.
Thank you, Trustee Panas. Motion to ratify the MOU with United Teachers of Richmond for 2020-2021 budget reductions is approved by the board unanimously. And
wasn't it a 4-0?
Abstain.
Oh, yes, I'm so sorry. Thank you for that. Yes, so Trustee Phillips sustained, so it was 4 010. Thank you for that clarification.
So Tracy, it should be number 7 next.
Yes, F7 is next, which is approve MOU with Adult School Teachers United, ASTU.
So this item is slightly different than budget reductions. The adult school teachers have never had a full contract. For the last year plus, the district has begun the negotiations for their first full-time contract. As part of that, we were in salary negotiations, whereas all of the other bargaining units have had salary and wage increases over the past 3 years, including next year. Nothing has been done with Adult School Teachers United during that period of time. They are not funded with any general fund dollars. They are entirely funded with Fund 11, which is restricted dollars only for adult school. There are sufficient funds for a wage increase. And because of the shutdown, we were not able to complete the full contract. We approached the adult school union about finalizing the wages so that we could continue to support those hardworking employees. And our agreement is a 6% increase for 2018-19 with a 4% increase in 2019-20, the current year, which equals the same rates that have been given to the other bargaining units over previous years. So it's not anything different. They just were behind the curve. And so we're recommending the passing of this MOU to bring adult school wages up to where the other bargaining units are. And again, there is no impact on the general fund. The costs that are represented are within the Fund 11 budget, with it being about 80,000 for the retroactive and 100,000 ongoing.
Thank you, Dr. Wolf. Do we have public comment for this item?
My apologies. There is one public comment, Demetrio Gonzalez, and
Thank you.
For the adult ed one?
I apologize. I must have missed his hand. But he can, if it's okay with the board president, he can speak now.
Yes, Mr.
Thank you, President Hernandez Chavez. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Actually, I did want to speak on adult school, actually, if you don't mind.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It makes sense. It doesn't make sense. So I just wanted to show our support with our adult educators. They were the only unit that was not able to get salary increase in the last 3 years because they were trying to form a union while we were already established. So we just want to show our solidarity and our support to them because they deserve this raise and they have not been able to get one in many, many years. So I hope that all of you will approve it tonight, and thank you for the time.
Gonzalez. And that was the only public comment, right? Just one for this?
Yes, just the one.
Thank you.
Madam President, I'd like to move approval of this item.
Thank you, Trustee Cuevas, for moving approval of this item to open discussion. And I second that motion. Do board members have any clarifying questions or comments?
I have one question for Dr. Wold.
Trustee Panas?
Dr. Wold, does this come out of continuing revenues, or are we basically going into the fund balance and Fund 11 on this?
We are not going into fund balance. It is based on ongoing sustainable revenue. That was part of our negotiations with them, that we would not use one-time monies for ongoing expenses.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Panas. If there is no further comment or question from the board, can we please have a roll call vote?
Trustee Cuevas, yes.
Panas, yes.
Lara, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes. The motion passes unanimously for the approval of MOU with Adult School Teachers United. Thank you, Board. The next item is F8. Ratify MOU with West Contra Costa Administrators Association for 2020-2021 budget reductions.
So just like the one with United Teachers Richmond, we've been actively negotiating with our certificate administrative union, and we have come to an agreement that represents $3.2 million in reductions, which was the target we set for that group. The board already took action with the resolution on February 26th to notice employees that are affected in this agreement, and we're asking the board to ratify to finalize these $3.2 million in reductions for next year.
Thank you, Dr. Wolf. Is there public comment for this item?
There are three public comments. The first is Jamie Allardyce.
Thank you.
Duffy. Ooh. Cool. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Yes. Sorry about that. Good morning, trustees and superintendent. Last time you gathered, the staff of Nystrom read a statement more eloquent than I can promise to be tonight. Our staff spoke about how massive budget cuts inequitably impact schools like ours. Today, with these MOUs, many of these cuts and inequities now become reality. Over the last 4 to 5 years, no school in our district has shown more academic growth than Nystrom. This is because our awesome team, and specifically because we've had an amazing vice principal. I've been able to shift my workload from triage to intentional support and planning. We are able to be proactive and work collaboratively on culture and climate, support our teachers, and be instructional leaders. But this isn't about me or even about Nystrom. This is about ensuring we prioritize our most underserved communities and make sure our rhetoric around equity is aligned with our budgeting and staffing. With this MOU, the admin to student ratio at schools like Nystrom and Chavez are on par with Kensington and Madera. While taking nothing away from my colleagues at those schools, I think we can all agree that they are significantly different challenges at a school with 500 kids and 97% unduplicated count than one with 10 to 20%. And yet these MOUs leave them staffed the same, both in class sizes and in admin support. Despite the limited VPs and APs that were able to be saved with this MOU, I do not believe we chose to staff our highest need schools. With some creative and collaborative work, we could have shifted allocations to ensure schools with over 95% unduplicated count have more administrative support. Moments of crisis like this only exacerbate systematic inequities. Never has that been more apparent than now, be it with our students' access to technology and Wi-Fi, or families' access to healthcare in the midst of this pandemic. In the face of massive budget cuts, what we prioritize in terms of staffing and budget is more important than ever. We don't have any margin for error. There is no easy way to cut $48 million, and I'm not pretending otherwise. My ask is that as we head into 2021 school year and are negotiating contracts with all of our bargaining units, all of us, our labor unions, district, and board, can collectively develop an equity lens for staffing, both for admin and class sizes. Moving forward, we need to work together to ensure that we have a common framework that identifies our highest need schools. Once we do that, we can create a system that moves away from empty equity rhetoric and moves towards one that prioritizes the needs of our highest need schools and kids. Thank you very much, and I hope you have a great evening.
Thank you for your comment.
The next speaker is Allison Everett.
Good morning, trustees. Before this MOU is put for a vote, I wanted to talk a little bit about what this really means for our schools and our students. When this MOU passes, 14 schools that represent nearly 6,500 students will lose their vice principal. And 5 additional schools representing an additional 3,000 students, will lose half a vice principal. Of those 19 schools, 11 of them have an unduplicated count of 90% or above. That means 9 out of every 10 students in that school were identified as needing additional supports and resources. Next year, those students will not have an additional adult to go to, a mentor to help them navigate a conflict, an advocate, a tutor. Many teachers may lose some of the support they are getting around instruction, a friendly face to help with technology, with student concerns, with instructional concerns. Parents will have one less ally to go to when seeking resources or needing support. I understand that budget cuts are hard and that 48 million is a big number, but I hope the board is making sure these cuts don't disproportionately impact our highest needs kids. At Chavez, not including the cuts that were made last year, we will lose 1 VP, 2 teacher FTEs, 1 grad tutor, and $100,000 in site funds. This year, we're the 3rd largest K-6 in the district, and going into next year, we will have the 2nd highest unduplicated count, nearly 98%. That's a lot to be taken from kids who need it the most. In the weeks ahead, and as more hard decisions will need to be made around budget cuts, I am hoping our board, our district, and our unions really take the time to consider who those cuts are hurting the most, and that we do everything in our power to fight for those we promise to protect the most. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
The next speaker is Matt Sloan.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Good evening or good morning, esteemed board and
Matt, you need to unmute yourself.
can you all hear me now?
Yes.
I've heard numerous concerns about our students who have been historically underserved, who struggle in traditional school systems, who need significant additional resources to be successful, and I'm thankful for you all surfacing them and their significant needs. First off, I appreciate the immense responsibility that you all have undertaken and know that there is no easy way to cut $48 million. However, the MOU that the board will consider adopting tonight is one that brings grave concerns relating to equity and supporting our kids who need the most. I've dedicated my entire professional career in West Contra Costa Unified School District to supporting and advocating for students who need more support. Similarly, the vast majority of current elementary vice principals who were homegrown, excellent teachers from this district all arrived in their positions in these high-need schools with the same mission: to support, live, and emanate the notion that all students, regardless of their zip code, can achieve at high levels. Within our own schools that demonstrate the highest needs, as measured by the state's metric of UPP, vice principals provide consistent support to the students that are at the highest risk. From de-escalation and employing restorative practices, to tutoring and instructional support, to coaching teachers around how to reach all students effectively, we dedicate every day to ensuring all students can access the curriculum. With the MOU that is being considered, I wonder what the messaging is to our students, families, staff, and community. Lastly, in terms of UPP, I do want to be clear that these cuts will affect Chavez and Eastrom in the most severe ways. Mr. Panis discussed at the board meeting on February 26th that Chavez will face significant cuts and would lose 1 VP, classified instructional support, certificated FTE teacher positions, and nearly $100,000 in site funds. Chavez has an unduplicated pupil percentage of 97%. In comparison with some other schools with significantly lower unduplicated counts, that they might lose just a small percentage of their site budgets, totaling around $30,000. I urge you, not just for the sake of my position, but for the sake of our students and school community, to ask WCCAA and the district to return to the table and come back with something equitable and student-centered. I appreciate your time, and I'd like to conclude with a question. What message would adopting this MOU send to our community and to our students who need more resources to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes the public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Walton.
Madam President, this is Trustee Cuevas. I'd like to move approval of this item.
Thank you, Trustee Cuevas.
I'll
For
second
moving
that.
approval of this. Trustee Plana seconded the item F8. Is there, oh, it's been moved and seconded. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
I had some comments.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Trustee Plana, go ahead with your comments, please.
So I completely agree with the speakers in their statements about equity, and I'm really upset by this MOU. At the same time, I do feel that if I vote against this, I'm basically saying I want to blow up the collective bargaining system in our district, because we gave our negotiators a job to do, and they worked with the bargaining unit, and they came back with something that was signed. And I don't know that we have I personally feel like I have an alternative to doing this, but if other board members or the staff has some other ideas about what we can do here, I feel like I'm bound that I have to vote for this, even though I'm really unhappy with the outcome.
So I'll respond real quickly to that. While we do need to make the reductions, we are already in the process of working with WCCAA to negotiate some additional job descriptions that utilize restricted funds that are not on the chopping block, that are site-based, that may allow for the restoration using those types of soft funds and giving an equity lens, because many of these sites, while they don't have enough on the LCAP side to pay for a full-time position, they do have CSI, special one-time funds, and they do have some restricted funds. And if we can define a position that would allow them to bring back that support for our most needy students, we're trying to bring that forward. And so we are actively working on that to provide options to bring back additional positions and support for those needy schools, while still addressing our fiscal crisis of the 47.8 million. So that is actively working, and we plan to be bringing a potential job description to the board at the next board meeting.
I'd also
Thank you for that.
I'd also like to add, I do think there has been an equity lens put on these decisions, as difficult as they have been and as limited as a resource we have. The decision around assistant principals and vice principals was a decision about how many we could afford. And two things happened. One was a negotiation around high schools, and one was a negotiation around elementary schools. And we were able to keep 3 vice principals at high schools, one for Richmond High School, which is 1,500 students and 95% unduplicated, one at De Anza High School, which is 1,400 students and 30% African-American students, which is a priority for us, and another at El Cerrito High School, which is getting to 1,700 students and also 30% African-American students. And we set a target for elementary schools to receive a half of a vice principal if they had over 90% unduplicated and more than 540 students.
And the half at Kennedy.
And right, and another half for Kennedy. So we tried to push it as far as we could go, and we tried to also make that up in the discretionary allocations, which we've changed as well, to funnel even more money to our highest needs schools. So it's not strictly just on a per supplemental student basis, but we've included a concentration formula within that. So if you have concentrated numbers of high unduplicated students, you get even more dollars. We also have 14 or 15 schools that'll be receiving CSI dollars that we're trying to find ways to flex. So this one is deep and close to my heart because we've been hurting over it and working really hard. But I would say if we walked away thinking that we didn't approach this thinking about equity for our students, that wouldn't be correct. We would all like to do more, and we're going to continue to battle to do more with the limited funds that we have. But I just wanted to give some rationale for how we came to the 8 or 9 total assistant principals that we could afford.
Thank you. Did you say that actually those sites are going to be getting more of their site funds back?
Saying what we did was we took a percentage of the money that we're giving to sites and we carved it out as basically like our own internal concentration grant. So site gets its per pupil supplemental allocation, and then for sites that are, I think we landed at 70% and above, not 80% and above, one of the two, get additional dollars for their site.
Thank you. Okay. I appreciate your comments.
Madam President, can I add a comment?
Yes, Trustee Cuevas.
And I appreciate everybody's thoughts. I appreciate the sentiment all the sentiment that's been expressed on this particular item. But if you'll notice, I moved every one of these MOUs simply because, again, we are dealing with a commitment we made to get to balancing our budget, and we pushed that out over 2 years as best we can to minimize that pain. The answer to the questions that folks were asking in my mind is it sends a clear message. It sends a clear message that we are not funding education at the rates we need to actually provide the supports that our most needy kids need, in addition to what all children need. So I'm not going to shy away from consistently saying that. I do think, though, next year's budget, we will have no choice but to hold that equity conversation front and center, because it will become very clear that will be the moral imperative for how the budget will need to be designed for next year, or in terms of the next year for the following subsequent school year. So I do appreciate everybody's sentiment, and I echo everybody's statement that this has never been a position that we wanted to find ourselves in. And part of that also means growing those areas of our budget with clear understanding of where those dollars are coming from. Are they on soft dollars? Are they on grant dollars? Or are they on one-time dollars? And are we clear about how all that budget works together? And I think that's where the equity conversation can happen in the next iteration, and will actually be timed for Mr. Wold, correct me if I'm wrong, for complete negotiation opportunities with our bargaining units, correct?
Correct. All units contracts are fully open next year.
Okay. Those are my final comments. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Trustee Cuevas, for your comments. Is there any further discussion? Does anybody else have a comment or clarifying question?
This is Trustee Phillips. So
Mm-hmm.
the first question is, what percent of the actually ratified this in their vote?
You're asking what percent of the WCCA members? I believe it was approved by their executive board.
So this never went to the members?
That's my understanding. Because of the shutdown, it didn't go for a full vote. And that is within their bylaws.
What is in their bylaws?
The executive board does have the ability to enter into MOUs without a full vote.
Okay. Normally, what I've seen is that the members actually vote on things, on these MOUs, before they come to us. So, for example, I think UTR, they voted on the MOU before it came to us. I have gotten some negative feedback regarding this MOU. You all have just gotten some as well in this discussion. I thought the membership had actually voted on this. Knowing that the membership hasn't voted on it and that some of the actual leadership is not fully comfortable with it either, I would like to see this go back at least for a vote with the membership. That doesn't mean that ultimately we don't pass something, but to Trustee Panis's comments, you know, it's not blowing up the process to do something different. We're not, as a board, a rubber stamp for anybody. And I think in many ways, we're actually a backstop. And if we don't perform that backstop function, I think we're not doing our jobs. So I do have a question for Mr. Duffy. Mr. Duffy, I know this is the
We lost you, or I lost you. Is it only me who lost him?
No, I lost him too.
No, I don't hear him.
We all lost him.
Huh? You can't hear me?
No, I didn't hear.
Now we can hear you.
When you said Mr. Duffy, then after that, we didn't hear you.
Okay, Mr. Duffy, what I'm asking is there anything that we could have done differently within the MOU to address some of these concerns, particularly the concerns that Principal Allardyce has brought up when he's comparing staffing between, say, Nystrom and Kensington, both schools with good people working in them and good students at them, but very different challenges. What could we have done differently to even some of that out? I know we have to hit a dollar figure at the end. So the question that I'm asking is assuming that we're hitting that dollar figure, because I know that's necessary, but as far as the allocations, what could we have done differently, if anything?
That's a big question. I think that the comparison they're making, and it's totally fair, I get it, is it just strict administrative ratio to kids. And obviously we're trying to support those schools in other ways with any other resources, whether it's the discretionary money or a SCAL that gets allocated to them, or other things that those schools get. You know, the proposal we have, in order to keep these vice principals and assistant principals, eliminated every single central coordinator was the ask on behalf of WCCAA. And that's, you know, pretty significant. So strictly operating within the realm of what we had to do there, I don't know that we could have found more money for more assistant principals. I mean, if there's anything my team knows, that was the one thing I wanted to prioritize more than anything. It's one of the things that I asked us to do in the first place to help stabilize those schools. So I'm not sure within the bounds of what we were working with, we could have done more there. I'll let Tony chime in, but ultimately it's a negotiation, and it's between two parties, and the executive board of their leadership chooses how they want to communicate with their members. That's not always in our purview or in our hands. And now we have to get to work to see how we can supplement that any other way.
Right, and so to respond back, MOUs do not need to be voted on by their membership. They only need to be signed by the president. That being said, we did work with WCCAA to look at every possible option to save it. Ultimately, it came down to just to get the amount of vice principals and assistant principals that are in this MOU did require the complete elimination of central office services that we also deemed are essential, which is why we're now working on trying to find additional soft monies to augment and bring back. But as part of the process, you have to cut the general fund side. You then look at, do we have additional one-time or soft money resources to bring back additional services? We ultimately, based on the amount of dollars available, had to set an enrollment and UPP threshold. And the two were 540 and a UPP of 90. So if you don't hit both of those criteria, there wasn't enough funds to go below that. Do we believe that there are many more needs? There absolutely are. And we're going to continue to work with WCCAA and with the way we allocated funds to try to find other ways to add more support to those schools. And we believe by May, the board will be able to appoint some additional positions back with the job descriptions we're working on and with the budgets as we go through school site councils. We believe we'll be able to address many of the areas that were discussed tonight by the comments. None of these are perfect when you're doing cuts, but we did look at every possible dollar that was available. The only way we could have done more VPs is going to split principals or something that was more radical, which wasn't something we wanted to take and move forward.
We're going to have a meeting next week. Is it possible for you all to go and sit down? And it sounds like, not to interfere with union business, but it sounds like there may have been a disconnect on the union side. Is it possible for you all to sit down and see what, and I'm not talking about not hitting the target. I want to be very clear about that because we have to hit these targets, which is another reason I abstained in the previous MOU. We have to hit these targets, but is there a way for you all to sit down and with some of these new thoughts that we're hearing and see what you all can do? And if at the end of the day, this is the best that it is, we're having a meeting next week. Can you guys just bring it back? Hopefully there's something that can be done. But if not, I get it. If not, I will vote for this. But I would like, I mean, I'm bothered, to be honest, to find out that the membership didn't actually vote on this, or I'm bothered, to be honest. Can we look at this next week? If this is the best you can do, bring it back, I'll vote for it.
So my answer would be financially. We looked at it. To make any additional staffing, we would have to cut something that's in this MOU. So it's really, what position do you want to trade? There's no other dollars that can be shifted around, and it would be a reduction. That would slow down all of our staffing pieces. The reality is we're now moving towards placement. Even a week's delay stops all of our certificated placements. And we have timelines that we have to work on with the teachers. We have to identify those folks and slot them in. So while we understand the need, our desire is also to make the cuts, but then begin looking at restoration. And that's really what you're asking for. Because again, MOUs per the contract do not need to be voted on by the members. It is a valid MOU. Once it's signed by both parties, it doesn't go back for the vote. What we do have going on, WCCAA is actively working with the district on a job description to bring forward, which would allow us to potentially bring more positions, which is what you're asking for, is additional support. And we're already doing that, but there is not, going through the money, there's no other way to create additional positions with the current staffing and funds, because unfortunately this is 100% based on people and positions, and we've cut pretty much everything. There's nothing else you can cut. You can't go and take away another position. You'd be taking away a high school assistant principal to add a vice principal at elementary.
Thank you, Dr. Wold, and thank you, Trustee Phillips. It's 12:55 now, and I'm trying to remember if Trustee Cuevas made a motion, right?
Yeah,
To
Madam
ratify this
President, there's
MOU?
a motion and a second, so we need to vote on that motion.
Yes, and Trustee, who was the second? Who seconded that motion?
I did. Trustee Panis.
Trustee Panis? Thank you. Can we please have the roll call vote? The voice vote?
Cuevas, yes.
Annis, yes.
Laura, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes. Trustee Phillips?
So before the vote started, there was still discussion. I mean, I just got an email from one of the principals, and it says we were not informed that there was an MOU until after the agenda was posted on Friday. So they didn't even know that this thing existed. I get it that it's legal, but I don't think that it is actually ethical for us to vote on an MOU that the membership didn't actually even know about. And the person that sent me that email was James Allardyce, the principal at Eastern. I'm sorry if I just exposed it, but that's who sent it, and I believe him.
Madam President, we have a motion on the floor for call. I like to call it. We've called the question. So can we have the vote? I encourage everybody to vote what they think is the right thing to do. But I'd like to move this vote on, please.
So you all voted. My vote is no, because I think the membership had a right to know about this.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips, and thank you, Trustee Cuevas. So the motion passes 4-1 with Trustee Phillips voting no, 0-0. Thank you, Board. We have one more action item. That's F9, Special Education Local Plan Board Policy Updates, and then we have 4 consent items after that. So we need to decide to extend the meeting by a specific number of times to get these 5 items done. ASAP. I move that we extend the meeting by 20 minutes. Is there a second for the motion to extend the meeting until 1:20?
I'll second that. Trustee Panis.
Trustee Panis seconds the motion to extend the meeting until 1:20. All in favor?
Trustee Cuevas, yes.
Aye.
Hernandez, yes. No, opposed? Abstained? Trustee Lara, Trustee Phillips?
Laura, no.
Trustee Phillips?
I'm sorry, I voted yes.
Thank you. Motion passes to extend the meeting until 1:20. 4-1. Trustee Lara voting no. 0-0. Okay, Board. Our next item is F9. Mr. Berger.
Okay, thank you. So this is an item that we brought for discussion at the last board meeting. My ask is that the board approve revisions to the board policies so we can update our special education local plan, which is one of the obligations from all SELPAs this year. If there are any questions, I could answer questions. My recommendation is to pass these board policies.
Thank you, Mr. Berger. Is there public comment for this item?
There is no public comment for this item.
Thank you, Mr. Walton.
Trustee Panis, I'll move approval of all the policies.
Is there a second?
Second, Trustee Cuevas.
Thank you. Moved by Trustee Panis, seconded by Trustee Cuevas for approval. Is there any comment from the board? Okay, can we have a voice roll call vote, please?
Laura,
Panis, yes.
Cuevas,
Hernandez
yes.
Jarvis, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Thank you, Board.
Panis, yes.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously
Thank you, Board.
by the board. Thank you, Mr. Berger. That leads us to item C1, pulled by Trustee Phillips.
Sorry, we still need to do, I'm sorry if it wasn't clear, F10, which is the waiver.
Oh, okay. So when we agreed to change the order of the items we were going to look at, we didn't include F10. So do we technically need to have a quick motion for that?
I move add, this is for Trustee Cross, I move adding F10 back to the agenda to be deliberated now.
Trustee Panos, I'll second that.
Thank you, Trustee Cuevas and Trustee Panos for moving and seconding it. All in favor?
Actually, we moved to put it back on the agenda, so we're going to hear the item now, Madam President. And so is there any public comment on it?
Thank you, Trustee Cuevas. Is there public comment on item F10?
There's no public comment.
Okay, Madam President, I'd like to move approval of this item.
Trustee Panos, I'll second that.
Approval of the item moved by Trustee Cuevas, seconded by Trustee Panas. Board members, can we have the vote, please? Roll call vote.
Panos, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis.
I don't have any discussion, and I will vote yes.
Thank you, Trustee Cuevas. Trustee Phillips?
Yes.
Panos, yes.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Duffy.
Thank
So
you.
now we have item C1.
President Hernandez Jarvis, do you want me to begin?
Yes, Trustee Phillips.
Okay, so I pulled C1 for two reasons. One, I felt that Tara Hills used the word like, for me, is not specific enough in approving these things. But in addition to that, I'm wondering why we are approving fundraising activities when schools are closed.
Well, this agenda has some carryover activities that we just brought over from previous meetings. And also, I think when we posted this agenda, we didn't know schools would be closed for the year. And you never know. Somehow they may find a way to do this virtually.
So Olinda, for example, they're selling snow cones. I don't think that we need to, this is my opinion, I'll be voting no. Schools closed. People should not be getting together to do these things. That's it, that's my comment.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips.
Yeah, Madam President, can I get clarity again on the response? Are these for fundraising activities that have happened already or are planned for the future?
Mr. Duffy, do you want to?
Planned for the future.
Thank you.
Okay, so I see that it says recommended approval. So are these fundraising activities, I have a question myself for this, are they supposed to happen virtually?
No, we didn't ask any questions about this. Just in all honesty, we've rolled this over from previous board meetings when folks put this in thinking school was going to be open. So we still have it on the agenda, and I don't know. I guess we could not approve it and send some type of message, but I think it's also sort of letting folks know that, yeah, maybe there's still a way to do this. I don't know.
Madam President, if I may I motion to table this item until either one, schools physically reopen, or two, more information is brought to the board on how these activities will be carried out during this shelter-in-place order.
Yes. Thank you, Trustee Cuevas, for tabling that item.
Is there a second?
I'll second that, Trustee Panos.
Thank you, Trustee Panos, for seconding to table item C1, approval of fundraising activities. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes, Trustee Cuevas.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes.
Lara,
Yes,
yes.
Panos, yes.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously to table approval of fundraising activities. And then we have item C3, pulled by trustee Panas.
On this one, I'm just noting that once again, this was partly from a previous meeting, and the summary page wasn't updated. It still says it's $537,000 in contracts when it's not. It's actually more like $35,000 or $40,000 in contracts. So I'm going to move this, but just ask that we try and be careful about the items that we post here. I know that a lot of work goes into this, but that was like a large omission. So I'm moving this item.
I second that item.
So this is trustee Phillips. I think I actually put C3 and trustee Pettis pulled C4.
Okay.
But
oh, you know what? Yes, you both mentioned that item. You both pulled that one. Yeah. Thank you, trustee Phillips. Go ahead.
You're right. So the question that I have is very similar to the question that I just asked before. So, for example, Sylvan Learning Center, we're approving a contract for the kids to go to Sylvan through the end of the school year, but they're not going to be going to Sylvan. So I'm wondering why we are approving a contract for that. I understand that they may have already been going. So my suggestion would be that we agree to pay up to the last date of service, but I don't know why we're approving contracts. Now, the first one, I do have a question about that. That's mental health therapists, because I know there was some conversation about getting mental health services to kids during this pandemic. But it appeared that these services in item 1 at Lupine Hills, that those services were supposed to be provided at the school site. So if I could get some clarity around where these mental health services are going to be provided for BACR, that would be helpful. And then some explanation as to why we would do contracts for tutoring with Sylvan Learning Center when school is out.
I can speak to the Sylvan, or partly speak to the Sylvan. So I can't confirm, maybe Tony can in front of me, but most of those tutoring contracts are coming through the low performing student block grant, which identifies specifically students, and they've chosen Sylvan for that service. So I can't tell you right now that Sylvan has stopped the tutoring, and I would assume that it's still going to happen virtually, because we're not going to pay them if they invoice us. We're not going to pay them for services not rendered. So, you know, we're going through with that contract to make sure those services are available for kids. If they can take advantage of it virtually, obviously now changes things.
That's correct. This is Dr. Wald. As Mr. Duffy said, in some cases, they still may be able to provide some of the services. And in some cases, some of the service was actually provided prior to the shutdown. It allows us only to pay for those services that are received. As you stated, Mr. Phillips, we would not be paying for anything that isn't actually occurring. But it is part of that low performing block grant that does need to be spent out by the 30th, and many of these students are able to get that virtual service.
So if they're not able to get the virtual service for whatever reason, perhaps Sylvan is not set up to do that. For whatever reason, if they're not able to get that service, what happens to the money?
The money would be carried over through September 30th. They're identified for that site and for those specific students' needs.
Okay, but no services, no money.
Correct. Unless it's mandatory by legislative law, as we stated, where the state says you must pay this service regardless. And there's only been a couple that they've identified that we have to continue with. But otherwise, no.
But what about BACR?
That's not a mandated service.
Okay, so why are we paying BACR?
So we're paying for that, again, if they can do it virtually, and then we would pay for those things that can provide service. A lot of this is because we're in this uncharted water, there are still quite a few services with these restricted dollars that may be able to be provided to our students in need even during the shutdown. And so we want to keep those options available. We'll continue to review each contract as they come forward to ensure that we're only paying those that are actually occurring.
So even BACR, they're going to be invoicing us, and if their invoice doesn't show that they were providing the service during the shutdown, they're not going to get paid, right?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, I'll move the item. Oh, Trustee
Thank you,
Panis did it already. I'm sorry. I second the item.
You second the item. Thank you, Trustee Phillips, for seconding the item, and Trustee Panis for moving the item. Is there further discussion, or are we ready for a voice vote, a roll call vote? Okay, let's have a vote. All in favor?
Trustee
Yes.
Cuevas, yes. Trustee Cuevas, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Trustee Hernandez-Jarvis, yes. Thank you, board. We wrap up item C3. Now we're on to item C4, pulled by Mr. Pana.
Okay, on this one, so in a sense, we're changing insurance companies here, and it says there's no fiscal impact. And it just raises a question. We're like, how do we actually estimate our future budget these numbers? Like, if changing the carrier doesn't make a difference.
Sorry, we lost. I'm just getting a text. We lost Marcy
Okay.
somewhere. And I think
So this is Dr. Wold. The answer is, in many cases, the way we provide health benefits, not each company stops providing and we transfer them to another one. It doesn't change the overall rates that we're paying. It's just that the service is no longer Anthem. It's now Blue Cross versus Blue Shield, those types of pieces. And this is just how we budget for the correct piece there. So again, we've already budgeted for that cost, and the providers are within our budgeted cost.
Okay, so we have a budget, and it's either the same thing with a change of carrier, or it's a minor change in the cost. Okay, I'll move this item.
All right, I got back on, but I can speak to it a little bit more. Back in 2007, there was Blue Shield, what was designated in Kaiser, and then Blue Shield went away. And so then it was this just back and forth of different carriers and not any consistency. So we had a small group of retirees that were really affected by this. So we went back and looked at the language and realized it needed to be changed to something that was more secure, not going to go off the plan, come back on. So that was Anthem. So it will probably be a very small amount, but as Dr. Wold said, it was already budgeted, and it's a better for the retirees.
Okay, thank you for that, and I'm moving the item.
I second that motion. Board members, can we please have a vote, roll call vote?
Panis.
Laura, yes.
Trustee Cuevas, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Hernandez-Jarvis, yes. Thank you, board. Motion passes unanimously to approve item C4. And then we have item C5, the last item that was pulled. Trustee Phillips.
Thank you. Two quick questions. The first question is, are the attachment, the exhibit with the list of schools, is that just the list of all of the schools we have?
It is a list of all the schools that are within the MRAD. So it is 99% of all the schools, yes, other than the administrative sites.
Okay, and then the second question is, are all of the schools really going to get some type of improvements, or did we just put all of them down so we could have flexibility?
That allows for the revenue to be charged for all those school sites, and it allows for facilitation of the playgrounds and access to the site within the neighborhoods. And all school sites do benefit from the revenue.
Okay, I move the item. Thank you.
I second, Trustee Cuevas seconds.
Thank you. Item moved by trustee Phillips, seconded by trustee Cuevas. All in favor?
Hannah, yes.
Lara, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Cuevas, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes. Motion passes unanimously to approve item C5. Board members, it is now 1:16 a.m. and we completed the items that we needed to do for this agenda. Do any of you have any final comments as we wrap up in the last 4 minutes?
Trustee Phillips, I just want to say thank you to everybody, our staff, Superintendent Duffy, his team, and our community and students for working with us as we get through this. It can be a little bumpy, but this is new. And I do believe that folks are doing the best that they can under the situation. And I'm proud of a lot of the work that we've done. So thank you. And to our staff members, please keep working hard. I know that you will.
Thank you, trustee Phillips. Trustee Panas or trustee Cuevas or trustee Lara?
Trustee Panis here. I'd just like to say we're facing very uncertain times here and the staff is doing what they can. And I'm particularly appreciative of how well the meeting went tonight. I think we did pretty well for the first try on a complete teleconference meeting. So thank you very much to everyone who facilitated that as well.
Thank you, trustee Panas.
This is trustee Cuevas. Just very quickly, thank you, staff. Thank you, students, families, community, for all of your flexibility and support. And thank you, board, for our meeting today. I wish everybody to be well, healthy, and safe. I'm signing out now. Good night.
Thank you, trustee Cuevas. Trustee Lara?
Yes, just thank you to everybody and be safe. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, trustee Lara. Yeah, I just want to say thank you to everybody, to all the staff who is still not home and who's working tirelessly to get this meeting done effectively. And thank you, Mr. Duffy, and all of the staff leading all the work that's happening. Thank you to all the teachers, to the families, to the students being patient as we figure everything out. And just, stay safe, stay at home as much as you can, and stay, healthy during this pandemic. We'll get through it. Thank you so much, everybody. Meeting is adjourned at 1:18. Thank you. Bye-bye.